Congratulations, Paul.
Well done, son.
I'd rather have been congratulating you at a distance than two hands. So the last hand, that looked pretty good for her. And you're going to save it. What did you call you in? Is it short stack?
We are back for the main event, GUKPT Edinburgh Day 1A. Last night was the cash stream. Hope you enjoyed that. But now we are concentrating on the main with half a table that side. It's a little bit that way, a little bit that way. But in seat number 6 is the man they call Tom Gill. We've got some footage of North Berwick coming up a little bit later this afternoon. PK's on the case already, so a little bit of footage from the golfing trip that we had, but good to see the players. Oh, we got to start us off with Mr. J. Oh, good morning, by the way.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Starting table for the day: in 1 we've got Ed Swales, 4th in the mini main yesterday. In 2 Gerhard Brimmers, 3 Stephen Lockett, 5 Brent Burnett, 6 Tom Gill, 7 Alistair Buxton, 8 Paul Green, winner of the mini yesterday. And in 9 is Phil Tate.
He's done the double. 2017 won the title of the GUKPT, and yesterday got the mini. Actually got more money yesterday for the mini than he did the main in 2017. That's how much he's grown. That's how much he's grown in the last 3 years. Well, obviously since we came out of lockdown. So yes, he got more money yesterday for the mini than he did for actually winning the GUKPT. That's how much. There, gone straight up. So we're here all day long. Enjoy the day. Chat away all day long, and we'll get to the table straight on. Afternoon, boys. Afternoon, Gary. Afternoon, Pixie.
Yeah, Gary.
Watching early doors of Edinburgh. Blind starting at 100 as they always do. A little bit steady start as always for the start of day 1A. So fire in the questions, and we'll bring up the footage that we've had in this wonderful place that they call Edinburgh. We brought the sticks up and a few balls. To be fair, when they kept telling us that you need to bring your balls, fetch your balls, which probably might put you off a little bit, bring your balls, didn't lose one.
Did you not lose one?
I had 2 rounds.
No way.
1 in Aberdeen, no. North Berwick.
That takes some doing.
To be fair, didn't video the first shot in North Berwick, ended up on the beach. I literally said to Tom, it's the widest fairway I've ever seen, and I missed it. 35-mile-an-hour wind blowing straight to the sea.
Last year's champion in this one is down as a non. Obviously signed GDPR. Ludo was 2nd. Katie Swift and Jamie Nixon, 2 Grosvenor pros, were on this final table.
Ah, yes, they were.
And Paul Green was on it as well. Come 6th.
Oh, he loves Edinburgh. He does know cash in Edinburgh. Yeah, we did the interview with Ludo sat here, didn't we?
Yeah,
we brought him in.
Good interview.
We brought him in and had a chat with Ludo at the comms box because we couldn't obviously do the GDPR, which was great. How's the Marriott, says Gary. All right, till you get a knock at 8:10 in the morning asking if I want my room cleaned.
Yeah, Tao weren't happy this morning.
8:10 this morning. Knock on the knock. It weren't just a knock, it was a bray on the door. Housekeeping. What's housekeeping at 8:10 in the morning? like who?
Apparently you, Tower, according to the hotel.
Oh dear. 98 in the Omar last night. 98, and Riggy won it.
Yeah, Riggy won it.
Mr. Rigg, Paul Rigg won it, and it was good to see Kyle Henry playing as well. Kyle, son of Colin, the ex-footballer, Scotland international footballer, who got made by Gascoigne, as we remember. When was that? Was that 98? Was that over 20 years ago? Must have been.
Don't look at me. I probably weren't
You probably weren't even born. Was it really? Euro 96, flipping heck, when he flicked it over his head.
I would have been one.
And Gaza did the old dentist chair and as a celebration. You must have seen the footage.
Yeah, I've seen the footage of it.
When he was laying on the floor and spreads
yeah.
out and does the dentist chair thing. Well, Kyle was playing the Omaha last night, son of Colin.
Short-handed start, first hand of the day. Early levels, very deep.
Yeah, playing well, Riggy. Playing well. Loves the side events. Absolutely loves them, he does.
Oh, then Razor Kev.
No, you're Kev.
And Dennis Shaw, how are we doing?
Afternoon, Dennis. We are back.
And Borland just tuned in on Twitch. And Amy says she had it Tower both mornings in Carlin Park last weekend, 8:30 and 8:15 now knocking on her door.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Maybe it's because I assume most people have gone to work at that time. And
Yeah, I can understand Edinburgh being a big city. Obviously it's the capital, and yes, if you're up for working out, but 8:15, I couldn't believe it. Oh, there you go. So anyway, I've stuck the sign on. I've made my own sign. Please do not knock. Stuck on, gaffer taped on the door. Please do not knock. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Yeah, that was a big shock. And then of course you're awake, you're up, waiting. So I went down for breakfast, come back up, lads were in for 10, went back down again at 10 o'clock. Morning, you alright?
even I got out for breakfast this morning.
You did?
Which is a rare sight.
You did. So Edinburgh, day 1A of the main. We'll show you the schedule, plenty coming up. Next event for us will be Luton on the GUKPT circuit at the end of, the beginning of June. I think the festival starts at the end of May. So, yeah, plenty going on.
I feel making it 300 ace queen of spades under the gun. Tom flattened with the ace 4 suited on the button. And Paul defending the king 9 in the big.
Spade draw, 7, 8, 9 flop.
And we got top pair, decent kicker here for Paul, so a little bit of action. Definitely one Phil can check here, mixing some checks with his nut flush draw, but opting to just fire. So he's still going to have heaps of equity. And Paul just happy to call with top pair. On the turn, and this is where I'm probably taking a free one as Phil here once Paul checks to us.
9 spades. Oh, another 9 spades. 6 of clubs on the river.
Yeah, and once more probably just going to be a check now. Not too much merit for Paul betting unless he opts for a really small block sizing with his top pair. Yeah, he's just going to go check. King 9 for Paul is good.
The grumpy granny's watching in Australia. Is all in Vin part of the festivities? No. Alan does not travel to Edinburgh. How's Australia? Which part are we in? I'm guessing, let's have a guess. Sydney or Melbourne?
Melbourne.
Okay, I'll go Sydney.
James Charles has got a point. Why didn't you put the do not disturb sign on your door? Was it on?
Well, when I finished work last night and we'd had an iron brew at the bar, it was 2 AM by the time we'd done the live stream, and you just walk in the room and you just totally forget.
You do forget.
First night you forget, and then I went hunting for it at 8:10 in the morning when I'd already had it banged, braid on the door. So yes, it will be glued to my door today, and yes, it probably was my fault a little bit, but you don't expect to knock on the door at 8:10. But I did find it.
And Gerhard choosing to limp the Jack 10, and Stephen going to make it full 6x here with the ace 2 of diamonds. Just going to get the fold before we go hard.
Players coming in now. We'll have a full ring soon. Just south of Penrith. He's got it working in the lakes. Could think of worse places to be working. Could definitely think of worse places. So Riggy win the Omar last night. There were 9 seats in the cash out Starlight, which was a great turnout. We had haggis this morning. Did you try the haggis?
I didn't touch the haggis, no.
Have you ever tried it?
No, it just doesn't look too appetising.
You have to try it, just say I don't like it.
Okay. I might have a little teaspoon tomorrow.
You have to try it, just say I don't like it. Because you can't look at it and say I don't like it, because that doesn't work. So yeah, haggis was on the menu.
What do you think of it?
But I love it.
Love it.
Love it. Yeah. Yes. Haggis, omelette, bacon and beans. That's what we had this morning. So Tom Gill was watching the live stream last night, watching the cash, because he sent us a message saying, why have you not started yet? You told us 6:30. We're like 5 minutes late, we're on his way. Okay, he says.
Tom, a good goal for I take it. He's playing at North.
He plays off 17, but he hits a lovely straight ball. And obviously used to the course with the wind. The wind was literally blowing left to right all day. Literally blowing left to right all day, straight into the sea. The wind was blowing, and it was blowing at 35 miles an hour. And even Tom says this is a bit blowy. But it's honestly, I could talk about it all day. It's such a fantastic place, and the area as well, where it's in, stunning. Apparently, like Millionaires Row, all the way down the side of the course.
Oh, okay.
One of the houses is owned by the guy that owns the LA Lakers. So, yes, quite posh up there. So early stages, Brent comes to the table now, sighting seat number 5.
Brent Burnett makes it 200 with the ace 4 of hearts.
Don't forget, if you do want to check all the details regarding the numbers, Poker Live, the app to have all Grosvenor poker related tournaments around the country and around the British Isles. Started with 43. Cash out's on a little bit later. Cash out satellite starting at 7. That's the side event today. Get yourself a last chance saloon for tomorrow.
Gerhard going for value here with the 9s. After the lead-in turn on flop check through. Very hard to get caught by worse in that spot.
Early stages, Edinburgh, day 1-8. Welcome on board. Welcome along, everybody.
I'll tell you what, Dennis, if I'm up early enough tomorrow, I'll try it. I'll try the old haggis, give it a go.
Yeah. And if it's, you have to try it just to say I don't like it or I do like it. No, I'm not too sure it goes on toast. It probably does.
You can have anything on toast, really.
Well, I suppose you can.
Raise to 300.
Will it go well with mayonnaise? That's the question, haggis. You know me, I have everything. I have literally everything with mayonnaise nowadays, so.
Yeah,
Might
maybe.
have
Maybe, I suppose.
Got to be some mayo.
I'll leave that one for Dennis to answer.
Ace 9 deuce, all diamond board after going 4-weight. Gerhard opening the kings and always nice, as Tao says. And just Gerhard leaves him minimum. Gets out the way.
100% today.
Yep.
Rob Franks must be playing because he said good luck to everybody who's playing the main event, GUKPT.
A little limp pot here, going 4-weight, 9-5 at 7 a rainbow. So Gerhard with the best of it here, bottom pair gut shot, unaware of others just holding. Jack of diamonds on the turn, giving Tom the best of it. It looks like Brent, after picking up gut shot's going to lead as a bluff, semi-bluff here. Tom not going anywhere. Looks like Alistair's coming along as well. And Gerhard now double gutted to go with his pair. So he's going to call getting 5-1. And pings it.
Boom.
And it's effective nuts for us really as well, because we're going to hear about 10-8 on the turn. The only player that can really have 10-8 is Brent, the player leading, so once he checks now, we just know always going to have the best hand here is Gerhard. Looking for value against 2 pair. Maybe a jack that gets sticky. Just not the best run out here for Tom. The other thing as well, there's no flush draw on the turn, so Alistair does make the call, sees the straight, his cards hit the muck.
Afternoon, everybody watching on Facebook. Jack Hardcastle, Tim Buckley says don't bother with the Aggies, it's terrible. We'll leave that up to you tomorrow.
Okay.
How about they do that?
We'll see.
How are we doing, Jack?
Oh no, Jack.
Where is Jack?
He's coming tonight, I believe.
Oh, awesome.
Coming tonight to play tomorrow. That's information from, I think Ewan said that to me, so
Excellent.
I think we're going to see him tonight.
Good stuff. Afternoon, Lenny. And Karen says, hope I sit on that table when I play the ladies at Goliath. Well, there you go. Hope you do, Karen, and get yourself on this table. Everybody watching on Facebook, good afternoon. If you've not got plans for travelling up to Edinburgh or across or down, then the live stream is on. 12 hours, 12:30 till 12:30 for the next 4 days until we crown a champion. Flying in to be in for the dinner break, which is about 4 p.m. A lot of people take that option of flying up.
It's just easier, I think, when you're from like south.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to travel. I'd usually fly, but obviously a bit closer to Scotland now, where I live. But it's so easy when you're down south, like 45-minute flight.
Straight into the airport, straight in a taxi, straight to the Maybury, spot a lunch, straight in the game.
Ace Queen of Hearts support.
400.
Fresh off that mini main win, 20k plus in his back pocket. Beating Dan Gormley heads up. It's actually a tough three-handed as well to come out on top there, Paul. Dave Doherty, Dan Gormley, two very worthy opponents. Managed to take the trophy.
9-9 flop. Top set for Tom.
Yeah, smashes the life out of this one. Tom, not much here though for either Phil or Paul. But Paul is going to happily continue. We'll get Paul's picture changed. I'm not sure who that is. Pretending to be Paul Green on the left.
I think that was that not C1 in the cash?
Oh, it could be. Was it Phil? Was it? Yeah, I think it was Phil. Phil in the cash yesterday.
It could be. Paul Green fills up on the turn.
I think it's Tom that fills up. Yep, with the nines.
Oh yeah.
Paul just with ace queen. Did Phil float here? Wow, Phil's floating with Jack 10.
Handbrake's been put on.
So flop's gone. Continuing with Paul with the ace queen. Phil's called the Jack 10. Now 5 of spades on the river. And Tom's going to check here with the nines, hoping to induce something, and it's going to work to perfection because Phil with the Jack 10 now knows that the only way he can win this one is by firing. I would have personally just folded flop, but Phil obviously had plans in mind once floating the bet of Paul Green on the 963 rainbow board. But he's about to get the bad news here, opting for just under half pot, 1.6 into 3.4.
Tom will make it about 3.5.
Raise 500.
You've been talking bet sizings with Tom on the golf course tower. I think Tom will make it 3.5. Tom raises to 3.5.
There you go. Afternoon, Paul. Watching on Facebook. Saw cloudy the other day in the train station in Blackpool. The mad cabbies were all right. Yeah, saw cloudy the first time in a long time. Said he was off grafting.
How are we doing, Dan? Dan Gormley in Twitch chat.
Well done,
Tuning
Dan.
in.
Well done, Dan. Good afternoon. Good effort yesterday. Great effort. Second place in the minute.
He did get it in with 94% for the win.
No way.
Yeah, he did get it in with 94% for the win.
I know, but well, I'd have waited till I was 95. 94% favourite.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong. Ace Queen versus King 9 suited, all in pre, and it come ace high, and then pull it, run it backdoor flush, like flopped him dead, like to backdoor flush, and it come backdoor flush. I believe that's the hand.
That is grim.
Are we doing Diamond Lee? Try and read it as one word in Twitch. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon indeed. Good afternoon, John Hare. And flight crash, repeat, repair, repeat. IO. Flight crash, repair, repeat. Afternoon. Everybody's watching on all the different platforms. Edinburgh calling. Next 4 days, GUKPT is here.
Now we're doing Barnesy on Twitch.
Not David Barnes.
I'm guessing.
Here, you're fired.
So Tom now going to go for a second street value here with his top pair. After firing flop. And Phil just getting out of the way here.
Tango fan says, where's the next stop? Shall we have a look?
Yeah.
Is it still there? There it is. There it is. We are in Edinburgh right now, in the blue in the middle.
Oh, it's G400 at Vic next week.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'll probably get a juicy prize pool.
Eyes lit up then. Coventry leads Liverpool, deep stacks in 25-25s. Coventry have just had a deep stack last week. Took chunks. Chunks and chunks. Did you play?
No, I didn't because I had something on the Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, right, okay.
I can't remember. I was here. Of course, I was here on the Sunday. So
right,
I couldn't play the deep stack.
Yeah.
But Ben and Chris Johnson, Tai Huang chopped that three-way. Ben Marageds, Chris Johnson, Tai Huang.
Lynn Beaumont was on the final table as well.
Three-way chop.
So the ones in blue are the ones that were streaming, and obviously the red one at the bottom is Goliath, which obviously we will be there at But Luton, 26th of May until the 5th of June is where we'll be. A straight £1,000 buy-in. There's plenty going on. G400s, 25/25s, the deep stacks. And then when we come back after Luton, it'll be the Vic for a GKPT, followed just more or less straight after by Reading South. And then it'll be the big one of Goliath. And plenty of talk about that. And looking forward to being back live for the Goliath X.
How we doing, Mr. P-Man, tuning in on Twitch? We get back to the action, actually. We're just going to cover this hand, because looking up, we've got aces versus ace, king versus queens here. So, pretty cold deck for Gerhard.
Wow.
And Stephen, the player with the worst of it, is the player better. 800 into 3.5 here from Stephen, so just under quarter pot size in choice. I'm not actually sure how the action went pre here, Tower.
That's just a call from Tom.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Keep ourselves a little under reps. We've got position as well. Keep some bluffs in of our opponent.
Oh, the king on the turn. I know it's a diamond, so it might not be as bad as what it could have been.
Well, it's 4.2 in the middle on the flop, so it has to have been a 3-bet coup this tower, so there shouldn't really be other than like ace-x of diamonds, queen-jack of diamonds, maybe jack-10 of diamonds in there as well. Shouldn't be too many flushes out there in this 3-bet situation, but Stephen just happy to fire again here with his top pair, top kicker, and that's going to lose Gerhard from the pot. He's now got an easy fold with his queen after Stephen fires into 2 players twice. Just never going to have the best hand here after there's a call from Tom as well. It makes a good laydown, Gerhard.
Yeah, indeed it does. Never thinking that's a tough fold, but the correct one. And again, Tom has got the check mark.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be a check from Stephen, and Tom has to. Oh, he's not going to value bet. I was just about to say, in these sort of spots, as soon as Stephen checks, if Stephen's got us beat with aces, he's going to continue leading because he don't want us to check back like a king X type hand. So as soon as Tom checks there, we've sort of got the green light that our aces are just always going to be the best hand. 10x shouldn't really be in there because that's going to check turn more often than not. So we can really go for some value against some potential king X, jacks, queens, potentially of our opponent. But Tom just thinking, I'm happy to take what's in the middle. It's a fairly juicy pot at this stage, like 60 odd bigs, 70 bigs.
Yeah, could have done me a small bet, but he decided against it.
I don't know, Barnesy. I'd love to, but obviously with the live stream, biggest game of the season, well, biggest game, Spurs-Arsenal game, as long as I can remember. Can't remember us ever having a bigger game against them than this. Massive in terms of top 4.
Is it?
Well, yeah. Well, they're 4 points clear of us. If we win tonight, we're 1 point behind them with 2 games to go. Yeah, so it's a massive game tonight.
Is it? Oh, what are you? White Hart Lane?
Yeah, sorry.
You're at home as well. Big one.
It's not called White Hart Lane anymore, is it?
Well, it's still White Hart Lane, isn't it? Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or whatever, which is owned by the NFL. Can't call it the Jacksonville Jaguars Stadium yet.
7:45. Now then, Ricky Kebabs, afternoon chap, should be sinking in my first pint in the Maybury by 6 PM. Looking forward to the weekend. We'll see you here, Ricky.
Oi, 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 oi. Look forward to seeing you, Ricky Kebabs, on his way up. All horse on the flop, King 9 Jack.
Yeah, pretty above average flop for Alistair. Just in case, turns the nuts as well. And betting into the whole field here with these holdings, just going to get through. No action at all for Alistair with the flop flush. Hard to flop a flush.
Absolutely.
Shows the Queen of Hearts.
Half of Jason Shellham's watching on Facebook.
Half of Jason Shellham.
Well, the other half's gone missing. The other half's not there anymore. How you doing, Jason? Afternoon, Jess. Jess Pilkington watching on Facey as well. Tango FM says Coventry deep stack smashed it. Yeah, and Walsall unfortunately not on the list anymore. We'd love to be in Walsall, but GUKPT not there anymore. Well, certainly won't say never again. You never know.
A Jack 8 of hearts for Brent, raising to 300. Tom's coming along.
Stu says, what's the structure of the deep stacks? Well, if you check on where the next deep stacks are, the structure is always in there.
So not got Tom's hand registering, unfortunately, here. So we're going to play this hand from Brent's perspective, opening Jack 8 of hearts. So this is a board we're just going to have so many bets on. Sizes up as well. Opts for the 3/4 pot sizing and gets it through.
Structure for the deep stacks is a 30-minute clock and then 40 minutes on day 2. Line start at 1-1 as normal. Pretty standard structure.
Got any events coming up in Birmingham?
We've got another Coventry 25-25 on its way.
Coventry.
They've got Hill Street on
Hill
the
Street,
9th of June, now until the 12th of June.
I'm going to play that one, Tower. I'm going to be there on the 9th.
You know, Berryhill Road in Manchester, Hill Street in Birmingham, 9th till the 12th of June. Reading South, Glasgow for the deep stack. Plenty coming up in the near future.
Yeah, I don't want to confirm it.
If we get tennis played, we've got to play face up, right?
Yeah. It's actually magic.
Yeah, I just think the card room at Birmingham's a bit too small for a GUKPT Tango.
Yeah.
Obviously, it all comes down.
There's no
to
parking either, is there?
There is parking. There is parking.
Is there?
You have to go into reception. They tell you where to go to park. There is some. I've never parked it myself because it's literally downstairs from where I live. So
Yeah. Is it still on 2 levels?
yeah. 3 levels. 3 levels.
3 levels?
Yeah.
Well, last time I was there, John Baker was card room manager. He used to help out Goliath as well. But I don't think he's with the company anymore.
And Paul Green with the Kings. We'll have his picture sorted soon. We'll be back to the normal Paul Green, hopefully. 3 bet into 1.5k. And Alistair should just get out of the way here with the Ace Jack. He is going to come along. I say it all the time, like general rule of thumb, you open these Ace Jack off, Ace 10 off, King Jack off, these type of hands from early.
Oh, what a flop.
Yeah, but open these hands from early position and you get 3 bet out of position, just let it go. You're going to get yourself in too many dicey spots down the streets and potential to lose some bigger pots, whereas we can just let our 2 big blinds go and just let it go on this occasion. But now we're going to have to call.
Definitely.
As Alistair. So just check call here for us. Nothing else we can do here.
Well, the 9 of hearts keeps us involved with the flush.
Yeah, but still not really too worried from Paul's perspective here. There shouldn't really be too many flushes with the Ace and King of Hearts being on the board, and this 3-bet coup, like the only flush combos are going to really be Queen Jack of Hearts, Queen 10 of Hearts, Jack 10 of Hearts, that's it. 3 combinations here with the particular hearts on board. So from Paul's perspective, we're only really worried about Jack 10 suited. That's about it. Maybe Queen 10, like only a couple of combos of hands, but I'm just going to call Alistair's bet on the turn. And if Alistair checks, which he should do if we are leading turn, Paul going to have to value bet this spot. Alistair's going to fire again here.
And I think he's going to get called. Paul Green probably won't like it when he flicks in the call.
No. Paul's thinking about raising here, Tower. He's not thinking about folding this spot ever with Kings. He's thinking can we have a raise here? Like I said, it's only really Jack 10 suited that we're worried about, or Queen 10 of hearts, Queen Jack of hearts. They're the only hands that we lose to here in this 3-bet coup. Such a small proportion of hands. Then we got hands potentially we can get called by. Ace Queen, obviously we're thinking is the main one, the way this hand's played, but he is just called. Obviously still wary about the flush, but Alistair there losing nearly half his stack, which could have been avoided if we just fold pre. And always say foundation of the hand, poker hand, it always starts from pre-flop. We start making small mistakes pre-flop, they can lead to us losing a bigger pot down the streets. If you open EP, the offsuit, Broadway hands, Ace Jack, Ace Queen's a bit different because it's higher up and we are going to kill that, but like the Ace Jack, the Ace 10, the King Jack, King Queen, all offsuit variety. We do get 3-bet opening these from early position. Just bin them on this structure. You're going to get so many spots throughout the day, rather than call in and potentially losing a big pot like we saw from Alistair there. How are we doing, Bacon Ruffles? Yes, lads, see you later. I won't say I nearly read that out, but we'll see you later, Bacon Ruffles.
Look forward to seeing you. Don't forget wear your name badge. And Ricky Kebabs, so we know when you walk through the door. Afternoon, Joe. Joe watching on Facey. I don't think Spuddy did any good yesterday in the Omaha. Never known it. Never known him turn up at an Omaha event and not final table one. When are you going to Vegas, Joe? What is the plan? I think you're going a little bit later. Middle of June, I do believe.
Did you answer that, Tower, from Paul? Would Paul Green be the first to win the mini and the main at the same event?
No.
No. The first person to do it, to be honest,
Paul didn't win it.
Yeah, Paul didn't win it in the same festival, but
he can do.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can still do it. He can still do it. It's on, but back in Leeds 2019. Was it 20? It was 2018, wasn't it?
Was it?
It was the Malusta 6 deuce final table with Dave G, because Dave G was the package winner that year. I'm pretty sure.
Oh right, okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. But Adam Owen won
Yes.
the mini main. Andy also won the main event on the same festival. So Adam Owen is the only player to ever do the double in the same week. Paul Green's still on for it now. Started well today as well.
I think there are 2 or 3 other players that have won the mini and the main in different times. I know Mikey Clark's have done that.
Well, Windsor won a mini, I think, at the Vic, and he's won plenty of mains at the Vic as well. So it's been done only once in the same festival. And that was by Adam Owen back in 20.
Did Ben Windsor win the mini and the main in the same week in London?
It weren't the same week. It weren't the same week, David.
We are up to 50 at the moment. 5-0 as Vidas comes in.
With a pint, is that?
Have coffee.
Oh, coffee. I thought, yeah, there we are.
Just the coffee. Good old Vidas. Had a good cash session yesterday. He says, that's my buys for the weekend sorted. Good lad, old Vidas.
Yeah, he is.
He was over in Dublin having a dance with the missus.
Yeah, saw them both. Had a drink with them one
It turned
night,
around to
actually.
me. It turned around to me. He says, and I'm not going to do the Lithuanian accent, but obviously he's really thick set on the Lithuanian accent. He says, "Here, Tower, dance with the missus." I went, "Oh, whoa, okay." I'm like, "Whoa, okay." She wants to dance, so I went, "Right, okay."
Probably get your ticket. Put your name on the street. Just going to put your name on the street, that's why.
Yeah, go on, Vidas, absolutely. Top lad is on Vidas. I think is he Birmingham, around there, is he from Vidas? I'm not too sure where. I think he resides.
Yeah, I think so.
In Birmingham.
Around that sort of area.
He does travel everywhere. He loves his poker.
Yeah, Dan, I'd be happy with that too. Paul can take second in the main this week, and then you'll take the win. Seems fair. That's never been done, I don't think. Same heads up in the mini as the main. That's yet to be done. as Ed firing here, top pair, gutter ball, decent kick up, and Alistair with a up and down. Nine of hearts pairing on the turn here. It shouldn't really be too much 9x here from Alistair. Limp calling under the gun, maybe some like 9-10 suited, Queen 9 suited. This early stages might be hands that we could perhaps put in that range that are going to limp call. And Ed, knowing that it's unlikely, it's what we're up against. So just going for another street here. Try and get called by some potential King 10, some King X suited, some Jack Queen, Jack 10 type holdings. Plenty we can get value from here. But just pings it on the end. Alistair with the 10-8 of spades gets there, and this is just going to be check, check. Don't think Ed's ever going to think they're getting called by worse here. King Jack, probably going to hear about on the flop, so just going to check this behind and see the bad news that Alistair has got there on the river.
Ed was on the final table as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ed was fourth in the mini. So Paul and Ed would have played a lot with each other yesterday, and they've been drawn together on the same table today.
The rest of the festival here in Edinburgh is this Thursday. The Cash Out Satellite is the side event tonight at 7. Tomorrow is day 1B and day 1C. The C is the Turbo. Saturday, £200 side event at 4 PM. And then while we crown the champion, the seniors and the bounty is on. Seniors at 1 o'clock, bounty at 4. Toss for a tea run. Head to tails.
Ed's.
Yeah, you lose. I forgot. There were nothing there. No, I'm only kidding.
I'll go get him.
Oh, hey, full cup.
Yeah, I'll
Just
see
saying.
what I can do. I'll mention it.
Western Supermare, is that the answer to where Virus resides, is it? Yeah, Ali Malou, as Dennis says. Ali Malou back in the winner's enclosure. He was indeed won the deep stack in Didsbury. Didsbury's got a super card run, by the way, nowadays. They've proper had a good refurb. North Manchester. They have had a proper refurb. It was a great venue now. We're going to get back to Didsbury. We've not done Didsbury since we did the summer festivals, the 500s years ago. In fact, I think the last time, it's that long ago, I think the last time we were there, Bodie were on the final table. That's how long ago that was. I'm pretty sure that was. And Billy Joe jumps off the Tallahatchie Bridge. Great tune this is.
Next one, yeah. What a tune. One of the best. It's early stages, Edinburgh. Don't forget to check all the details on the Poker Live app while you guys are all watching on Facebook. Quick scan of the comes. Look at this. There's the full cups and all sorts. Oh my days, that's the best full cup. Look at it, that's full. You're spilling it soon. I'll be complaining it's too full next.
Yeah. Goes everywhere. Remember the cups, who was it? Twin Luck Neil got us at the Goliath that time. We had them 2 mugs. They're
Yes.
massive ones. Whatever happened to them?
They're in my cupboard at
They're
home.
in your- oh, yeah, that's what happened to them.
I shall bring them. Well, I took them home and washed them.
Well, we need them for the Goliath again.
I'll bring them back to the. In fact, if I bring them to the next event, you can take it home and then bring it to Goliath. We've still got the mugs. They were great.
Interesting hand here because Vidas deciding to float flop with King High and Ping's the top pair on the turn. And now Alistair just happy to check call with his nut flush draw, and Ping's a queen, so he may actually pay this one off after flop's gone. But he's actually going to donk for 1600, so probably going to save some money here, opting for the third. On the end, meaning Vidas may just call. Vidas going to raise here. What a raise by Vidas, making it 6.6 here, and gets called off. So Alistair from donking this river lost some chips, and very nice value raise there by Vidas actually. Tower just recognised that this third pot sizing was never going to be 2 pair plus, which means our King X is just going to be the best hand so often, and it's actually a really nice value raise there from him. Gets called by worse.
Talking of presents, I was in mugs.
Yeah,
I've got a present in my car for you.
oh yeah, from who?
From Tom.
From Tom.
It's in my car.
Why did you say talking of mugs?
No presents.
Oh, okay.
No,
Oh,
talking
okay.
of presents, you were saying you were talking about the mug.
Yeah.
I've just remembered. There's a little
excited
gift.
now.
There's a little gift in my car from Tom.
Sorry,
not from Tom. From Johnny Casino. From Johnny Scott.
Johnny Scott.
Because you should have played Aberdour.
I hope it's a golf swing he's got me. I hope he's got me a golf swing.
You should have played Aberdour.
I've got society coming up.
Johnny Scott gave me something to give you.
Ah.
It's in my car. I'll get it at the break.
Is it a ball marker?
No. I'll get it at the break.
I'm excited now. I can't wait for the break. How long have we got? Hour and 15.
I shall wander over at the break.
Okay.
Yes, I remember that. But I've still got the mugs.
Okay.
And I'll bring the mugs to the next event.
You would have had my other present as well if you didn't mention that. You had the mugs, the other, whatever John's got me. We'll see what it is, guys. Come back after the break. I'll.
Johnny Scott will treat us to Aberdour on the Monday. Might even have some footage to show you. We would have had a lot of video camera footage until somebody decided that thought the camera was broke because there was no lens. And all you had to do was open it. I'm hoping the footage works off the phone. Have we got any updates? Is it looking good? Alright. He did tell me do it on the camera because it'll be a long process off the phone. You know me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we never fold here as Paul with a deuce. Getting 5-1 on our money. Looks like Vidas does have a bit of boat.
Yeah, probably a 9. 10-9.
Very nice start for Vidas, up to 30k.
Going to be down 10 minutes. Neo Tinted says there's 2 mugs commentating this stream.
I know, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I don't take everything to heart. I'd be hurt all day long, me I would. Good to have you on board, Neo. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Early doors from Edinburgh. We're here for the full 4 days. I'm looking forward to it.
The Vidas with aces now. Alistair's in with Jack 7 suited. Suited King for Phil in the big blind. He wants to come along for 100 more, as he should, when the small blind's 100. Is this a free bet to 500? Phil, is that right? Open to 2, call and we free bet King 8 of diamonds to 500. I don't mind the free bet with this hand at all. We can definitely mix it in, but opting for such a small sizing, it's just not really going to achieve much there out the small blind. We don't have any fold equity versus the two players who are positioning us that are already in the pot. But maybe it might have been a misclick. A very, very small sizing from Phil, looking at your diamonds there.
Jambo's not playing day one here today.
Is he not? Why not?
Because he's playing Pumthurston Golf Club.
What a life that
And
man.
he says
Just
it's
plays
still a
golf
bit.
and poker.
He says it's still a bit blowy.
Minus 7-4 raises to 200. Tom's in with the ace-8 of clubs, so it's going to bring Paul in with suited ace as well. Phil's put his loose shoes on, 10-6 on the button. Ed, 10-9 of clubs in the small, and then Gerhard calling for 100 more with the jack-6. We've got 6-way action here. 6 players to the flop.
10-7-3, 2 downs.
So top pair for Ed Swales and top pair for Phil. Going to get himself in a bit of trouble potentially. Vida's happy to just fire here with his middle pair, betting 300 into 1.2, 25%. Paul's going to float. Phil's going to call. And Ed getting 7-1 here, not going anywhere either. Trying to think of an action turn here, Tower. 6 of spades.
I said the 9 of spades, but there's a 2 pair and a no flush draw.
So check round. So Ed's still with the best of it. And still with the best of it on this King of Diamonds river. So Ed does get the check mark, assuming that it checks through. Paul Green, no, he's capable of trying to pick up a pot here, floating the ace high, and he is going to have a stab. Trying to plausibly rep a flush, can certainly have one the way this hand's played. And Paul gets it through, gets 3 better hands to fold. How are we doing, Darren? Afternoon, boys, all well? We are all good.
Tango fan says GUKPT need to add a short deck event. I would put my hat down and say there wouldn't be one table that would play a short deck comp. I don't think you'd fill it. It's just something that we don't advertise or promote or even play unless it's a private game or it's online. I think the only thing we need to introduce at this moment in time is a mystery bounty.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the only thing I think we need to introduce. And obviously, they're getting very popular now. They're now starting to do them live. Different concepts on how to when to start the bounties. They're in a mystery. But yeah.
Someone put a tweet out, like someone in the poker community, about a mystery bounty, doing a mystery bounty where the envelopes contain a certain amount of crypto. So you can put any coin out for X amount.
They're worth about 4 pence at the minute.
Yeah, I know.
The way he's gone down.
Don't tell. It's
oh my days,
madness the last couple of days.
It is.
It's
Is there a reason for it? Do you know the reason?
I don't. Not really my area of expertise. But I know a lot of players close to me do have a bit of dough in it. I just think it's a great addition, mystery bounty, and chance for someone like some random recreational not been playing long to flick into a tournament, knock someone out. There's 100k. Like it just gives them that little extra element of luck. Don't need to run deep to potentially scoop a big prize. I think that's very appealing to a lot of recreational players. What would you do if you're playing that $1 million bounty comp in Vegas? Like you said, the first envelope out, you pull the million, and then you're playing for like 50k up top. What do you do? Do you just go? You leave your chips there?
You just.
Because if I pulled
You
that,
certainly wouldn't be asked about it, would you?
I would be donking them chips off to the bar tower.
You'd be dancing around. There'd be if you play a table game in Vegas, and you say you're playing the five card variety or Pangao or anything like that, and you hit a royal in 5 card poker when you're playing a table game, and they have different. If you hit a 5 card royal in hearts, clubs, and spades, you get something like $100,000.
Yeah.
If you're hitting diamonds, you get $1 million.
Yeah.
If you do get it, the $1 million. And I saw it happen in the Flamingo. That's what I'm saying. It happened in the Flamingo while I was there about 7 years ago. This woman was sat there. She was playing $5 a hand. She hit the diamond royal. She got $1 million. 1.1 million it was. The lights went off. All the sirens went off. Everybody went rushing over. But apparently she didn't get her money for 2 weeks because they have to vet it. They have to make sure she's not part of the staff. You have to make sure any member of staff is not part of her family.
Yeah.
They have to make sure it's kosher. What she did week before. They basically found every bit of footage they found in Vegas to make sure that it was all kosher, and then they paid you out. I'm guessing this bounty comp is just going to be like, there's the mill.
Yeah.
And like, how would you like it?
You guess that.
Because yes, if you just quickly back to the table, because we've got shot for Brent, we've got nut flush draw for Tom, and we've got the flush draw for Gerhard as well. 6 of spades would be interesting.
Do you know what? I'm a big fan of this double barrel here from Brent once this ace rolls off, but I'm only a big fan if he follows through on Bricks Tower.
Yeah.
It's one of them situations where we need to understand our second barrel a lot of the time into 2 players isn't going to work, but we can plausibly go for the third street on Brick Rivers, so that is not one of them.
Well, and the flush for Tom. He's had a great start to the tournament.
It goes tiny here, Brent. 2.1k, making it really look like he has like an ace queen, ace 10 type hand here. And Tom's just absolutely loving life. Had 9s fall already now, rivering the nut flush through the back door.
He's going to make it 5.2 this time.
5.2 this time, Tower. Yeah. Do you know what? If you get this on, I'm gone for the day. I'm done for the day. Going to watch the golf. Spurs are on a bit later. Put my feet up. Well, there's a 5k. Oh, is that 200s going on top? No, it's a bit more.
7.5 by the looks.
Makes it 7.5. And just going to be fold from both Gerhard and Brent here.
Yeah, that's the progressive bounty. Is it? That's a progressive knockout. That's harder to do live than it is a bounty tournament where the mystery prizes are pulled in an envelope. The progressive knockout I've seen run twice now, both in Ireland, and obviously you favour the person that knocks somebody out when you up the chips, when you stack them. Obviously it doesn't exactly be half because you won't be able to have 50p's and stuff like that. So it's in favour of the player that does the knocking out. But that's a PKO, that's a progressive knockout. They can be run, but they're a little bit harder to run. But the mystery bounty, certainly getting very popular now.
Hard in the cut-off, ace 5 makes it 200. And going to get 3 bet from Stephen here. Into 800, and that should be the end of that, unless Tom wakes up with something. Oh, Gerhard is going to come along. Raises the ace-5 and peels the 3-bet out of position with ace-5 off. Very loose and going to literally get himself in a bit of bother now. And this is the problem. Just let it go. Trying to open to 2 big blinds, but once we get 3-bet, just fold this hand. We're on an hour clock. We're going to have so many spots throughout the day to pick, which are going to be better than peeling this hand out of position. Gerhard obviously wanting to get involved. And now definitely going to lose a few chips in this coup. Seems like a really good field as well today. If you are watching, could fly up potentially. It seems like it's going to be a really good tournament.
Just over 50, 53 in at the minute. Pretty decent start to the main.
Spades on the end here. Has Stephen got the 3rd street in him? Yes, he has. Good to see. A lot of wrecks may usually check back this spot, but I'm really happy to see Stephen going for it here. Coast tiny as well, 1.5, so Gerhard flicks in the call and sees the bad news. And same as what we saw from Alistair about half hour ago, this all comes down to just peeling the hand we shouldn't be peeling to a 3-bet out of position. And the fact that we've ended up bleeding more chips away down the streets, and it's fine to fold, guys. We don't need to win every pot, don't need to be in every hand. You're going to get so many spots throughout the day on this structure. All about preserving that stack, just taking out your table, how they're playing, and then waiting for your opportunity, rather than just trying to get in the mix all the time and potentially bleeding some chips away.
That's a full tray of drinks.
That's holding that.
There's about 20 drinks on there. Big TR's on the left hand side. Winner in Manchester.
Yep.
Manchester?
Yep, it was Manchester Tower.
Big TR.
Beating John heads up. The old Scouser.
Big TR.
8-4 for Vidas, wants to limp on the button. Tom in the small with the Queen 7. Checks his option. Alistair with the Queen 10 in the big blind. Check as well.
Love that idea.
What's that?
She's put a dozen different drinks on the tray and nobody's ordered them, and whichever you want you can take.
Ah,
What a good idea that is. I tell you what, that's using your noggin.
that is actually.
I like that. See, you get the best service when you come up to Edinburgh. A great idea.
So you want me to raise on your phone? So it's going to be the last hand of the 100-100 level, and then we're going to move into level 2 of the day. Been a good session so far for Tom Gill and Vidas, Paul Green as well. Going to be a lot of confidence as well. It's massive. Like when you win a poker tournament, like you just bloom with confidence and you feel like you play well in a lot of spots. You're making good decisions, and it really can be a big confidence boost having a deep run a couple of days before a main event. And look out for Paul.
Gerhard's got trip 2s. No action from anywhere else.
7 deuce under the gun +2.
Aye.
Just flops trips.
That's what you want, some line riders playing into you. And Queen of Clubs on the turn. We'll keep Varnis involved because he's got the up and down straight draw, but we've got trip 2s and a flush draw now. 88% equity on the turn, Gerhard. Just calls again. River pairs. He's got to call this. He has to call it. Yeah. King Eye. The old 7 deuce game. Get a pony off the rest of the players. Change of dealer. Will it be an £100 flip? Like it was last night. And we get followers at the Tower 68 on Twitter and at Just J, and then on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, where all the action is.
Yeah, at Grosvenor Poker, Facebook and Twitter /GUKPT for Twitch and YouTube. We'll get notifications as well if you follow or subscribe every time we do go live for the stream. Even get an email myself, I do, when we're on.
It's me, I'm on. Jack 2 coming in. Oh, that's Vidus, so that makes sense.
Ace 9-9, 2 diamond board. Vidus turning flush draw on the Queen of Clubs. It checks through once more, and 9 on the river, so Vidus playing the board here. The W7s goes for some thin value with a boat, but Vidus playing the board, not calling off. Stephen, with the A7 out of the way.
Raise 700.
Eight deuce for Vidus here, raising to 200, and Paul going to put in a light 3-bet here with a Jack 9. Maybe knows Vidus is getting a bit out of line and opening too light. Just mixing in a lighter 3-bet here. Jack 9 off, probably not one that's going to be in there. But Paul just happy to go for it against Vidus, and has actually been called by 2 worse hands here in a 3-bet pot, and somehow Jack 9 off is the best of it here, even on the 7-4 free board. Gut shot for Phil. Phil going to come along with the 8-5. Vidus out of the way with the 8 deuce. So Vidus is out of the hand, guys. He's not in the hand. It's actually Phil in the hand. There we are. There we are. It's right now. Back to normal. So Paul actually turned in top pair here now, and fires for 1.7, and action on Phil with a gut shot just out of the way as he should be.
Ali Bang, how you doing, Jay and Tower? Hope you're both well. We are indeed. Since I've been here, I've walked 41,000 steps.
It's probably, I've been here longer than you by a day, and it's probably, I'd say, 5 times as many steps I've done since I've been here. The only steps I've done is the walk from the break to the bar when I've been playing, and same in the comms booth. That's all I've done, and across the road to the hotel.
41,000
That's
steps.
a lot of steps.
Yeah. And to be fair, most of them are in the rain. No. Tuesday was dry. Tuesday was very dry. Well, Linus has got himself into a bit of trouble here. Stephen raises to 300 with the Kings.
Just clicks it, makes it 5.
Absolutely. Makes it 500. Paul Green. Probably see a flop. Might even raise it up.
It's only 5 BBs. We're in position here, and I'm probably going to pill this deep as Paul, like especially Vidas being the 3-better, just clicking it to 500. Paul's actually 4-bet to 1.5. Now actually going to be back on Stephen here with the Kings.
Here comes a 5-bet.
Yeah.
And that'll do it. Matt Davenport cashed again in the Omaha.
Yeah, I saw.
He's top of the NPL at the minute.
Ed with the ladies, Vidas has made it 200. Ed
Some big hands coming in. Ace 10 again. Ace 10 suited in the same suit as well.
Yeah, this is just exploit sizing from Ed here, Tower. I haven't really played much with Ed over the years, but he's been regular on the tour for the last 5 years or so. But I'm guessing this is just exploit sizing versus Vidas. He knows how wide Vidas is going to be opening, and knows that Vidas' fold to 3-bet is going to be very, very low. So chooses to side up here, knowing that, and try and get more value from his top of the range hand. And that we do see Vidas pill and a 10-8 6 board, top pair, top pick, kick up for Vidas. Potential trouble brewing for him. Like, once more, this is a spot Ed can definitely check here. Like, Vidas should have the 6s, 10s, 8s more often than us, but however, when our opponent's range is so wide, even in a 3-bet coup, we're happy to just bet and try and get some value from some 9-7s, some 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited, 10-9 suited, 10-7 suited, all these hands, Queen Jack, Jack 9, that Vidas probably will pill. I think he's the type of player to pill these, the suited variety at least. So if I'm Ed here, I'm just going to go for max and go bet, 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 try and get this in by the river, assuming it don't bring a 4-liner to a straight. So fires for 4.5 on the turn, and Vidas just makes a very, very good laydown there. Fair play to the man. Really nice fold from Vidas there with the ace 10. Makes a very, very good fold. Didn't think he was going to pass turn there, Tower.
He did. Not happy about it. That was the correct thing to do.
Ace queen for Paul, makes it 400. And his clubs in the big, Vida's happy to defend. C5 is going to be Phil. Someone coming to the table.
I'll flame over it, bro. I'm still fit. I'm still fit.
4 diamonds on the turn. Incoming player into seat number 5. Good afternoon and welcome to Edinburgh GUKPT main event. There's 61 runners in so far. We have a full ring. We had a full ring in the first level in GUKPT this year? Don't think we have.
Not sure about that question, Tower.
Keep checking in now and again on Facebook if you're watching on the live stream on Facey.
You can call if you wish. 4,000. Get me raised.
So Ace King v Ace King here. Not much to do about nothing. 2 live suits here for Tom though. And that will be a chop.
Chop it up. Sam Webb on Facebook says, afternoon Town and Jay, big well done to Paul Green on his win. Let's see if he can smash this Tony as well. You're not wrong. He won the minute, he's won a main before. But can he do it in the same week? It'd be incredible if he does.
Jack 8 for Phil. Just limping in, and Ed going to make it 4x. Ace King versus Ace King again. And Gerhard just choosing to flat. Really small free bet size in here from Vidas. Going to get the bad news once it comes back round to Ed, because with all this dead money in here now, Ed is going to be bumping this up for sure, Tower, especially with Vidas being the free better here.
Yeah.
We're just so ahead of the range of hands that Vidas may choose the small size with. We saw him free bet the 6s, 2.5x earlier on. So Ed probably around like the 3.5k remit, something that sort of size is what I'd choose here. So 3.4 is the 4-bet size from Ed, and now Gerhard here with the Ace King himself in a bit of a predicament, sandwiched between the 3-better and the 4-better. So just makes the laydown with the Ace King, and Vidas going to do the same. And that means Tom will get out of the way as well here, Tower, or at least he should be.
He should do.
Not going to be peeling the 4-bet out of position with Ace 8 of clubs.
Nice one. So Tom, good start, 34,000. Alistair down to 8.2.
Ace, 9 of spades for Ed, makes it 4.
I'll change photographs. 3, please.
8-8-3 flop, 2 diamonds. So Ryder's going to come in for a bet, but he decides to check. 9 of diamonds on the turn.
Potentially going to get in a bit of trouble here now, Vidus, with top bet.
Eight of clubs.
That's actually a really good river for Vidus, meaning that they're going to chop this one up now. Ed just going to go for another street here, maybe hoping Vidus has like some 4s through 7s. Maybe even some 3x potentially. Ace for a space for Stephen, makes it 300 to go. Vidus makes the call with the ladies. And that's going to bring Paul in the big blind.
It certainly is.
Nice flop for Vidus after under repping his hand, just choosing to flat pre in the hijack, checks round to him, so we're going to be firing now. Feel confident we got the best of it. And 900 choice of size in here, around 80%. Gets it through.
Early stages Edinburgh, GUKPT 2022.
Right then, Cragnor, Vidus makes for some interesting watching, that's for sure.
He sure does. Big cash player is Vidus as well. But plays well in tournaments.
Five-way action here. after Vidas clicks it over a limp, +1 with the 6-5, and it gets the dream flop. Ace 6-6 rainbow, and continues, and not going to get action from a single player. No ace-x out there. Just going to take this one down. Everyone folding in quick succession, and he's like, what's going on here? I've raised 6-5 off, I've been called in 4 spots, I've flopped trips, and no one wants to come along.
There was somebody with the ace.
Steve with a 9-8 of hearts makes it 300, and Vidas chooses this small 3-bet size again.
Loves his min click 3-bet. This time he's got the 4s. And it comes 6, 7, 10.
What a flop here for Paul, and he's going to get at. Well, look at this actually. We've got Stephen flop nuts here. We've got Paul with a gut shot to the nuts and a flush draw, and we got Alistair here with a 9s pair and gut shot. So definitely going to be some chips put in this part, and it's actually Vidas peeling one with the 4s, Alistair calling with the 9s, Paul calling with a Jack-9 suited, and we're going 4-way to the turn here. 4 of diamonds is the action card in the deck. Can the dealer find it for us?
Pairs of 7 with a 7 of diamonds.
So Paul turning the flush now, redraw to the straight flush, has the best of it here. Stephen's not going to love this card, should be checking. Once we've been called in 3 spots here, and the board pairs and brings in the flush, like, I think we want to check the 9-8 here, but he's actually gone for a really small size in here. 7 pot.
That's a raise from Vidas.
And Vidas just going to attack that. Makes it 1 point. And this is going to put Paul in a tricky spot now, Tower, because we don't expect Vidas to ever raise like just a bare 7 here, so it's either a bluff or we're probably behind our Jack-9 of diamonds. But against this particular opponent, Paul just thinks we're way too high up to be folding, and I think I agree, versus Vidas, who's more than capable, and maybe might do this with a 7, especially once Stephen opts for a 7th pot choice on the turn. So maybe we can start raising our 7x against that size. Don't expect a hand better than a 7 to ever go that small. However, Stephen does have the straight on this occasion. I just fold here as Stephen. It's horrible, but the key factor is we've gone 4-way to the turn. We've been called in 3 spots on the flop. There's got to be at least 1 flush draw out there, some sets, potential 2-pair possibilities. But it's very hard for us to ever be winning here with the 8-9, and a lot of the time we are going to be drawing dead, which is the case. And now what's the play on Brick Rivers here, Stephen? Obviously check.
Got to be a check.
Yeah. He's never leading here in a million years, and Vidas checks as well. And Paul was the Jack-9 of diamonds. Bit of a dicey spot here, thinking of what we're trying to get called by, but he's going to choose to value bet here. Looks fairly small, 2.1k into 10.2, so opting for 20% sizing and getting this price. Stephen now with the 8-9. It's a gross spot, because if Paul sizes up, we've got a pretty easy fold, but getting 6-1 here on our money, only need to be right around 16% of the time to make this call fine. But does Paul ever bluff this size, and does he ever value bet a 7? Probably not. They're the 2 things we need to ask ourselves. And going to see the bad news after flopping the nut. Stephen was up against the flush draw.
Unlucky.
But I think we have to pass to Tower after Vidas raised, and there's a cold call from Paul, who can plausibly have boats, flushes, uncapped range for Paul Green. I think the 8-9 should hit the muck. But Stephen would have had his reasons for continuing. Just unfortunate turn card for him.
Afternoon call on YouTube. Do Grosvenor casinos do normal tourneys at their casinos live or just big ones nowadays? Depends which casino you're at, Col. What is your local? Most of them now are starting to get up and running with local comps again.
You should be fine, Carl, wherever you are. Most of the locals, as Tara said, unless you're in Great Yarmouth, actually, that's the only one I think that doesn't run the
coming back from COVID and the lockdown. A lot of staff obviously left the industry. And looking at yourself in Coventry, unfortunately, Coventry is one of them, but they don't do local tournaments. Don't know why the tournaments finished in Coventry. Unfortunately, the local comps are not running in Cov at the minute. I think it's a staffing issue and not being able to run tournaments at the moment in the Rico. It's a fantastic building, and I'm sure when the casino get the right number of staff to be able to run local tournaments. I know they started them, then they stopped them. It's a bit of a shame.
Well, we've got action here, Tal. Just going to cut you short because this is going to be a biggie. We got Tom and top pair, top kicker, and Vidas flopping bottom set in a 3-bet coup. So this is going to be action here, and Vidas clicking it on the ace 10-9. Very unorthodox with his size-ins. That could potentially slow the action down a little bit, and it does go check, but as soon as Tom checks back this turn, we have to value bet this river as Vidas. Our 9s are just going to be the best hands so often here, and goes for near pot size in 5k into 5.7. Now Tom is going to be in the blender in this spot because this is not a nice spot, because we don't expect Vidas to ever go this size, like with ace queen for example, so we don't ever beat any value for this size. However, what are the bluffs here in this spot after he clicks it up on the flop? Main bluffs on the flop going to be some flush draws, some jack queen, some jack 8 suited, these type of hands which are going to probably check this river because they do have a little bit of showdown perhaps. This is a really gross spot here for Tom that makes a really good decision and really good lay down there, and Vidas shows him the 9.
8-9. Good fold from Tom. Yeah, it's a shame about the Rico. The Rico started with comps on the way back after lockdown, but decided that it was either a staffing issue or whatever it was that couldn't see the tournaments running, so they decided to stop them. I don't know why. Yeah, the Goliath is definitely alive. We've got a full schedule of Goliath, which we'll show you after this hand. We were back in full force for Goliath. You've just had a deep stack, you've got a 25-25 coming up. So yeah, they are the bigger comps at the moment at the CBS Arena. But unfortunately, your local comps at the moment, you would have to travel. Probably Walsall and Birmingham being the closest. With the numbers in the deep stack, maybe they might think about bringing back the local tournaments, because you've been smashing it in Coventry lately. A7-4 flop, rainbow. Six-way to the flop. You don't see that very often. And we've checked all the way around. Ten of spades to turn. So Tom has the best of it. Top pair, decent kicker. Phil's got none of it. Vidas got a good shot. And Stephen's got the old 7 deuce. Bet from Tom. And that should... Oh no, Neil comes in for a call with a 10. And goes check, check. So looking at Goliath, you said, is it coming live? Yes it is, here it is, all there. All the information all the way up and down there. Starting off with GUKPT. There's plenty of streaming going on. We've got the ladies event on day 2 on the Saturday. We'll be doing the high roller. and heading into Goliath Fly B on the Saturday. We'll have the High Roller Day 2 and the Goliath on the Monday. We'll have Goliath Fly D on the Tuesday. Wednesday, Joker's Wilds on at tea time. He needs help in the comms box if you want 10 minutes.
On the Thursday though, I'm going to be hopping in the staff comp.
Are you?
Yeah. Jim, I was speaking to Jimmy, man. Yeah, going to play a staff comp. Yeah.
I'm not taking Wednesday off. There's none of that. Is there a tag team?
No, it's just a staff comp. £50.
Is there a tag team comp there? Did we have a tag team as well?
There's a quad team.
We played the tag team last time.
Tag team. There we
what
are.
did we do?
Tour on the Sunday.
Oh, we bubbled.
We bubbled.
Who lost it? Who lost it? Plenty going on at Goliath. Cannot wait yet again. Looking forward to it.
I'll tell you what, if it was that bad, you get a better partner this year. You find someone else who'll team up with you for the tag team. You want to? Yeah.
I've got no mates. I've got no mates.
You give Norman Chad or Lon McLaren a call and see if they'll
I'll see him.
they'll pop over.
See if they'll nip over. You've got to beat Patrick Antonius yet.
Yeah, that is still probably one of the highlights of the old commentating career for me. Very lucky to do some comms with Patrick. We've got a bit of action here. Top pair for Tom, middle set for Paul and Gerhard with bottom pair gut shot. That's going to be getting out of the way off this action. Just a good fold there with the top pair. Gives Paul Green a credit. Phil limping in, Ed ISO in with the ace king. Makes it 400. Neil going to come along in the big and Phil limp calling the jack 7 off. King 10-8, 2 diamond board here. And expect Ed to be continuing here. Freeway, definitely a ball we can size up on as well. Maybe closer to like 2/3, 800, 900. Sizing that we could potentially go here as Ed, but it looks like he's going to opt for even bigger. Closer to 3/4, 1.1. Like the choice to size up on this board though, Freeway from Ed. Neil calling here with the middle pair backdoor nut diamonds, and that's going to bring Phil along with the gut shot with the jack 7. He does pick up a pair on the turn. Ed's still with the best of it here. Jack 9 suited completing, maybe some 7-8 of diamonds as well in there, but other than that shouldn't really change too much this turn here for Ed. We're in front on the flop a lot of the time. We're still going to have the best hand here on this turn, so happy to go for a second street here, try and get some value from some king queen, king jack, potential diamond draws. Not going to let queen jack realise equity for free either, so fires once more. And Neil makes a good laydown with second pair, and now Phil's got an easy fold after not picking his gut shot. Should have passed the flop Phil, but maybe just wanted to see one more card. But no, it's an easy fold here for Phil with the jack 7. I expect to see the laid out. But Ed, as the raiser here, has just got a lock on this board in terms of range. He can have all the sets, ace king, king 10. Even 10-8 suited can be in there.
There we go, we're balancing tables. Numbers coming through the doors all day long. Don't forget layer edge all day long. We are moving Tom. Tom Gill is on the march. Big blind move. Go and balance the tables. Started well as Tom. Probably didn't want the table change, but part of the game. Good luck, everybody, he says.
68 in so far, Tower.
Awesome.
Good little start to the day. Already had 7 re-entries
Really?
in the first
Wow.
session. And 7 re-entries.
Try and get some of those names.
Yeah, we'll get the list filtered through to us, guys. When we come back after the break, we'll try and keep you notified of players busting out on the outers. You are railing anyone today. As Paul makes it 400 with the ace-9 of clubs. Gerhard in with the 4s. Stephen and Vidas both coming along as well. 4-way action after both blinds get out of the way.
King, Queen, 8.
So Vidas flopping best here in the form of top pair. Not too much going on for Paul other than some backdoor club possibilities. Does obviously have the stronger range, opening under the gun on the King, Queen, 8 rainbow board, but in a 4-way coup knows that less likely is C-bets getting through against 3 players, so just decides to check. Now Vidas, after checking this one back on the flop, now going to try and extract some value from worse. Obviously, it wouldn't peel the King 4 off on the button, but we are ever in this situation. I'm actually a big fan of the check from Vidas on the flop. We'll need to mix in some top pair checkbacks, and if we're ever sat there with a King 4 on this board, even in the multi-way coup, can definitely mix in some checks with it. Earlier, Razor Kev, 444 is the line, and I've taken the unders. Can I buy out?
What?
Yeah, 444's the line, and I've taken the unders.
444?
Yeah, 444. I reckon it's going to be a good line, Tower. I think you'll be surprised this week. I think you'll be surprised.
444?
Yeah, you heard it.
Well, you took the unders.
Yeah, I'll take
That could
the
be a
unders.
good line.
I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close.
What, within how many?
I reckon it's going to be within 20 either way of that. I reckon.
Good luck. Four, 4.
What, you reckon the unders then?
Absolutely.
What would your line be, Tower?
Right, heck. 350.
350 for Tower. A 3-bet from Alistair gets called in 2 spots. Gerhard's in with Queen 10 off. Vidas is in with the King 8 suited.
Jack I flop, Jack 4-2.
Yeah, really nice for us with the ladies here, over paired to the board. Very dry board texture. So happy to continue here. Don't need to go too large on this board. 2.2, like the size in choice here from Alistair. Credit where it's due. Nice little half pot sizing in the 3-way coup here. And, unfortunately for him, Norm Vidas
Throwing a few chips back, Alistair.
Gerhard can continue.
How did QPR finish in the season? Where did they end up?
I don't know.
Mid-table?
Don't follow that league.
QPR Rotherham United next year. 6 points for Rotherham. Great start for the season.
QPR Championship. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
they are. I know you don't look that far down.
I actually don't. I actually weren't sure whether they're in League One or
It's going to be a
Championship.
tough Towers treble this weekend.
Is it?
Well, there's hardly any football. It's
Well,
going to be tough.
we're on form after the last one.
Yes.
Good bit of form.
Might have to be a staggered Towers treble.
Raise 600. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Here's 7 for Neil.
Vidus peeling the 3-bet with the 8-4 off. Flopping top pair.
8-5-2. Bets 1,000.
Just going to be an easy call for Vidus. Neil's got some really nice backdoor possibilities, but Vidus just smashes the turn. 4 of clubs rolling off. Oh, it gets there. Backdoor wheel.
Really nice river. It goes check, check.
He's checked it. Worried about a 6 for Vidus.
2 pair on the turn. If he bets the turn, he gets it through. QPR 10th. I've got a day out in Middlesbrough next year. Richie P. He was on Middlesbrough, blew it in the, didn't get the playoffs.
So going to watch the
mighty Rotherham United at Middlesbrough. We could be at Sunderland again. They're in the playoff final.
The other good thing, you come into the League Cup draw second round because you're in the Championship now.
Wow.
So you might draw more chance of pinging a Premier League team.
Norwich. Looks like we're going to be at Leeds. Forest. Oh, I tell you what, it ain't going to be easy.
Could be back to League One next season.
Smallest club by a mile in the Championship next year.
No. What about Luton?
I actually think Luton have got a bigger fan base.
I think Luton, like how Luton have done as well as they have this season, I think it's incredible. It's
yeah, Blackburn Rovers. There's some big teams in that Championship. There might be a lot of Towers Trebles next year with teams who are playing against Rotherham United. It could be just the way it is.
Could you just imagine if Luton managed to get through the playoffs and were in the Premier League though? That would be just one team you'd never think would get there.
Yeah.
We could do a GUKPT and then go and watch the football. So 15 minutes to go, guys, for the first session. Be a new feature table as always when we return. Get some fresh faces on here. It's been actually fairly decent for a first session of the day. Usually very quiet, but Vidus being in the mix means it's been a bit of a dynamic around the table. 7-5 off this time, +1 makes it 200 to go, and being called in 3 spots. Alistair calling hijack Queen 10, Phil 10-9 off on the button, and Gerhard gets involved as well. King Jack, rainbow board, so not much for anyone here apart from Alistair, who has flopped the up and down straight draw, and I'm not sure what Gerhard's up to here. Donkin for 600 on this board with just 7-8, no draw here. Really not too sure what we're thinking as Gerhard. All these players in this pot could plausibly have a King X type holding, and we've got the weakest range on this board, defending out the big blind, and still decides to lead into the field. 3 of diamonds on the turn. And Alistair can definitely have a king here. Like it's probably going to work if he double barrels, but it's just burning chips this line in the long run. Well, Alistair is going to call still with his up and down straight draw. 7 or 8 on the river.
Well, it's the ace for the completion.
Now check from Gerhard.
Yeah, that's handbrake on.
Yeah.
No more chips in the middle. You might as well take it now, Alistair.
Just donks the 7-8 4-way on King Jack, and then continues on the free turn. Love to see it. Credit for trying.
And put a bit of a sweat on, looks like he's got a decision, and then wanging them up.
Like he's got a jack, like he's got the Queen Jack, Jack 10 type holding.
Yeah. Tim Buckley says on Facebook that Towers Treble's going to have to be on Sunday because there's no games on Saturday. So we're doing a Towers Treble on Sunday.
Okay.
There we go.
Have we got the London schedule up on here somewhere, Tower? We will get it put up for you some point over the weekend, guys, and then. Oh yeah, need Luton first. I'm not even in London.
Why?
I'm going to be flying out to Vegas.
What?
Do you not know yet?
What?
We got your replacement.
Whoa! No way, man.
Do we both know the GUKPT mini main and main in the Vic in June? It won't be on the app because it only goes month by month, so May will be in the app at the moment. But I think if we go for the schedule for the year after this hand, information might just be on there regarding buying, so we'll have a look at that. But it's Luton next, and we'll have Luton to show you during this weekend. Luton at the end of May, and the hand is over. So 2022 looking like this. So there we go. We're in Edinburgh right now. The Vic's got a G400, £400 buying. Coventry, Leeds, Liverpool on the same weekend, and then Luton's £1,000 main event, GUKPT plus. It's a 10-day festival, so there'll be plenty. You did the mini and the main, and the
loads going on.
Also,
High roller, I think's even in there as well.
Berryhill Road, Hill Street, Reading, and Glasgow, and then the Vic in June is a £1,000 main. The end of June to the beginning of July, where Jay's going to be playing the main event in Las Vegas. Is the mystery bounty on when you're there?
Yeah, I'm playing the 1 mil as well. The mystery bounty 1 mil. I'm definitely not missing that one tower for sure.
Just to let you know, I finish on the 3rd of July.
Yeah.
All right, we all do.
Yeah.
We all finish on 3rd of July.
Yeah.
On the 4th.
Yeah.
When you got the mill ball.
Yeah.
Tower.
Yeah.
Holding. Big hit. Private jet's on its way. It's on its way. We'll see you for the main. Does anybody do that anymore?
No, I don't think so.
You asked the kids what's that? What's one of them?
Now?
Nobody does that anymore.
Just give us a call.
Imagine getting the bounty. Whenever you get a bounty out, can you just live stream it for us?
Yeah, of course, I'll record it. Of course.
Send it to FaceTime. I'm just about to open the envelope. But there's plenty there going on for the rest of the year for GUKPT and the Vic, 23rd of June to the 3rd of July. Jay is on his way to Vegas to try and get one of the bracelet thingy bobs.
Soon comes around as well, so I remember speaking about it at the start of the year, and it's just like a month away now. It's absolutely flown this year so far.
Remember when you announced it in 2020 and shut the world down?
Yeah, I know. I'm off to Vegas this year. Oh, then COVID happened.
No, you're not.
I think it's like, oh, yeah, you're not going. It might have been the year I was going to do it in out there, so mate, it might have been a good thing. You don't know. You don't know. We'll find out when we get there this year. Vidas just folding after bricking the 9-high flush draw.
It's been Phil on the young +2. All folding round in turn. To Stephen, who calls with King 9 on the button. Jack 7-5 flop, 2 spades.
Over in the dinner break. Changes the thing. Is Chris not staying tonight? So how did you share the
We're heading towards the first break in play. And just under 10 minutes to go. Boots for guard in seat number 2. Vidus gets out of the way. Neil calls with the king queen off. King high flop. Oh, what a flop!
Jeez.
What a flop!
Gerhard just not been his day. Wow, he's bet 3k into 1.2 here. He's gone for the 2.5x pot and he's drawing nearly dead. Sees the king queen, has a little laugh, slams down the aces.
Stands up. And this extra 2% is needed.
Board needs to pair, or we need to see an ace basically on the turn, or king or queen, I guess, for Broadway outs. But basically looking for a 9 or higher on this turn to stay alive, and that is dead.
Dead on the turn.
With the aces.
Yeah, bites the dust.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate flop, like for us as Gerhard, but we should never have the 2.5x sizing, that's for sure. We don't need to go that large on that board. It's just only ever going to get action. Like ace jack, king jack can potentially fold versus that sizing. So it's one of those we're only getting action from better hands once we choose the extortionate 2.5x pot on the flop. But maybe just didn't want to see any scare cards come off. Sometimes that's how the brain may work in those situations.
DK says we need a Bristol event. You're not wrong. If only all them years ago Gala would have released Harbourside, it would have been amazing. Ten, 5, jack, flop.
I don't know what Ed's got. We're going to continue here.
Usually ace king.
So that's a bad shout.
Ace 9 for Neil. Not seen Ed's cards yet.
Yeah, this is a card that Ed's just going to check fairly high frequency. Though tower, like even with Jack X, so Neil, I'm just folding a 9 here. Like Ed's going to start checking some King Jack, some Queen Jack, some Ace Jack on this turn, as well as some over pairs, Queens, Kings, and Aces. Understanding that going to be like 2 street hand in these spots a lot of the time when the 3-liner to a straight comes out versus button range. So if we're nil here, just like to see a fold with Ace 9. We can't see what Ed's got, but I just think he's going to rock up with like King Jack, Ace Jack, Queen Jack so often here, and does make the laydown. We won't know if it's correct, but I agree with the fold from nil there. If I'm in that situation, I'm going to be letting it go.
Last 5 minutes of the session.
Ace Queen for Ed under the gun, makes it 300. James should be coming along with the 4s. Fruity race, mixing in free bet with the pocket fours versus gun open. Just expecting to see a call. James going to mix this one in to the free bet range. Does Phil just shove? That can't be right, can it?
There's only put one chip in there.
Yeah, it's got to be a cold call.
Yeah.
Yeah, so cold call.
Yeah, certainly not an 8k bet, that's for sure. You only put one chip in, so it can't be an 8k bet. You only put one chip in. So Phil's not all in C9 because he's folded.
Flop a 10, 7, 7. Rainbow. And James just continues and fours. Going to take that one.
Yeah. Not a 25k pot.
Yeah, stack's going to be slightly out.
Will get sorted. Hopefully all chip counts sorted as well. We're heading to a break.
Yeah, we are. 2 minutes time. We're going to head out. Probably a couple more hands.
Aye.
Riders raising to 200. James now with eights. Free betting once more. Looks like makes it 600. Cold call from Alistair.
Yep.
Cards aren't in the box, so hopefully Louis going to let him know.
Yes, called.
Done it for him.
And Riders comes along with a 6-4. Ace 9-4.
So the eights of James still in front, according what we can see. But Alistair obviously cold caller of the free bet. We'll have some ace X in here for sure. And James now just going to get out of the way with the eights. Cannot call here tower, or does overcall. Wow. Like it's ace 9-4 rainbow here. Like the way Alistair's been playing as well, he's just so often going to have like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, these type of hands that might cold call. And Vida's going to call once more because of the sizing. Like he might even have like a 9, a 10, 9 suited when he chooses this small size, but eights are just never going to be the best hand, and it's probably just like I said, ace jack, ace 10. These type of hands just have to fold the eights on the flop. Can't see how we can ever be in front once it goes bet call and ace 9-4 rainbow. Hopefully we'll find out. There it is, ace jack as mentioned.
Spot on. Looks like one more hand will squeeze in.
So last hand of the session.
Last hand.
And then 15-minute break today. 20-minute break.
20.
So we will be back at 10-2.
Guess what we'll be back with?
10-3. Cup of tea.
Presents.
Oh yeah, presents. I forgot about it. I'm going to come out here. It was like Christmas.
Thanks to Johnny Scott. As we played Aberdeen on the Monday. Good old Johnny. I think he's playing the Bounty on the Sunday.
So you're not playing the main?
Don't think he is. Don't think he is. But he might be playing this. Might be playing the satellite tonight. So we'll probably see him again. Saw him yesterday for a short time.
James makes it 300 with the Jack 10 +2.
Champion of the minute, Paul Green. Gets out of the way. Philly 9 comes along.
Yeah, been a very loose Phil this first session. Been getting involved a lot.
Early swells us off. 20-minute break. Which means we'll be back at 10-3, 250.
We will return after this hand is finished. It's like smooth FM on in the background, isn't it? 8-7 deuce flop, 2 spades.
Not much for anyone here.
No,
James.
one bet should win.
With his 2 overs and gut shot. But Stephen
coming for the call.
Stephen's donked with the dummy end gut shot. He's been called by the Jack 10 and the King 5 of hearts with the overcall here floating the flop. So the King 5 actually in front here somehow and checks through on this Queen of Diamonds turn.
Oh, the Jack gets there on the river.
And the Jack of Clubs giving James the best hand now. Oh, that's just the 6-4 with the donk and then the call and the overcall with the King High, no draw. It's not a good advert to get down and play this comp if you've got the money to spare, guys. It's great. Live poker will never die
ever.
And James going to take the last hand of the session
Awesome.
back at 10-3, guys, with a new featured table. We will see you then.
See you then. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's been sunshine all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdour. There's Aberdour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet because Jay has a bit of a bad throat and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play, enjoy it. With my mate Johnny Scott, there he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is a first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water.
I do.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Aberdour. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Putting for birdie. No way! Oh!
Here we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2's only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Edinburgh. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Edinburgh. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Edinburgh. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan. Ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, you're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods.
Hey!
Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go downhill.
Oh, oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, wow. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right, thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left.
How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3-wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3-wood apparently, so...
I have a 3-wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that... Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining and I know it's cloudy and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline, and yes, it's raining, but I don't really care to it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187? 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shots, Aberdour 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I lost a ball right.
It's literally street doom. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's... It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
There we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Let's, I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Thin high.
Then high. A few problems with trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to far on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdour, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come. And hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played alright. Loved coming to Aberdour. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket?
Okay, I'm going to be playing 1 2 2.
Oi, oi, oi! That was a surprise. I didn't expect that golf video to be done and ready, and I didn't move. I had to watch it myself. Great work from PK. We did a bit of footage from Aberdour. If you didn't see it, we'll stick it on again. It was just nearly a 15-minute clip of Aberdour. If you didn't see it because you went for a cup of tea like Jay, then we'll stick it on again during some part of the breaks. But some good footage. Thanks to Johnny Scott for the invitation to Aberdour. Brilliant, really enjoyed it.
So new featured table.
Go on then, who we got?
We're underway.
Come on, tell us.
In 1 we got GDPR, DW. In 2 is Rob Franks, looking dapper as ever. In 3 Saeed Zaidi. In 4 Jamie Nixon. In 5 is Brian Clark. 6 Hakan Duman. 7 Matt Davenport. And in 8 is Alan Duncan.
Indeed. Rob Franks. He says it's not been windy until you've played Arbroath Golf Course.
Oh, okay.
And I don't even know where Arbroath is, but I think it's on the coast, and it's that way. So he said Arbroath, North Berwick, not a patch on Arbroath. So I'll take his word for it on the wind scale. But he's there, looking dapper. Matt Davenport, top of the MPL, cash this week. Jamie Nixon, Grosvenor Pro. Brian Clark, winner of GUKPT Blackpool 2008. By heck, some table.
Yeah, Jamie on a bit of form. May need to work on his heads up game though. He won't mind me saying that. Off the back of a few seconds.
3, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 seconds in 3 high rollers. Jamie on a bit of form. Saeed with the ace king just continues, takes that down. Next hand.
Go Weebrick. Afternoon, Paul Worsley, the Weebrick himself. Brian Clark sat in seat number 5. Lived in Blackpool 45 years. Still got the thickest Glaswegian accent ever. Numbers in the Maybury at this moment in time. 77.
Top pair here for Brian and up and down for Jamie, so going to have a little bit of action, although it is a blind on blind. Jack on the turn. King of Diamonds on the river, and Jamie here with just 5 high now. Check, and the ace is good for Weebrick. Ken though enjoyed the clips. Josh says better at golf than poker tower. Poker.
Better at golf than poker, you're not wrong. Oh, loved it. And Johnny Scott's playing again today.
Again?
Yeah, he's playing in a medal. He did tell me that they changed one of the pin placings. He says that when it comes the weekend and you've got the medal in place, you won't be able to go for the green, go for the pin. Good old Johnny, playing Aberdour again.
So ace jack for Rudd makes it 600, and Saeed just going to call with the king queen suited, and ace 10 here for Jamie on the button, not going to be going anywhere. Just happy to call. Can mix in a 3-bet squeeze with this hand as well, but call in fine as well. All about hand and mixture. But here is the 3-bet squeeze from Brian. Makes it 2.6. 4.5x sizing over the open. Could potentially go larger after a call and 2 opens. Back to Rab here. Ace Jack has to get out of the way now. However, Saeed definitely has a candidate that we can peel this deep with position. King Queen of Clubs, very nice playability, and we are deep enough with Brian to potentially see a flop, but thinks better of it. And Jamie gets out of the way as well, so Brian takes a nice one without having to go to a flop. Robbing the low jack makes it 600 with the king jack. Older ground to Matt Davenport in the pick, who should be defending the jack 10 off. Alright then, K-Man, the buy-in for this tournament,
750?
750.
750.
Tell you what, I better get the commands before Mick the Mod signs in. Tells me off. Get them done.
So Franks gets out of the way and it's correct. Well done, Mr. Rob.
Sorry? No, not that hand. No, we're talking about previous. I'll give her the previous hand. That kind of sorry? Not last night, yeah, no, I was just like doing a Budapest. I was straight from that here last night. Good one. Sorry? Good one. Very good, yeah. Well, they're still out there for the rest of the week. I flew back in, they flew
Pocket 10, so wrap it under the gun. Get it open. 600.
Budapest are really nice city as well.
And Brian with threes, peeling in the cut-off. Alan defending in the big with the king 8 off, 3 away. Tens of Rab still best and continues. Let the king 8 and 3s get out of the way. How are we doing? Gully Math says Rab was playing the monster PLO cash games in Blackpool last year, 30/40k in the pot, pre-flop. All the Scots were at the table just playing, and he thought money was just moving around the table and hardly any poker was being played. Didn't recognise Rab.
cash today, free rolling now. Yeah. Or do you just get the buy-in on time? I'm just about to cover the buy-ins. Just about, yeah. Pay, yeah. Your own pocket. I've got through on mine.
King 10 for Jamie. Probably happy to open this one in the low jack once folded to. Makes it 500. Alan coming along with the 8-9 off in the small, and Rab going to call with the 8-3 of hearts in the big blind. Ace Jack 7 rainbow board here, so it should be going the way of Jamie most of the time. Probably a board we're going to have plenty of continues on, even in a three-way coup. Equity to the nuts. Ace high board going to be a lot better for us, and does get both hands to fold. Did have the best bit with the king high. Where's my present?
I was watching the golf.
Oh,
sorry, I forgot.
I just remembered.
I was watching the golf. There's a break. There's an extended break after the next session. So I had to watch the golf. I've not seen it. He's done his pretty altogether. Superb work done by PK. Brilliant. We'll stick it on again at the dinner break.
So you're going to make me wait another 2 hours
Worth the wait.
before I find out?
It's worth the wait. You wanted new pings, didn't you?
It's a new tailor-made sim driver. Old 30 handicapper rocking about with.
Well, they're on to the stealth now. They've made a new one.
Oh, have they?
Yeah. Tailor-made stealth is a new one. Thanks, Chris Cheney, watching on YouTube. Good afternoon, guys. Good to see you back live at GUKPT. Suffer from mental and physical health. Don't get to play much these days due to health reasons. Keep up the good work.
Cheers, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Hope you're alright, young man. Start watching the live stream from Edinburgh this week. The boys are here, back in town. It's not raining at Edinburgh today. I've had a picture. Hey, Trosney. Trozani. How was the golf? It was amazing. We did a video. PK's put together the montage of Abadawa already. We'll show you that again at the dinner break. Fantastic. Rained all day, but it was great. Nearly got all in one. Hit the flag. Rolled past the hole.
That would have been
I was
some story.
jumping about.
Imagine getting that on film with you.
I was nearly jumping about and everything. No, it was good. Really enjoyed it. And then played North Berwick on Tuesday with Tom Gill, who's playing today, and Jim Gray, old Jambo. I don't know if you get to play North Berwick up here because it's there's a walk on. It's £200 a round. You need to find some kind of member to play that.
What, Tom got you on, yeah?
He did.
Member there, Tom?
Yes. And believe it or not, because he's local and because he's a member, it works out at £15 a week to play one of the nicest courses I've ever seen in my life. the green fees for the year is £700 a year.
That's right.
Which is ridiculously cheap for what it is. Amazing. Hiya, Sam. Is all in Vin in the house? No, he's not. Not made it up to Edinburgh this week. He has not played any event, not the side events or anything. He's not in the building. Might be playing Luton next week, next month. We'll have to see. 5-way action.
Yeah, Matt just choosing to flat the tens here after EP open and flat. And a bit of action because got top pair up and down here for Brian. We've got a flush draw and gut shot for Rob and Matt with the overpair here. So potential fireworks this hand, and Matt with the tens here, 5-way has to bet this one. Want to try and thin the field down, get a bigger share of the equity within a pot in a heads up or 3-way coup. And obviously start ranging opponents as well, thinking about hands they can have. Check call potentially, the times that we do go to turns. And does get called in 2 spots here. So with Brian and Rob.
Yeah, Weebrick's never folded. Oh, ping, really good turn.
Definitely not folding now. And with Rob in here, Rob can have plenty of 5x here. Matt will know this, and it's just going to be a clear check here for now for Matt, and we're just going to hope we get to showdown and somehow our 10s are good. Not going to be investing another penny in this pot. 9 of spades on the river, and Rob checks it, and Brian is going to fire here with the will, and just a snap fold from Matt. Knows that that turn card not going to be good. Deuce maybe sometimes get bluffed by some front door hearts, but very difficult for us to ever be in front there with the 10s. The way the hand's played, just a quick fold from National League lead up Matt Davenport. Sixes for Alan.
And, C1 is Danny. He will get changed. Big Rob. Oh, kudos to Rob as well. He's doing the 100 press-ups a day challenge for me.
100 press-ups a day?
I have no idea why he does it. Well, it's some kind of...
Actually, I guess like you could do 10 every like hour or something. I guess you don't have to do them all at once, right?
I don't know. Can anybody do 100 press-ups in one go?
Yeah.
Can they?
Yeah.
Who's daft enough?
Like all those people that are gym junkies can probably do 100 press-ups in a row.
Kudos to big Rob Franks. He's doing the 100 press-ups a day challenge for me. I think it's for prostate cancer or something like that.
I think there was a video of Eddie Hall doing 100 press-ups in a row.
Eddie Hall?
And he's world's strongest man, so he's got to press like 25 stone each time.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I can do press-ups from my knees.
I think we all can, Sal. Well, God, good luck to Rob.
Well done, Rob. Keep it going, pal. Keep it going. Some kind of challenge that was out there. He's a fit lad.
And 10s for Brian, makes it 600 under the gun. Rob getting into the mix with the Queen 10, and Rob here with ace Queen on the button. Not going to go anywhere. Probably veering more towards flat versus under the gun open, but can mix in a free bet some of the time as well, especially if our opponent is opening a lot of hands. We might veer more towards free bet, but flat and fine as well. And Rob deciding to free bet on this occasion. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's going to get a call from Brian, and the Queen 10 will now get out of the way. And it's heads up to the flop. 3-bet coup here between Rob Franks and Brian Clark.
Jack 9 deuce.
So no help there for Rob. Does have the better lead though, does still have the stronger overpairs in our range. It's the 3-better. So good to fire. 1.6, like the sizing choice as well. Can always size down in these 3-bet situations. We have position as well, so potential to check back turns and see a free river, see if we can ping off an ace or a queen. And it's the check behind on the turn. 9 of clubs on the river, so Brian here with the best of it. And really like this from Brian. Nice little small block bet here for just under 20% pop with the 10s. And gets it through. Kendo says he dislocated his shoulder, and for rehab press ups were recommended.
No.
Done 20 press ups every hour between 9 AM and 2 PM. Certainly doable for 100 press ups a day.
20 press ups every hour between 9 and 2 PM. Certainly doable.
I'd go even further. I'd do 4 press ups every 12 minutes just to make it a bit easier. Do the 4. have a 12-minute break. Do another 4.
Ian says, tell what was Jay's gift. Shall I go and fetch it?
Yeah, go get it, Tal.
Shall I?
Do you want, yeah.
Shall I have 2
Do you
minutes?
want to bring the waters on the way back as well?
I will. I'll bring the waters.
We'll see. The legend himself. If Ian Roberts asks, we do anything for Ian Roberts. Star of the show on the live stream.
Absolutely.
Still not seen anything better than what Ian pulled off a couple of months ago.
The old 6-bet.
The old 6-bet rip with the ace 10. Jamie with the ace king in the small hip. Cut off button, small blind dynamic. Nice big 3-bet size, 4.5x. Like to see it once it's been an open and a call. And action back on Rob here. It does have deuces, but with Jamie only working with 38 bigs now. After he 3-bets, and Saeed going to have pretty easy fold with king 10 off here. And that one going the way of Jamie Nixon.
Back in 2.
Right, Tower's going to get the waters and my present. I hope it's worth it.
It's a present.
Yeah, oh, just...
Yeah, on Christmas morning, do you open a present? God, don't want that.
Well, I wouldn't say it. In my head I might think it.
Everybody thinks that at some point. You just don't say it out loud. Back in 2.
So we'll leave you all in suspense. I'm in suspense myself. I just want an idea of what it could be. Matt with the deuces under the gun makes it 500 to go. King 10-7, rainbow. So dummy and get off a Hakan. Not much going on for the deuces of Matt, however, in terms of range, could potentially be the best board for us. It doesn't choose to continue. Jack of spades on the turn, bringing in double gut shot for the 9-7. Although, if the queen comes, ace would make the higher straight. And Matt checking once more. And a 3 of hearts on the river. So, don't know what Brian's got, but deuces here for Matt could potentially be good. Is Hakan thinking about having a stab at this one potentially with the 9-6 of hearts? Could comfortably value bet a jack here, even a 10 the way this hand's played. It does 5 for 2.1 and gets 2 hands to fold. So fair play to Hakan. Nice little bluff through there with the 9 height. Queen Jack for D, makes it 500 to go, and Brian here Ace Jack suited on the button. Just 3 bets to 1.3. And now Matt getting out of the way with the King 10 of diamonds after this action in front of him. And a bit loose here from D. Open Queen Jack off, +2, we get 3 bet. Should just be hitting the mark a lot of the time. I say it so much on stream. These offsuit Broadway holdings facing a 3 bet. Just going to get ourselves in a lot of trouble. Like the suited variety we're going to play because we've got that little bit more playability. Going to flop more draws, turn more draws, etc. But the offsuit, just want to be letting them go, especially on this structure. Just can't mention enough how good a structure it is and how many spots you're going to get throughout the day, rather than peeling dubious holdings out of position. Like fine to open, but once we get 3 bet, just let it go and move on to the next hand. We've only invested 2.5 bigs. Fine at this stage to let that go from our stack and just move on to the next one. Queen Jack for D, chooses to limp +1, so up to raise +2. Next hand chooses to limp +1, and I'm guessing if he's peeling a 3 bet out of position once he opens, he's definitely not folding to this raise of Hakan on the button, so he's limping to call. And Alan comes on with a King 10 of diamonds, as he should be, and that's going to bring D in with the Queen Jack off. Got some lively flops for action here potentially. Get some high cards on this board. Well, 10-9-3 is a little bit action. We got top pair for Alan, decent kick up, backdoor diamonds. We got backdoor flush draw and up and down for D. And Hakan here with the aces, 3-way, probably size up on this board. Can go 2/3, 3/4 potentially here on the 10-9-3, and Alan just moves all in here for 8.7k. With his up and down straight draw, and he's going to get snapped off when it comes back round to him. And D's got an easy fold here with a Queen Jack. Should be in the muck pretty soon. Like, just can't call here ever as D. Still got Hakan behind us. Like, potentially we'd have to put all 16k of our stack in here. We're never calling this 8.7k. Like, in terms of big blinds, it's 43 bigs. Just let our up and down go. Move on to the next hand. I'm really thinking about having a little gamble here early on. Guess if you've got the ready, so he is going to punt. He's going to have a little punt with a Queen Jack here with his up and down, and Hakan going to ask for a count here, and I can't see how Hakan folds aces in this spot here. No ace of spades either, which is good. Like, we can be up against some 10x and a flush draw. But it's tough. But like, our main worry here, we get, like, it's a limp from EP from D. Like, there's no 2-pair combos other than 10-9 suited. There's 2 combos of 2-pair. D's not going to have 10s or 9s because they're just going to open. So he's literally repping 5 combos here. He's got 10-9 suited twice, and then he's got the 3 combos of pocket 3. So he's got 5 combinations, and then he can have, if he's got Queen Jack off in there, that's straight away 16 combos. If he's got Jack 8 suited, there's another 4. If he's got spade draws, we can then add lots and lots more. So that's probably why I call here as Hakan, but decided to fold the aces, and he's going to see he was way ahead in this 3-way coup here. D, Queen and Jack live for him as well against the King 10, so the fact that he got the aces to fold is just great news for him. So we're going to see how this board runs out, but interesting hand here, guys. Aces fold him. Turn is the 6 of clubs. So King 10 still in front. Queen, Jack, King, and Ace to fade to the river. And it is a Jack. So the Queen Jack is going to bust the King 10. But more importantly, Hakan's aces would have held, and Hakan would have been early chip leader early on day one here. I'm really surprised to see him let the boots go. But like I say, obviously the King 10 diamond range of Alan could potentially have some more value there. But on that particular board, there's not really too much that D can ever have. And we're making a side pot with D for 16k, which is going to make back the money from the all-in against Alan the time that we are behind to him. We just absolutely crushed D because, like I said, it's only 10-9 suited and pocket threes he can have there, 5 combos. Then you've got a catalogue of combos of bluffs which he could potentially have if he's putting Queen Jack off in. It's as simple as that, really. Hakan there, maybe just a little bit too tight. It's hard to fold aces. I think maybe on a rainbow board, like when there's less combinations of bluffs, maybe lean more towards the fold, but then even still, it's all about D's range because we create that side pot of 16k with him, which means effectively all we need to do is beat D to make a profit in the hand. And then you got the times as well where Alan does just spew off of top pair and are ahead of him. But obviously had his reasons. Don't know if players have satellited in, if this is a big tournament for them. A lot of factors to take into account. Would have had a lot of things going through his head while making the decision there. Unfortunately, we can't always be correct in this game. That is just impossible. As we see Brian 3-bet to 1.3k here, facing the open from Jamie in the low jack, and a flop of 10-10 deuce, 2 spades. So nice little flop here for Brian. Prefer seeing 2 10s than 1s, and doesn't choose to continue here. Could have potentially come in for around a third. 6 of hearts on the turn, and if Jamie checks here, definitely going to see Brian bet, I think. Jamie might be thinking about targeting some ace highs here, some ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen type holdings here with the queen 8 of hearts. But the problem is, like, Brian on this board is going to call a lot of the time once with ace king, ace queen. So maybe Jamie is thinking about lining up a potential double barrel here. I don't think we're going to just lead with the queen 8 and give up on rivers. I think if we start leading turn, we have to barrel the river as well, really, to target the ace king, the ace queen, and then maybe like some of the time 7s, 8s, 9s that Brian does have on this occasion. But it's a really nice run out here for Brian, and Jamie making the assumption that Brian's probably going to bet like 7s, 8s, 9s here on the flop, as well as jacks through aces. So it looks like Brian's range is going to be very weighted towards ace king, ace queen, like that linear range of high cards. So just attacking that part of Brian's range. Unfortunately for him, Brian's hand's too good to fold here. After he checks back flop, has to make the call. Is he raised? He raises to 7k. And just a snap fold from Jamie Nixon. I was not expecting to see that. Here we go, he's back. He brought the water as well. He remembered the water.
Only face of water.
What we got?
That's from Johnny Scott.
What we got in here?
The free-handed. This is all from Aberdawa. This is from Johnny Scott. Just turn it round.
I do like a bit of shortbread.
Just turn it round. Proper Dean's. Apparently it's a product. All local products, by the way.
I'm just practicing for the mystery bounty in Vegas.
Your favourites?
Scottish tablet. I might not be having any of them.
Thanks for the sugar. One for Beak, there you go.
Proper, obviously.
And apparently it's the original recipe.
The original.
Which is hard to find.
Ooh, that feels like jam. Is that jam?
No.
Local honey.
Local honey.
Is there more? There's one thing left.
And that's something you need to use when you play golf.
Club cleaner.
A cleaner, correct.
Very nice.
One more.
Oh, there's another thing in there.
One more.
And it is a ball marker.
And look in the middle. Look in the middle. Aberdawa Golf Club. And you take it out. Take the middle out. Pin it out.
You can tell I don't have these, so you can tell I'll just use a 5p when I'm marking my ball. I got it. Figured it out. Big thanks to Jonathan Scott. That's very, very good gesture, and thank you very much.
There you go.
I will be putting on a few pounds today, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. And the honey is Edinburgh local honey. There you go. So we got a little present, but obviously you didn't turn up for golf because it was raining, and you didn't want to. We didn't want to see Tower nearly hole in one the second, and it was. Johnny Scott, thank you very much indeed. And he's still playing Aberdeen today. He's still on Aberdeen again today, which is brilliant. So yes, thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. There you go. Few little bits. Ian Roberts, have you read that? Ian Roberts has got 9 tickets for the Goliath. Is it still a maximum of 3 per day? Yes. Yes, it is. You'll be away until the Monday, so you only get 3 days and 3 double turbos is in. Well, if you don't use them, I'm not too sure if you can transfer them, or which I think you can.
Transfer them, sell them, save them till next year.
There you go. PK shouts in the background. You can transfer them to other people, you can sell them, or you can save them to next year.
Or use them.
Or use them all, which I'm guessing you will. Because 9's nowhere near enough, Ian, for you. So you need another 3. That's what I'd say anyway. That's what Andy told me to say. There we go.
So back to the action after a little slice of shortbread. That is lovely.
Alright, that is it.
With Saeed opening the 8-6 and flopping. Oh, sorry, defending the 8-6. It was B that opened on the button. B continuing for 600, and good to see Saeed just flat hit. Can have a complete equity lock on this board and potentially have our opponent drawing to less than 5%. So just want to flat, keep some bluffs in, hope they catch up in the form of like some potential top pairs on turns on rivers. It fires for 1.2. Here's the pitch roll from B.
Just in case.
Good. Made in Scotland from Gurges. Ian Roberts got 51st in the last Goliath Live, just behind the Haymaker.
Pocket 10s for Hakan, raises to 600. King Queen here for Matt, both options. We have all 3 options available here really. We can fold, we can flat, we can free bet. Can be player dependent. King Queen, never a bad hand to mix in a free bet with. Such great removal. And does free bet, makes it 1.7k. Hakan with the 10s, just going to be calling. Shouldn't really have much much else here other than a call. It's +1 versus +2. We're so deep with that, 150 bigs. So just want to be calling and taking a flop out of position. 337 rainbow. So board Matt going to be continuing on fairly often. It's dry, it's paired. Don't need to go too large either. Can choose a fairly small c-bet size on this dry texture. Looks like 1400, if that is the case. It's just north of third from Matt Davenport sizing choice, and Hakan just called in here with the 10s. Seeing the turn. Just the 2 of clubs here. Action still on Matt. We've still got the strong overpairs in our range. We're still going to have aces, kings, queens, jacks. These type of holdings. But need to start thinking about Hakan's range after he pulls the 3-bet and calls this flop. Definitely going to have some like 8s, 9s, 10s. Some floats potentially. Maybe some like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts, like with some backdoor flush draw in there as well. But Matt, knowing that he's just going to have the better range on this board, the only real hand we're worried about as Matt is pocket 7s. If we do want to go for the free barrel here with the queens now sizing up to 6.2 on this 2 of clubs turn, and now Hakan going to be in a bit of a spot.
Yeah, you can make the 10s fold here, couldn't Matt?
Well, we're going to have to call once more against Matt Davenport. That's how I'm not folding 10s just yet. I'm going to call and just pray for the check back on the river. Especially with this club rolling off as well, like Matt could plausibly have some backdoor club possibilities as a bluff on the turn, or in this scenario just a hand that he's running it with because he knows that he's got the aces, kings and queens, and it's unlikely that Hakan's ever going to have these ones flat in our 3-bet. So just applying the max pressure and gets the 10s to fold. So very nice play there from Matt Davenport with the king queen. Gets the best hand to fold, and that's twice now Hakan letting go of an overpair and twice being incorrect.
Up to 55,000 now, Matt D. Mine's 1-2 with a 2, level number 3 of the day. 4:50 will be the 60-minute dinner break.
King 10 of clubs for Saeed. Makes it 600, and Brian flattening in the big with the ace 10.
Jack 6 deuce.
It's a nice one to continue on here for us as Saeed with that wrap around that jack of clubs, but chooses to check behind. I think we would have seen Brian call with ace higher backdoor nut flush draw, 10 of hearts on the turn, giving second pair to both players here. So Brian going to lead. Feels comfortable once Saeed checks back that he's not going to have too much jack X here, so ace 10 going to be the best hand. A lot of the time trying to get value from some potential pocket pairs, charge from ace king, ace queen, diamond draws, and a jack on the river. So really nice card for us to value bet here now, as Brian, once his jack pairs, makes it even less likely that Saeed has a jack, but Saeed actually has the perfect hand that we're going to get called by here, the king 10 of clubs, and Brian definitely going to get flat value from worse here. Not sure how Saeed's going to fold this spot. I'm certainly not folding, getting 2.5 to 1 in the call. Like Brian can even have queen 10 here, he can have 10-9, like we beat some value, and as soon as you start going into that remake of beating value, just can't fold here. Has to make the call, Saeed, and it's actually impressive that he's even thinking about folding this spot, because like Brian can do this with queen 10, he can do this with 10-9 potentially with this size, and He folds here, it's some fold, I tell you that. It'd be some fold if you get this go. The way this hand's played, just Brian leading turn, and we get the nut run out really for us as Saeed other than a 10 or king on the river. So, can't see how he's ever going to fold this one.
And he pays him off for Brian. Wins another. We're going to be up to 60,000 plus. Weebrick, 2008 champion Blackpool.
Ah, did he, Kev? That's a good point. Matt exploited the fact that Hakan told him he folded aces earlier. So if that's the case, I'd probably be running it there with King Queen as well as Matt, because we don't expect Hakan to flat aces or trap. We block kings and queens, and if he's folding aces on the 10-9-3 to a raise like we saw earlier, it's probably likely that by the river he's going to be folding the jacks, 10s, 9s, these type of holdings. So if that's the case, I think just pure exploit there from Matt, knowing his opponent and knowing that he needs the very top of his range to be calling down. He's not going to call down light. Ace King for Rob in the hijack makes it 6.
Ace King for Rob. Top pair turns into 2 pair. Saeed in C3.
Yeah, it can go tiny on this board as Rob, and we are going to choose to continue, but chooses against that, opts for 60%.
So Matt and Brian both going along nicely over 50,000 each.
Danny making it 5. Rob calling with the 6s. And Jamie Nixon looks like has a decision here. And
they're in.
Moves all in.
That's his decision. His decision is they're in.
Yeah, it's a 26 bigs here. Opening a call. Probably going to be like 8s, 7s, 8s plus for Jamie. Some ace jack. Suited in there. Ace queen, ace king. Definitely hands that Jamie Nixon can have here. Don't know his holding at the moment, but I'm going to go for 7s plus ace queen plus ace jack suited. There we are, ace queen for Jamie at the top of your screens, and we know that Rob does have 6s, so don't think he's going to call it off. Well, he is going to call it off for the 26 BBs.
Oi, oi, oi.
Jamie may be a bit shocked to see the call from the 6s from Rob. The thing about this call from Rob, yes, he's winning on this occasion, but versus range, like, we're basically hoping for this situation. We're hoping to flip and holding at the moment with the 6s. Jamie going to need ace or queen to stay alive, or now picking up
10.
Broadway draw. So ace queen 10 needed to stay alive. And it's the 5 of spades. We are going to lose Jamie Nixon.
Final table list last year.
Yeah,
Jamie Nixon will be back in.
But just going back to the call of Rob, like on this occasion, it's worked out perfectly. But these small pairs facing shoves for 25 big blinds, like they've just got to hit the mark, because like Jamie, they're probably going to be, like I said, 7s plus, and then you got like ace jack suited, ace queen, ace king going to be in there. So it's a situation of we are drawing to 18% equity pre-flop, or we are drawing to around 50% equity pre-flop. So just weighing those factors into account, we're never going to have him in a dominated spot, which is what you want to have some of the time when you're calling off these jams. And more often than not, we're going to be flipping, but the times that we're not, it's going to be us drawing to that less than 1 and 5 shot. But on this occasion, worked out a treat for Rob. He was happy to put the chips in. You can never fault someone when they're happy to put their chips in the middle, whatever the situation.
Absolutely.
Queen 10 for Danny, opening to 500 under the gun, and Brian's been in the lab tower. I would have seen this from Brian a few years ago. A little free bet with the 8-5 of diamonds here from Brian Clark. He's not. That's a graphic error, guys. So Brian's just flattered. It's actually a free bet from our man. Rab on the button. So we don't know Rab's holdings because got him down as out the hand, but that's going to correct pretty shortly, I'm guessing, with all the camera angle switching.
Yeah,
just
Weebrick's not in the hand.
Fixing up. There we go. Hakan's got aces. There we go. And I don't think he's going to be folding them this time. And Danny's got an up and down again. So deja vu here. It was a red aces last time Hakan had as well. Well, imagine a king or an 8 on the turn. It would be ill. 2 of clubs on the turn. So just going to see another bet here from Hakan. Want to go bet here. Try and get potential stacks in by the river. Probably sizing up to around 5.56k here, leaving ourselves with around 0.8 SPR the times that we're called. So we've got a nice comfortable river shove on basically all rivers that aren't Jack X. Yeah, I like the sizing choice here from Hakan. Credit where it's due. Maybe gave him a bit of stick for the fold earlier in a situation where I think most people would have put it in, but where he's playing the aces here, it seems perfectly fine. Really like the sizing choice, just so we can try and get stacks in on rivers. But this time, Danny now with chips, not choosing to punt with his up and down. And in 5 minutes time, blinds are going to go up and take us into level 4 of the day.
Around about 10 to 5, there will be a 60-minute dinner break.
So it makes it 700. Called in 2 spots. Rab peeling the king 6 suited in the small. Big blind coming along as well.
6, 7, 8 flop. Saeed's cards are in the box. Unfortunately, we can't see them. It's checked all the way around. 2 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, so both kings catching their kickers. Looks like Danny going to be leading. I like this lead from Danny here a lot. We're going to have an advantage on this board for sure. We can have the 9-10, we can have the 9-5 suited, we can have the 4-5. We've got a whole host of 2-pair combinations. So in terms of range, very, very nice for our perceived range out the big blind. So leading and trying to just take it down, and does get a better hand to fold.
Incoming. Jesus.
So, blinds should be going up in a couple of minutes, guys. That'll take us into level 4 of the day, and then, as Tao mentioned, will be a dinner break after that level.
There will.
We have got, let's see how many we got in so far today. Today, 1A.
Let's go 84.
We have got 86.
Ooh.
Not far off at all, Tower. There's been 17 re-entries though.
Is there?
Yeah. So 20%.
17 re-entries.
20% of the field is a re-entry at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah, that's 500.
17 re-entries.
So Rob peeling the ace-10 and Saeed defending the 7 deuce in the big after an open from Danny. King 10-5 2-spade board here. So Rob flopping best with second pair nut kicker. Danny was the initial opener on the button. And Saeed, what's Saeed up to? Just donking the 7 deuce on the king high board.
Might be on a 7-2 game.
Maybe.
I doubt it. Much.
8 of hearts on the turn. And Rob checking once more over to Saeed, and is Saeed just going to give up now? Is he just going to run a no equity bluff? He is going to give up. Maybe he thinks, what am I doing on the flop? Realises he needs to shut down now. 8 of clubs on the river. And can't bluff here as well. This is just going to get snapped off. It's never a fold here now from Rob. Once turn goes check check, double flush draw board, like King X is just going to fire turn, unless it's King X of spades specifically maybe that wants to incorporate a little check in. But this just don't make sense, and Rob's going to sniff this out. Like, what are you supposed to have here, mate? Like, all the draws brick, the queen jack, the spade draws, maybe some jack 9 of hearts in there. So make the assumption that if a king bets on the flop, it's probably going to continue on the turn when there's 2 flush draws out there. So Rob will figure this out, I'm sure. It's not really the hardest spot to be in. It's pretty fist pump call. And Saeed just choosing to donk the 7 deuce has cost himself about 20 BBs that hand. And if you're watching, guys, get yourself here. Get on the flight. They're cheap as chips, and get yourself down for tomorrow. This is not playing like a 750 buy-in, that's all I'm going to say. It's very good comp to get yourself involved in. And I think it's going to be a good turnout as well, so it'll be a decent payday for someone come Sunday. So this will be the last hand of the level, and blinds will be increasing. And that raises to 600. And going to be raising tape. Lamberbath, Jasway, you're missing out on thousands of EV by sitting in that comms booth. I always make a day free now. I've made a day free since 2018, every single GUKPT. I never have a losing week. always profitable here. I know what you're saying. I'd love to give it a bash like 1 year maybe. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but there's plenty now. Everything else is opening up. Like there's plenty I can play, other 1Ks, 2Ks around the country. Do some travelling, play some EPTs probably next year, maybe even this year if I get the time. So there's plenty out there. But this field here in Edinburgh is just fun. Let's say fun. But it is early on day ones, and obviously don't know if there's been some satellite winners or how people have bought in. Whether they've got him for cheap or whether they've just bought him for the full 750. Hakan, he's had aces twice, he's now got kings. And raises to 800. And Jack 5-4, 2-spade board. And Hakan gonna get himself in a world of pain here, because I don't think after the punishment he suffered already for folding 2 overpairs and being incorrect that he's going to get away from this one. Need like a ace of spades or something to kill some action on the turn for his hand, or 3 of spades, potential action killer. However, does have the king of spades here. Might incorporate a check in now to check call here with the kings. Going to fire once more for 2.5, and Saeed never going anywhere here with his set. Just choosing to call, keep his hand under repped. And it's the 4 of spades on the river. And Hakan firing for 3k here. And Saeed licking his lips and makes it 10. Now this has to be a fold tower. Just that right there. He didn't even think about it. He just went to his yellow chips and flicked 2 in. Like, this is just never a bluff now. Like the way he done that is a bit of a giveaway. Just quickly grabbed his chips, chucked 2 in. Like, if you've got like a hand you're gonna bluff with, you at least think about it for a second. But like I say, the way the brain works, you think straight away, oh, I've got a boat, I just need to pick up chips and bet. So I think, well, what we've seen from Hakan, he folded the aces and the 10s on when he had an overpair. I know he was wrong both times, but the fact that he folded, made tight laydowns, makes me think he's going to make another tight laydown here. Like, I know he was wrong the 2 occasions before, but I think he could redeem himself by letting this one go tower. It's just like, he never does this with the queen of spades ever, Saeed, ever. He's just going to call. So we lose to the bare ace, obviously, and we lose the boat. Wow. Yeah, and he's going to see the bad news that he's up against the 5s. And kings hit the muck, puts him back below starting. Not even an hour into this session, Hakan's had aces twice, he's had kings once, he's had 10s twice, and I think he's gone from about 40k to 17.1, not been the best of sessions with some premium holdings. How are we doing, Guy? Tailor-made poker. Well done on your scoop win.
Has he got a scoop, has he?
Yeah, he won a scoop the other day. I think one of the opening events.
Well done, Guy. Well done indeed, good effort.
Danny with a king queen here, raising 2-7. And O'Brien's going to peel here with the ace-4 off in the small, and that's going to bring Hakan along with the queen jack in the big blind. Yeah, I saw you were reg for it. Well, so I didn't actually see, but someone said you were reg and someone else, and it ended up not running the online day one. But I'm sure there'll be other places we'll see you, Guy. Good luck with the rest of Scoop. I'm sure you'll be playing.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we'll see you in Luton for the next GUKPT, unless you're in Vegas. Start of Vegas, 31st of May, the World Series, 88 events this year. Or 88 bracelet events. There's about 10,000 events.
Yeah.
Brian make the call with the 4? Yes, he does, and it's good. Well done, Mr. Weebrick. Rob with ace 10. Five, 3, 3 flop. 2 spades.
Yeah, it's got a flush draw for Brian, who doesn't decide to fire here, just checks this one behind. And King 6 taking the lead on the turn. It's King rolling off. Still want to check here, as Matt. I understand that Rob's going to have plenty of King X in his range, as well as Brian peeling on the button. So we can just happily check call, because the times that they don't have it, they may choose to represent. So just going to be calling here as Matt Davenport and seeing a river. Rob will get out of the way with the ace 10. Here's the 8 of diamonds, so clear check here for Matt after check calling the turn. And now Brian will decide whether to bluff or not, and decides to check behind. Matt going to take it with the king.
Blinds 1, 3 with the 3. Break at 4:50 for 60 minutes. This session ends in 50. And then there'll be a 60-minute dinner break. Complimentary buffet upstairs. Chili and rice today with sides. So out come the cards. 50 minutes to go until the end of this session. It's been another good start. We were up to 86 the last time we looked.
Ace 9.
Late reg open all day long, don't forget. Day 2 buying's available. Day B and Day C tomorrow.
Folds round to King Queen of Clubs in the small. Chooses to raise it to what looks like 1k. 800. So just south of 3x, and Danny with an ace not going anywhere. Happy to call with position, blind on blind.
Here's King 6.
Bit of action here. on this board, blind on blind, where ranges are supposed to be very wide and both players flop a piece. And Danny's got the best of it here, and going to fire now after Rab bet the flop. And Rab going to check call this on the 6 of spades turn. Nine of hearts on the river. Wow, how has Danny checked here? How has he checked here?
Yes, yeah.
Like I'll probably bomb that tower because like I don't think as Rab as the opener is ever going to have a 6 there, and we chop with all other ace-x. So I might even choose like a huge size in there, like 1.5x, something like that, and potentially put him in the blender with an ace himself, try and get him off a chop. Or maybe go the other route if we think he's more weighted towards a king. Maybe go really small, but can't see how we can ever check that spot. Blind on blind, have to go for value there surely. That would have had his reasons, as I always say. Maybe a bit wary of the check raise, but 6x shouldn't really be a problem the way that hand's played.
Here's A for Rab. Danny with the king 6 gets out of the way. Rob Franks, our Broth's finest. Gets out of the way. Matt 59k, Brian 56k, Saeed 48. I can down the one of 16,000, level 4 of the day. See Matt Davenport travelling up top of the leaderboard in the NPL. Brian Clark as well.
I will remember that. Raised to 800.
I'm sure Brian only comes up for his meat collections. He normally gets one of his family to go to the butcher's. So Matt's raised it up. Gary's got the kings under the gun. So he raised it to 6. Matt. Oh, well, we've seen kings. We got the house on the flop for Gary in 4.
Gary finds the bet as well, Tower, with the nut boat, 700, 25% size in. Looks like Matt's going to come along. And now Saeed never going to overcall this spot with the pocket 5s.
Unfortunately for us, Matt's not put his cards in the box.
Maybe he's going to overcall this spot with the pocket 5s. 5 of diamonds working, but just never going to be in front here as Saeed. Well, he chose to raise, Tower, makes it 1.8.
See, I don't mind, I don't mind calling there.
I guess he can rep a deuce. He's out the big blind. He's going to have a lot more deuce X than his opponents. But maybe if we're going to rep a deuce, we want a hand with more equity than 2 outs that pocket 5s have here. Maybe like a diamond draw. But fair enough from Saeed. Finds a check raise that not many people would find.
Yeah, we don't want to see a 5.
Yeah. I should just fold the flop, but obviously got different.
Oh!
No way!
Wow!
That is just a sick turn. We raise the flop with pocket 5s and just ping a boat on the turn, and Saeed here gonna get himself in a world of hurt. He's gonna be doubling Gary up.
Full double up on his way.
There's just no doubt about that. He's gonna be doubling Gary up, and Gary just continuing to flat and hoping that a diamond rolls off. Or
well, any card to be fair. Saeed's not doing it. It is a diamond as well.
yeah, and both players are going to love this card from their perspective. They're just going to be praying that their opponent was on a flush draw now. And Saeed going to do about 20k.
He is going to effectively put him in.
Like, just fold flop tower up. Don't get ourselves in this problem.
Oh, he's only put one chip in.
Yeah, it's 5k, and Gary's going to shove, Saeed's going to call, and Gary will get the double up. That's as simple as that. Not much to say now once we're at this river spot.
That's it.
But comes down to the flop raise, obviously, with the fives not really achieving too much.
The old side, I'm all in. I'm all in. Saeed's in the hand. Well, he's not snaps, but he will be.
Yeah, he will be calling eventually.
He will be calling.
Does make the call and sees the kings.
And he shows him the fives. House over house.
Yeah, little boat.
5 on the turn. Did the damage. Save back down to 27. Gary up to 41.
I thought it was a good river, but it was a good turn.
Gary up to 41.
Raise 700.
So Brian with the fives this time.
Pass. 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 Call. Check. Check.
Queen 4-5 flop.
And he sets a fives. It's a third time we've seen it.
We have seen them on a regular basis. This time it's Brian Clark with the check mark on the turn. But we don't know what Matt's holdings are, unfortunately, because Matt not put his cards in the box. I think he needs to be told by the action tracker, because he can tell that he's not put the cards in the box. Or the dealer needs to just tell Matt to get them in the box. Just because you don't want to show your cards isn't the way to play the game on the feature.
Yeah, Simon, the fives hand, it wasn't bet call, it was bet call. He overcalled with the fives. I don't mind calling once if Matt Davenport folds, but we're not overcalling the fives there once Matt Davenport calls, if that makes sense. Like, fine to call once versus that size, assuming Matt folds. But as soon as Matt calls, we cannot overcall that spot ever, because like, you've got to think about Matt's range, and basically even if Matt has a flush draw there, we're still losing slightly on equity. He's going to have slightly over 50% against our hand with the backdoor counterfeit outs as well. And then the times he's got a king, he's literally drawing to 8%. So we're not going to call there because of Matt's call. We're not going to overcall the spot. Yeah, I understand if you're thinking that it was just a bet and a call. If it was just one bet and we're in the big blind facing a C bet, we're going to call because we're still ahead of a lot of ace queen, ace jack, lots of hands. But once Matt calls, that's why we just need to get out of the way. And then raising, I don't know where the raise come from though. It may be just clicking buttons. Thought he'd throw in one raise with the 5, see what happened.
Pass. Raise 800. Call. Pass. Pass.
So blind 100, 300.
Yeah, been up for a while now. Went up about 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
As Matt makes it 800, Rab
With
kills
the nines.
the king queen of clubs. Much prefer flat in here as Rab with the suited variety of this hand. Just happy to see a flop with position.
Flop of 3, 3, 6.
It's a nice board here for Matt, especially versus +2 here, because there's just not going to be any 3x in there. Ace 3 of hearts at a small frequency, ace 3 suited at a small frequency. But now once this 3 of clubs comes on the turn, after we incorporate a check in here with the 9s as Matt, we're just loving life here. So now, after check and flop, should see a delay continue from Matt Davenport. And Rab has picked up a flush draw, however it is trips on the board, so we are dead to a king or a queen versus pocket pairs. So it does just make the discipline lay down and get out of the way. Matt Davenport taking it with the pocket 9s.
Pass. 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 Raise 700. Raise 1900. Pass. Pass.
Oh, we off back down the road. Job done. More tables to build. Gone. The boss is off. Never not busy, that man.
Oh, nice one for Rab to look down at under the gun. Queen Jack suited. Raises to 800. And Saeed, A7 of clubs. And a call. Gary going to come along in the cut-off with the 3s. Cam might even fancy the 5-6 suited in the small. All this money in the middle. Does call. And that's going to bring Matt Davenport along with the Jack 9 off. We've got 5-way action here. 4.3 in the middle already.
5 ace. Don't fold a 5 at this moment in time.
Yeah, and Hakan is the beneficiary. The trips with a 5 in his hand on this board. Love Saeed's decision to check here. Yes, we've got 2 pair, but we've gone 5-way, and this situation can be up against 5x or some better ace-x. 3 of hearts on the turn. And this is where I expect Hakan to start leading a lot of the time. With trips here, don't want to let bare hearts realise equity for free. So fire in here. And Saeed could definitely fold this spot once Hakan leads out the small blind into the whole field here. We're behind to flushes, we're basically behind to most ace-x, and then 5x obviously a problem as well as pocket threes can be in there, which Gary has got. I didn't even see Gary's got pocket threes, so I've just realised now I just said pocket threes can be in there, and Gary's actually got pocket threes. I didn't realise he's turned a boat with a freeze.
He's only going to turn the boat.
And 10 of clubs.
How does Hakan get away from this?
On the river. I've got to be wary, Hakan, that's for sure. Saeed's got a clear check, and now Gary just thinking about what we're trying to get called by here. What's it look like our opponent's got? But Hakan's not going to love life once he's called in 2 spots on the turn tower, because we've bet into 4 players being called in 2 spots. Like, definitely going to be some flushes in there for sure, as well as some better 5x on a small occasion, although from these positions not going to be as many as we would see out of the blinds potentially. And now 6.5 is the bet, and Hakan now in a bit of a predicament here with the 6-5 suited, and this just becomes a bluff catcher now tower. Like, some of the time we may chop with like a, say, 5-7 suited or something like that, only a couple of combos, but definitely can have a flush here. Gary, as we can see, he's got pocket threes on this occasion for the turn boat, but does he ever have like the bare king of hearts here? Checks through flop and then call with the nut flush draw on the turn.
So if we stack to call.
Yeah, and makes a very good fold from Hakan there. Very nice from him with the 5s, and Saeed out the way as well.
Absolutely. Your man's in the building. Flight up, Mr. Jack Hardcastle.
Finally, yeah.
How are you? Delayed?
Good. It was delayed by like 2.5 hours, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it's not ideal when you're in an airport as small as Southampton. There's not really anything to do.
I can imagine.
Drink.
I only had one. It was very sensible.
Oh, very good. Very good. 2 minutes from the airport. Are you chilling out and regging after the break?
Well, I don't really know what to do because I don't know what the food options are around there or who's even going out for dinner.
There's a complimentary buffet. If you'd like to have a little snack, there's Morrison's across the road.
Okay.
If not, I'd recommend the burger off the menu.
There's like a complex across the road with Morrison Shopping Centre, like Subway, stuff like that.
I might just survive off the Pret or something.
If you fancy a burger, I recommend the bacon and cheese burger. Okay. It is excellent.
I will bear that in mind and see what people want.
If not, yeah. If not, just enjoy a nice meal, come back and rest for level 6. Absolutely. Absolutely, the best kind. Jack Hardcastle, float from Southampton all the way up to Edinburgh, 45-minute flight. Thanks for coming.
From the bottom to the top.
Absolutely. Landed. And he's going to weigh up his options before buying in, which he has an hour. He has an hour. It's live, as we know. The break is just about to happen.
Yep, so 30 minutes time, we are going to head out on our dinner break.
Yep, 31 minutes to go until the end of this session. Ace king for Saeed. Rav's got ace 7 suited. Going to want to see a flop.
A little lip here from Saeed with the ace king, and Rav can bump it up to 1k over the limp. And Danny 7-4 of spades here. Looks like he's going to call, and Saeed just limp jams for Lots of big blinds, 83 big blinds, so he just rips it in. Have some of that, he says, and it's just going to be 2 quick folds. Oh, that limp rip for 83 bigs. No, to be honest, like that fold with the 5 from Hackhand, like the way this session's gone for him, he's been unfortunate in a couple of spots. He's made a couple of incorrect laydowns. Like, it's so easy there to just be like, oh, I'm going to call. I've got trips, and lose some more chips. But he's actually been disciplined and tried not to let the other hands affect him, and come to a correct decision, and actually made a really good fold in the grand scheme of things. So credit where it's due.
Raise 700.
I don't think so, Rob. I don't think Danny would be happy with that. That comparison. Maybe at that angle, maybe yeah, maybe I can see where you're coming from at certain camera angles, but definitely not Danny. Jack 8 deuce rainbow board. So threes of Gary actually out in front here, and was the original opener, so happy to continue.
800.
And fires 800 for a third. Like the sizing choice on this particular board. Gonna get some resistance from Rob with his gut shot and overcard. And yes, Josh, Matt Bushell is on one of the outer tables. You can see him in your top left of your screen.
Final table, the Irish Open.
Yeah, he did.
Couldn't know much about Mr. Steve O'Dwyer, but
got it in good Jacks versus Asex, and didn't get there.
Yeah.
That's 2,500.
Anything you got a black is near enough. Near enough all. Unless it's direct, which is not that.
Raise 800.
10 levels. Lanting on Twitch. 10 levels. Always finish up around midnight on stream.
You indeed.
Forward diamonds exposed. Pass. Pass. Raise 800. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Brendan Morris, hiya Tower. Sure, the lad sitting in seat 5, even though he's Scott, is a guy who played Grosvenor Blackpool for years. Do you recognise him? The player in seat 5 is Brian Clark, Weebrick, known as, and he is from Blackpool. He's won a GUKPT.
PK's dad.
Yeah, and he's PK's dad. One way of no, I knew him as PK's dad for the first couple of years.
Hey Morris, hope you're well. Yeah, that's definitely Brian Clark, old Weebrick. Winner of the GUKPT Blackpool 2008, Mikey Clark and PK's dad. Oh, Brian is a top lad. Loves the tour. Got tickets galore. I says, how you doing in the local comps? He went smashing it. Fair enough.
Raise 10 for Danny, raises to 800. And Gary here, the King 9 of Hearts, definitely can mix in a free bet with this one out the small. Appealing not going to be a bad thing either. Just happy to call. And we're going to get out of the way. So heads up to the flop between Gary and Danny. Danny with the best of it.
Jack for Queen, 2 spades.
It's a both players flopping a gut shot here. Danny's is to the nuts. Does have backdoor flush draw to go with his as well. Continuing for just south of half, 1k into 2.2. Gary not getting involved with his gut shot. Maybe there's one heart on the board with that backdoor equity. May have peeled one.
The rest of Edinburgh looks like this. Tomorrow, cash out satellite tonight at 7. We got 9 seats yesterday, which was pretty impressive. Friday, day 1B, day 1C, turbo at 9. Main event obviously starting at 12, which means 12:30 on the live stream. Saturday, day 2, and the £200 side event starting at 4. And then Sunday, as we crown a champion in the main, we have the seniors and the bounty as well on top of those. So plenty to get your teeth into if you fancy a game here in the Maybury in Edinburgh.
The King Jack of clubs for Rab, raises to 800 under the gun +1. Says just caught up with that cash game hand last night, Matrix hand, everyone dodging out of that. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
The check on the flop's crazy enough. Once we get like from Tim going 3-way, the check on the flop's crazy enough when we don't block any of the continue range. And we
I also think folding the 10s.
Even the 10s,
even
yeah, that deep
only
with
for 140.
that deep with Jagger, folding the 10s. Like obviously still worried about Ludo, could cold 4 potentially, but it's some hands to dissect and break down. And as we're going to jump back to the action here, because straight flush draw, middle pair here for Rab and Gary with top pair up and down, so we are going to see some chips put in the middle.
Yeah, Gary's got the blocker unfortunately. He's got the 10 of clubs.
This is pretty naughty because with the 10 of clubs in our hand as well, a lot less likely that Rab opening under the gun +1 is going to have the flush here. He can have some ace-x of clubs, and then basically it's ace-x of clubs and then king jack of clubs from our perspective, the only combos he's going to have. I doubt he's going to open as wide as 6-7 suited, so it's basically king jack of clubs from our perspective, and then the ace-x of clubs, and we obviously still lose to flop king 10 as well, but a little remover from that. But this is going to be tricky.
Anyone out is about? No.
Tricky river spot.
No, chase it with the flush.
That's 5,300.
Get him with the straight.
Yeah, I can't see how we can fold this is going.
No,
We're going to be
tough,
chopping.
yeah.
We've got the 10 of clubs in our hand. Like you can see, it's the king jack of clubs. So it's nice hand, bit of a dirty turn. But
Yeah. Unlucky. Unlucky. 20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
yeah, we're doing Jim
How are we
Marlowe.
doing, Jim?
Guys, have any deal? Best of luck. Thank you. Thank you, man.
10 clubs and beat it.
Mark 56,000, Brian and Rab closely following.
So quiet when everyone goes on dinner break where we're sat, isn't it? 'Cause there's a lot of atmosphere coming from the conscript, but now everyone's gone. It's just
Right.
Danny ace 10 of clubs makes it 800 to go, and ace jack for Gary Aaron and hijack. Both options available to us. Pill can mix in a free bet, although we are up against under the gun. So all about having a nice mixture here, making it difficult to play against. Does choose a free bet on this occasion. Sizing choices nice as well. Seems to play well, Gary. Don't really know too much about him, Tower, but seems like playing very well at the moment on this featured table. Doesn't go unnoticed. And Danny, ace 10 of clubs here. A bit different from ace 10 off. Ace 10 off I'm probably folding. Ace 10 of clubs I'm probably peeling this deep. So as Danny is happy to call here, although out of position with this particular hand.
Off to the flop. King 6-5, 2 spades. Riffs them both. Should we see bet? Danny will get out of the way.
Spot on, Tower.
Have you lads seen the hotel prices for the Luton GUKPT? We haven't. Not seen that, I told you. How bad is it? Luton shouldn't be expensive, should it? I know it's a gateway to London, but it shouldn't really be expensive. Have we tried the Premier Inn and the Icon? They're on the two left-hand side, that's what we normally stay. Try the Red Lion. Stopping the Red Lion in the pub.
Karaoke Thursday night.
In the pub, about 200 yards away. If you don't mind music till 2 AM on a Friday and Saturday night, you'll be all right. Rooms aren't too bad in there. No, not checked to be fair. Not had a look. He stayed in the Red Lion 2 years ago. He wiped his feet on the way out. I'm only saying. I'm only giving you options.
Mixing a free bet here versus hijack openers Hacker. Like to see it with the King Queen. Makes it 2k. And Brian not folding the King Queen suited, that's for sure. How are we doing, mate? Up? Just checking that I can log in okay. Andy's here, saw him last night. Seeing the sights of Edinburgh. Not sure if he's in yet today, but definitely here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, mate. It's good to have you back on board. Just checking that you could log in again. Well, you have, which is good news for us.
3 of diamonds on the turn. After Hakan continued in a call from Weebrick. And if I'm Hakan here, this particular combo, don't mind a double barrel at all with reason for shoving on club rivers. Times that Brian does call and he does choose the double barrel, so fair play to Hakan there. Nice little pick up from him. Gets Weebrick off of a chop if it was going to get to showdown.
Oh, it's Jubilee. Oh, it's the extra bank holiday, isn't it? You're right, it is.
Extra bank holiday?
Yes, we've got an extra, not that it matters in our job. The bank holiday in May, the half-term holiday, isn't in May this year, it's in June. because it's the 70th Jubilee for the Queen. So Thursday and Friday are bank holidays, the 2nd and 3rd of June are bank holidays. So when we get there for Wednesday the 1st for the cash game, and we finish on Sunday the 5th, that will have incorporated the Thursday and Friday, which makes it a 3-day working week and a 4-day weekend. So that's probably why.
Right in Zacabello, afternoon guys, would have popped up to this one, but doing the Yorkshire Three Peaks this weekend. What's that tower? The Yorkshire Three Peaks.
I think it's well, it's either walking or running. It might be cycling actually. The Three Peaks. Is it cycling, Zacabello?
So Brian deciding to double barrel here on this King of Spades turn. Don't mind this at all. It's going to be a card that's a lot better for us than the range of our opponent, and just gets there on this Jack of Clubs river. We didn't need to get there. Queen High was actually the best hand, and now I was expecting a check, but maybe value betting here, trying to get called by maybe 6s through 9s potentially. And just a quick fold from Danny. It's a 25-mile walk over Yorkshire's three highest peaks.
Okay.
Well, a few years ago, it used to be one of the better ones here in
When was that?
a few years ago. The late last couple of times it's been terrible. 3-4 years ago, it was probably the best of the London.
Good luck when you do the Yorkshire Three Peaks.
Gets me out the house. Going to the shop gets me out of the house, not walking 25 miles up and down hills.
25-mile walk. A round of golf's about 6 miles.
Well, what you reckon you do?
And
Average
that
pace?
takes,
What?
that takes 3.5 hours.
Walking at 4
So
miles?
times that by 4, that's 14 hours walking.
But you do a lot of sideways. You're not walking straight, are you, golf? You're doing a lot of...
Always walking straight.
Oh
You
yeah.
might not be.
That's true. For you then, maybe, Tower, for you.
That can't be done in one day, that is for sure.
Well, what, so you're doing 4 miles per hour, so you're going to do
It's
20...
14 hours walking. Can't do that in one day. You can't start at 5 AM and finish at 7. Keswick to Barrow now, that'd be nice.
What is the average walking pace? About 4 miles per hour? Or is it lower? I have no idea what it'd even be.
I'd say, yeah, 3 or 4 miles an hour maybe.
Yeah, so that technically then, in 25 miles, you should have done that in 6 and a bit hours, right? If you're just walking, keeping that consistent pace, math checks out, just over 6 hours.
For 25 miles?
Yeah. If you're walking at 4 miles per hour, it's going to be just over 6 hours. 6.25 hours, assuming 4 miles per hour.
No, because never. Because the marathon's 26 miles and you can't do that in 5 hours.
No, people run the marathon in like just under 3, don't they?
Yeah, that's professionals. How long is it going to take you?
I reckon, because without a go for, I reckon it's going to take between 7 and 7.5 hours. That would be my guess.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd go for 10.
6,000 feet of climbing in that too, says Zach.
I'd go for 12 though.
The average time for it, Apocalypse believes, is 9 to 10 hours to do it in.
Okay. 9 to 10 hours.
You're not Andrew Seabright, are you? Who ran, what was it?
4 marathons in a day or something, wasn't it?
Run 100 miles in a day.
100 miles in, 100 miles, 100 kilometres.
100 kilometres, 100,000 kilometres in a day. Done 100,000 kilometres in one day.
No, they can't do that. 100,000 kilometres
In one
about
day?
60,000 miles. You can't run 60,000 miles. You can't fly 60,000 miles.
Maybe metres. Yeah, right. He's done something. He said last leg.
I think it was 100 kilometres.
100 kilometres, yeah. 100,000 metres.
Nah, that's
it. That's it. 100,000 metres.
Either way, good luck. Take some spare trainers. 42 miles in 3.5 hours. You're joking. Wow.
It's like Eric and Ernie, you two. I don't know who Eric and Ernie are, but
Morecambe and Wise.
okay. Gully Muff says my mate walked the whole of Yorkshire Three Peaks twice around in one walk for charity. He said it was the hardest thing he's ever done, so this year he's upped it to 3 times in a row. This guy has run the Three Peaks in 4 hours 20 as well, absolutely. Wow. I couldn't even walk it in that.
Well, you couldn't walk in that because running's faster. Obviously. You couldn't even walk it in.
I meant I couldn't even walk. Just walk it. I wouldn't be able to complete it. I couldn't.
The
walk
record is 2.5 hours. That's unbelievable.
Oh.
Maters got it right. Average is between 10 and 12 hours. Wow. Danny Peacock says fastest time is 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Cheers, Danny.
I don't think I'd even be able to complete it in any time.
No, that's unbelievable.
So back to the action. A quick diversion for 5 minutes.
Wowzers. Oh, Zachabello. You got us sweating thinking about it.
Oh, you operate him with a pedal. Oh. So King Jack for Gary here after opening the button. Probably one we want to be continuing on the 10.94 Rainbow. We've got 2 overcards, we've got gut shot to the nuts, and as well as that we still have the advantage of over pairs being the opener even from the button. Now Brian going to come along for the right of the turn. Eight of clubs on the turn, does bring in up and down now for Gary. Need to be thinking about Brian's range. Like in the small, we will have some Queen Jack, some Jack 10, some 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited, 10-8 suited even. Like this is a card that should be a lot better for Brian in the small here. But Gary looks like he is happy to double barrel. Like personally, I think a lot of the time I'm just going to check this one behind and see a rip through river. It's just a 8 of clubs going to connect very well with Brian. Like he's going to fold like his 5s through 8s on the flop anyway. 4x is going to fold, so like we target like to fold out maybe some 9x, some ace 9, some king 9 suited, these type of holdings, but did work a treat for Gary on that occasion. Yeah, C-Tail, the record for the marathon's just under 2 hours.
Somebody broke the record, have they? Well, somebody broke 2 hours, did they, for the marathon? Yeah, but that's elite. That's like saying the best round of golf's 59. Well, only 0.5% of the world does it in that time. I like the average between 10 and 12 hours. I wonder if that's stopping at the pub. You should always bounce out of the pub. Walk a bit faster.
There was that guy at the, I think one of the America, I think it was a Boston Marathon or something, cheated or something, got picked up and got dropped off at another spot and was up there with all like the professional runners or something and got clocked. This was a few years ago, yeah. Like took a...
oh, brilliant.
We've got 5 minutes to go until the dinner break, guys, and then we will be heading out for an hour back at 10 to 6. Some food, some chilli and rice.
6 minutes in count.
Might even have my can of iron brew as well, Tao, that John Scott got me. Lovely little few goodies. Did he get you a bag as well? Did we both
exactly
get
the same.
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
So all this shortbread's mine. Is that what you're saying?
Pardon? That's all yours.
Yeah.
You can have as many shortbreads as you want. They are all yours.
Very nice one, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Nice one, Johnny. Played Aberdeen again today, did Johnny Scott. There's Jack Hardcastle in the background, just arrived. After his flight from Southampton was delayed by 2 hours. But he's made it. There's Boo, just leaving. The boss on his way back to build more tables. And that's Jack Hardcastle walking past to probably come and see us. What's this song to the start of a movie?
I actually know it.
Do you?
Well, I know the song from the start of the movie.
Yeah.
Now I'm listening to it.
This is it.
Big film.
Yes, massive. Huge.
That's why I know it.
Huge, huge. One of my favourite movies of all time. Anybody hear the music in the background? Name the movie. It's the opening scene. To be fair, it's not this far long into the song, but it is the song to the start of the movie. If you can hear the music in the background. So just under 4 minutes to go until the end of the session. Zaccarello, yes it was. And Ali Malou did win with 2-3, as it said in the picture. Ali Malou 2-3. Matt Davenport in the deep stack opened with Ace King. Ali Malou says, here's 6.5 million and I'm all in. And Matt says, yeah, cool. And Ali flopped 2 pair.
What did Ali have?
3-2.
3-2.
2-3. 2-3 off.
I was still racking my brains about this song. What film is it from?
Die Hard 3.
Die Hard 3.
Just overlooking New York City, and then all of a sudden, boom! The first bomb goes off.
I think this is going to be the last hand, guys. And then we will head out on that hour break.
We will. As you can see, the clock is in red in the background. Probably a couple of minutes.
Did we start on time today?
We've got 2 minutes and 23 seconds to go until the end of this session. So I reckon we've got this hand and one more.
Unless it's a biggie. Danny, 3-bet in the Queen 10 suited here out of the small blind, and looks like Rob Frank's going to get involved with his pocket sevens, and now Rab probably just wants to get out of the way here with the A7 off. And does let it go. So Rob cold calling the 3-bet here from the small.
10-9-3, 2 clubs.
A nice little flop here for Danny, flopping top pair. And happily continuing for 1.7, and just a quick fold from Rob Franks.
One over Rob might have called, but with 2 is getting out of the way. So one more hand to go till the end of this session. And then we return at 10-6.
Yes.
With more of the same, different table, but more of the same numbers for the Maybury at this moment in time in the main event. 90. So not bad at all. 90. There's a cash out satellite starting at 7 o'clock. 9 seats yesterday. 9. So I'm not too sure how many actually played today, but there were 9 satellite tokens. Very nice indeed. 750 in, don't forget this one.
The last hand, Matt raising to 800 with the King Jack, and Rob's going to make a fairly loose pill in the small blind, Queen 9 off. happy to see a flop. And a bit of action last hand.
8-10 queen.
We got top pair gut shot for Rob. We got Matt who's up and down. Against small blind range, going to have some checks here as Matt for sure. Although we're up and down here with the king jack, got to think about Rob's range as well, peeling out the small. So can go either way here as Matt Davenport just choosing to fire on this occasion. It's 1.2 into 2.2, so around 60% sizing choice from Matt. Rob never going anywhere here with top pair and gutter ball. To the 10. We hope.
Yeah. Ace of spades.
Yeah, Matt's just loving life now on this turn card.
Beautiful.
Turning the nuts and gonna build a pot here and fire once more. And now I think on this particular turn, this is where we're gonna see Rob potentially relinquish his hand. 3.8 into 4.6 as well. It's a 3/4 sizing from Matt Davenport, so he has chose to size up. However, what might be going through Rob's head is this is a card that Matt's going to represent whether he hits it or not, and may get sticky for that reason. Still do have that added equity with our gut shot, but at times that it does come a jack, we are then losing to King X.
And they're in the muck.
They are in the muck. So that is it for us, guys. We will be back in an hour's time with a new featured table after the dinner break. We will see you then.
See you then. Not being on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date. So
that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is he? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player. Played a few tournaments on the side, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. You know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I play, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and it's my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of, all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, you know, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, you know, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, those 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Edinburgh, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that, like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was the was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That it was that one. It was
Yeah, 2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to, I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, it was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 15.
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, like once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and he gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making number one, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number one, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys, and on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting, like two mates kind of thing, trying to. Adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like, that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like 1 World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like, the tournament was like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up or on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries. Final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2 I think on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money riding on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. It was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, yeah, blast from the past. And Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner-up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards. And now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just, I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5k 6 max came 3rd, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually I had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, so which didn't really bother me because like live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought he was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, And then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping it over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another, I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
I worked on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still winning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So I was like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds. find a pair, shove, get Courbet ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And you know, trying to avoid the cameras, or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out of the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know. I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007. I think it's the one, John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, and bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still #1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were #1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance. And I sort of New Year's resolutions, I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit. I've got to do this. At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change and something that I really needed, because it was getting, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now, yeah, for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like PokerStars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them, and you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like a something I strived to do, and like I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm 2/3 of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
Well, yeah, the 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird because it's like it's much harder these days because you know, like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now you know, now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people like it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, so that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were #1 was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that #1 slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, you know, like what I'd have to do is like, you know, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then, you know, and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you obviously you get a lot of points for that. So you could, you know, if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then, you know, if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the #1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over $1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning Heads Up, to be honest. I was like, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing Heads Up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? You know, just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I just started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she'd sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson, and he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time, and he flew to Vancouver on a whim. Didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, nah, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely, and I still work with him to this day. You know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so. At the time, I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, you know, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a 3-way all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 match.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for the British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah, it was.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you, and you're all looking up at the screen, and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Is it? Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it, when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the three to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or one re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough. But you know, obviously, the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day one in EPT Barcelona. Obviously, so far to go, but I was in the money. And I was actually feeling, oh my God, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know. This would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to Rail. And you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I've reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, like, I'm always waiting for that. I was like, "Yeah." So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do, because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament, and I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot, made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something, and everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And you know, it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand, and I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame, because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events. There's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me, because like online is like, you know, I've been doing it for half my life almost now, so I feel really confident. Especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico, and I have to get. Been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it, because like that's what I know what to do. You know, it's how I grew up playing the game, so hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And you know, I'd always wanted the online one. You know, they every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, you know, that's what I'm sort of known for, and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like, you know, you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because, like, you know, I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. But, like, ideally, I'd knock him out, like, on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my Six Max game, and like, even though, you know, a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, you know, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne is just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of, like, terrible music, really. No, like, my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like, it depends. Like, I'll just have like a grind playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then, like, sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like, I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, you know, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. You know, sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, like, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellite in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which, you know, sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdown. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure, just so I could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean to beat him heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like, I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like.
We're back. We are back.
Yeah, got a few minutes. I just thought we'd chat for a little bit before what cards are in the app.
Yeah, just about a minute to go until the start of the next session. How you doing, Shiv?
And Willie Higgins and John Hare.
We've just met Ricky Kebabs.
Yes, we have.
And Mr. P-Man. And Laura and Mickey Spillane have drove up 7.5 hours door to door.
Where'd they live?
Hampshire.
7.5
hours door to door. That's some drive.
Yeah, that is some drive.
Stopped a couple of times for coffee, as you would. Any chickens for dinner tonight? No. Chili and rice today was. Complimentary bit of buffet for the players and the staff. And as you can see, the cards are in the air. Who we got, mister? For this session, who we got? Straight to it.
Featured table.
Go on then.
1 is Chris Flint. In 2, Lee Wang winning the high roller at the 88 series a couple of weeks ago. Vidas in 3.
The Gallagher then in 4.
Yep, Dave Gallagher in 4.
Oh yes.
Abdul McKitt in 6. Andy Back in 8, also known as Span. And William Chung is in 9.
Awesome. Ready for a good sesh.
Lee straight into the action. Decides to open Queen 9 of diamonds. There's not a player at his seat, and we are 7-handed, so effective 6-handed this hand, so can open a little bit wider. Still Queen 7 maybe a little bit too loose, and a 3-bet here from Willie to 1.7. So he's gone 2.5x here versus under the gun open out the small blind. It's just tiny sizing here from Willie, and now giving Lee 3-1 in the call with position. However, stack size is in question. Willie working with 24 bigs to start the hand, but the problem we've got as Lee, we're just getting such an attractive price here with position, suited hand, and that does make the call for that reason.
King Jack 6.
Completely bricks this flop. That's so weird as well. I was literally just reading Zach Abello's comment from before the break about Ali Malou, and he says on King Jack 6 Rainbow, and he was in the air, does that flop come out? Ali Malou floated on King Jack 6 Rainbow, bet a free turn, and then went pot on a 4 river and rolled over the 5 deuce off. Ali Malou, the legend. That was weird, spooky stuff though. King Jack 6 Rainbow.
Everybody gone for a late lunch?
Yeah, it's we're actually 5-handed. I thought we were 6. Vidas not here yet. Abdul not here yet. And Jack Hardcastle coming to the table.
Oi, oi.
Eight makes it 800. And Chris in the small line with the 10-8 suited. Gonna happily call. And Lee here with a nice one in the big. Not going to be going anywhere here. 5-handed situation here, could potentially squeeze this one up, however may just take the price closing the action with a lovely hand and see a flop. That is what he's going to do. Floppy base 9-8 rainbow. So top pair for Davey. He continues from 1.7 into 2.7. So around 60% contiguous size from Davey. And, Lee here. Potential float candidate this deep. We are out of position. There's obviously a lot of good turns for our hand. We are getting a good price. He's actually going to take the opportunity to float. Jack's put some sunglasses on because Abdul's got his on. And there is one of the cards that is good for our hand with the King Jack suited. 10 of diamonds rolling off now, giving us up and down. Queen or 8 looking good, making a straight. But it's another ace, so Davey's going to love to see that.
Oh, it's a cool thing to do, it's not for me at all.
And he's going to try and bluff at this, get snap called, and
straight in the muck.
The ace deuce is good for Davey. Nice little check on the turn, induce that river bluff.
So Davey G. David G up to 86,000. Level 5 of the day.
Yes, that is Willie. Willie Chung in seat 9 kendo.
It is indeed. Local ledge.
Says was playing with him on Glasgow on Saturday night. Oh, good lad. Straight into the mix here, making it 1.5. Over a limp from Davey under the gun. Looks like it's a free bet from Lee with the pocket sevens. Free bet into 4.7. So if he free bets here, he has to call off Willie's shove. Has to call it off now. Willie with ace king, Lee with sevens. Race time.
Off we go. What's Brian looking at? He's not coming back again, is he? No. Well, we can't be out. We had about 70,000. Oh no, there he is sitting there. Late lunch, you see.
Yeah, extended dinner break when you got all the chips.
You know, with Vidus. King hits the flop. Chance of doubling up. Just needs to fade one of the sevens. And does. Ace king doubles. Are Jack's fancy shirts are for FTs only? Yes. Normally day 2s or day 3s. Yeah, and a final table.
Lad, you got any chewing gum? Got any chewing gum?
$96 in the main event. Ah, fibbing. 97. Evening, Mel. This will be a great watch. Davey in seat 4. As his only style. He will end this session with a massive stack or 4 bullies, no in between. Proper top guy. He is indeed. Known Dave for years. I think we first met on the Gala tour when we came up. Years and years ago into the main upstairs.
New man of straw. Yes, Towers laptop's back up and running.
Yes.
Turned it off and on again, and we are back on YouTube.
Unbelievable.
And Facebook, got them all collaborated now into one chat box.
We have indeed. You can fire your questions away. Whether we choose to answer it, it's only because you're asking. Ah, we're only kidding. Fire away, man of straw, fire away. What did we miss? I don't think we missed anything, did we? But I'm now back, so yeah, fire away. Back with you. Will the UKIPT Dublin be streamed next week? We won't be there. We're not doing the UKIPT in Dublin next week. Whether it's streamed or not is completely up to the team that are running the UKIPT. Good to see you back in Dublin. The Irish show me and Jay were both at was streamed and was busy. So I'm guessing Dublin is getting back onto the poker circuit and poker dates, calendars now for everybody.
Oh, really?
Where is the UKIP in Dublin? Don't even know where it is, to be fair. Won't be there, unfortunately. Oh, it's the Bonington. The Bonington used to be the Regency. It's now the Bonington.
So Willie just doubled up versus the sevens, raises to 1.1. Lee flats the king 10. And Vidas, who's just sat down after his dinner break, comes back to tens. And Abdul got a really nice one here to pill in the big.
Six, king, seven. That'd be an interesting flop against with the ace, king, and
Well,
seven.
it's interesting as it is, Tower, because we got top pair for Lee, we've got middle set for Willie, and Abdul with the nut flush draw. So a lot going on here. Vidas with the tens should get out the way once it's checked to Lee, and Lee fires.
Can comfortably fold.
Got three players behind us. Yeah, it's a good fold by Vidas, not getting sticky. Now this is where it's going to get interesting, because Abdul never going anywhere here. On this king high board though, probably just happy to flat take our equity, see a turn card, and now Willie with the sevens here, with a decision whether to continue playing this slow and just call or potentially raise. Like in a three-way coup, probably more merit of raising, especially on this board when we can credibly rep some 8-9 suited, some potential spade draws ourselves. Decides on the call, so just keeping his hand under rep, keeping his range less condensed, just meaning that he can have a lot more hands when he flats here, rather than choosing to raise four of clubs on the turn. And after we bet into four players and we get called in two spots and I'm lead, I'm going to be checking this four of clubs behind almost always now. Just comes down to the five-way flop and we get called in two spots, and we've gone three-way to the turn here. Like, oh, but just shoves, thinks his king's the best hand, and he's actually drawing dead, so he's going to be getting it in here with 0%, shoving for around 17k effective, which is Willie's stack.
Luckily for him, he will have chips left. I don't want to gamble.
Well, he's now got the up and down tower to go with his nut flush draw. That's the thing. He's got an up and down. His ace could be good as well.
It could be three-way all in, to be fair.
There's a lot that can happen here. And like, I've got 12.5k here as Abdul. I'm putting this in probably tower and then heading to the cash desk. Like, we're never going to be in bad shape here. Our 8's going to be live, our 3's going to be live, our spade's going to be live, but Willie snaps it off, and Lee with the king 10, can see that he's drawing dead, and he's going to double up Willie again. 2 double ups for Willie, those both versus Lee.
Abdul doesn't want to see a spade.
He wants to see that though, Tower.
So Willie, all of a sudden, is second in chips.
See that? Eh? Aye. Good food. Can see you tapping. I thought you were tapping because he's the rival, right? I see it now. Would you like to come into the first show?
I mean, it's like, I mentioned that it does the 4-star is 25 quid. I was like, yeah, it just doesn't turn up.
So we're a couple of plays short of the magical 100 for day 1A. Satellite starting at 7.
This makes it 800. Vidus coming along in the cut-off with the Jack 10 suited. That's going to bring Davey in on the button with the 6 deuce suited. Any diamonds? And Jack in the big blind has a suited hand, but not going to defend here. 7 deuce off here, whip. 7 deuce suited, only a slight difference. Not putting any money in with that one. Queen 5-4. Rainbow board. So gut shot for Davey. Chris happy to continue here. Got some nice backdoors as well. Nice little potential spot to continue here and have some nice double barrel candidates on turns. And if Davey's pulling the 6 deuce of diamonds, flops a gut shot, backdoor diamonds.
Oh, we got backdoor diamonds. There it is. The ace-8 of Chris, obviously, as we can see, has the diamonds crushed.
Yeah, I'm just going to double barrel this spot now as Chris really start applying pressure to some like 6s through 10s, as well as some potential Queen X that we can fold out with a 3 barrel. You'll know Davey a lot better than me, Tower. Oh wow, all 3 would have made a flush. Imagine if all 3 players were in this hand.
Spud is in. He's going to get the full double. Chris Flint.
Vidus had Jack 10 of diamonds. Look, he's telling Lee now I had Jack 10 of diamonds.
So Chris runs up to 40k. And Spud is signing C1 from Blackpool. Red green brick on the table. Early doors.
Ace-8 for Vidus, going to click it up to 6. Davey makes the call with a Queen 7. And Abdul here, just going to 3-bet. Somewhere around 2.5k. What I'd like to see in this spot from Abdul with the jacks. 3k, he goes a little bit bigger. Just gets 2 quick folds from both Davey and Vidas.
No action for the hooks. Level 5 of the day, day 1A, Edinburgh. Just shy of 100 runners so far for 1A, which is decent.
Jack 9 of spades for Lee, raises to 600. Davey's in with the ace deuce suited. And Jack with the king of spades, queen of diamonds on the button here. Not going to be going anywhere. Both options available, free bet or flat. Lee has opened +1. It's going to be a mixture here for Jack whether to flat this one or free bet. And opts for the free bet to 2.6. Jack 9 of spades here for Lee. Not really too deep here. Working with what, 37 odd bigs. P2 call, and that's going to bring Davey in as well with the ace deuce of spades. Not going to be going anywhere, so going 3-way here in a free bet coup.
10, 9, 8. Action. Good shot.
Jack's
middle pair with an up and down it and the back door.
Jack's not going to be continuing this board though, Tower. It's just going to be a check behind, assuming the Lee and Davey are going to be playing in float. Don't think against these two ranges, peeling our free bet, this is going to be a lot better for those than it is for us. So I'd be surprised if we saw Jack continue here. I think we're more inclined to check this board back.
Which he does.
And 6 of spades on the turn. So improvement for Lee and Davey, both players turning flush draw here, but Lee with a pair and up and down to go with his. And how are we doing, Sabria? Sabria Bus. And Lee might even just jam this here, Tower. Maybe try and fold out a 10.
Yeah.
With heaps of equity, we are called from some 7x. At 2.8k is the bet. So opts for 2.8 into 8.6. So just a little bit less than third from Lee here. He does actually get called by worse.
Yeah, he takes a bit of practice. He's good at I didn't see like a hand.
There's the 8 on the river.
Be careful, yeah.
Just 6.5k behind for Lee. Obviously got to think about hands that Davey can have in this spot. Like a 7 could potentially flat turn as well. You could definitely still have a straight here, Davey. Maybe some 8x as well. The thing is, we're ahead of the spade draws that picked up backdoor spades anyway, so probably more inclined to check this spot as Lee and just pray for the check behind that he is going to shove. It's what I'm guessing is a bluff, because we're never getting called by worse. And just a quick fold from Davey with the ace deuce of the spades.
Right, it's on 11k at the bottom. Abdul on 14.3. Rest of Edinburgh looks like this. Tonight, cash out satellite starting in 45 minutes time in the club. There was 9 seats yesterday, so that was busy. Friday, day 1 being day 1 seat, C being the turbo. Saturday is a £200 side event at 4, and then the seniors and the bounty at 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock respective, as we crown a champion for the main event sometime Sunday evening. It's scheduled. Get yourself involved if you want to come play side events Saturday and Sunday, or the events, main event and the turbo tomorrow.
Right then, Gary McGuffney, how are we doing, Luke Evans?
Hey Luke.
Man of Straw, your question regarding Kenny is really Schindler. Last stream I spoke briefly about. I'm not really getting too into it. Obviously, it's just opinions at the moment. Obviously, it doesn't look good for the guys in question, but at least they've been barred from a few comps now. A few sites, yeah, can't play.
Okay, so must taking it seriously. Ace Jack 7 checked, 2 of spades on the turn.
Okay, don't mind that as Davey with the old 7 deuce.
The old 7
And snap raises the bet of Lee. Lee firing for 1.1 and just a snap raise from Davey. And a quick fold from Lee. Davey shows the 7 deuce. Davey linking in with the King 6 and Span's probably going to ISO here around 900. Get heads up with Davey with position. Makes it 1.3, goes even larger. Maybe not wanting anyone to come in behind. Willie is going to make the call with the Queen Jack off on the button. Some action on Lee on the big blind with the 7 deuce out the way. Davey happy to limp call the King 6.
Absolutely. You know the style, the style now from David Gallagher. You know how to got 85,000 at the start of level 4. 4-4-7 flop.
So Span flopping best here with a 7-8 suited, flopping 2 pair. And deciding to mix in a check on this occasion, and it does check through. Lovely turn card for this as Span once it checks through on the flop. Now we can comfortably call the lead of Davey if he decides to, which he is going to. $600 is the bet, and Span not going to be going anywhere.
So Andy back winning his first pots. Turning the full house. George, yeah. David Gallagher plays exactly like Terry Jordan. He does indeed. He loves his poker, does David. Seen him for a dozen years on the tour.
You're raising, you're out of that off the head, so.
David raises to 800 this time with ace 4 under the gun and runs into Chris's old Spuddy's Cowboys.
Makes it 2.5 on the button. 3x, and Davey just happy to peel the ace 4 off, raising it up under the gun and peeling the 3-bet out of position.
There it is. Ace 9-2.
So Davey flopping best with the ace 4 here. Check calling the sub 20% bet on the flop, and that's just probably to get a free river card, as Chris might choose to check back now or go really small again so that we can start checking back some rivers, and it's just going to go check check always on the river now tower, unless it's a king, it is a jack, and this is just going to be check check. Don't think Davey's going to start leading now once it looks like Chris can definitely have us out kicked.
Spuddy knows. Is TJ in the house? No, he's not. He is not. Whether he makes it up tomorrow, I'm not sure. Whether there's something else going on somewhere else, I'm not sure. Halfway through the first level after the extended break. Live stream will finish around 12:30 tonight. Full 12 hours of streaming.
Base 10 for Chris in the cut-off. Makes it 800. Lee maybe thinking about light 3-betting here versus cut-off open. It's been a fairly wide range, but I much prefer that, just letting this one go. Riders with the Kings shoving for 34 big blinds. Closer to 35, but 34 bigs.
David doesn't want to fold, does it?
Yeah, that's just an easy fold for Chris. Too many bigs to be calling. The ace 10. The Kings for riders are good. But could be a decent session with Davey with the chip lead. Already enjoying watching him play.
As Mel says, he'll either have the lot or none by the end of level 6. He has dropped down a few, but still going along nicely.
Pocket forcefully. We'll be opening this one in the cut-off once folded too. $600 is the bet. And just one customer in the form of Davey in the small blind, queen 5 off. Choosing to take this one to the streets out of position. And does flop a 5, but Lee with a bottom set here.
4, 5, 7, 2 clubs.
So against Davey, no need to trap on this board tower. I'm just going to be going bet on a lot of runouts here. Try and get our stack in potentially by the river, although SPR is probably a bit too great. 5 SPR, 10 SPR, yeah, about under 10. So very hard to get it in by the river. He's actually overbet here, so maybe thinking about that Lee sizing up here on the turn, so we can on the flops we can actually get it in on the river. Unfortunately, on this 3 of diamonds turn, probably a card we are going to slow down on a lot of the time. And there is the check. And 8 of diamonds on the river. So we expect Davey to leave here with a straight or better. So once he checks, we okay, he's not going to value bet, but once Davey checks there, we've got to make the assumption he's going to lead with a 6, because we should check back so much of our range there. So once he checks, our set's just almost always going to be good there, and we can try and target some 1 pairs or maybe 2 pair hold-ins that Davey could have in that spot. But Lee maybe just thought better of it. Definitely a spot, I think, once checked 2 twice that we need to value bet though.
Let you know exactly what happens when the satellite starts at 7 and how many seats it generates.
Yeah, so it's like
Ooh, that's pretty nice. Oh, Bishop's rested. Oh. Oh.
So Davey plays any 2 as we know and flops 2 pair this time. Out flops the hooks of Lee, who's going to be betting. Are we defending here with the raise? No, we're not.
He's just going to play it a bit deceptively. Yeah, bit of a brick this king, shouldn't really change too much once Davey calls, other than the king X of spades or some potential 2 pair combinations like king 7, king 6, king deuce suited, but we're still just going to be ahead of almost all the hands we're ahead of on the flop here as Lee on this particular turn, and then it does go for another street of value for that reason.
And river pairs up the king. Davey's not loving life because he's just been rivered. He's just been rivered and he has to pay him off now.
I do that as well.
He has to pay him off. See the bad news. So Jim's just about to leave. Is there any exclusive, Jim? What's happening in the hood? Anything for the team? Come on. There's got to be something.
Luton's bounty's been converted to a mystery bounty.
No way! Yes! Come on! He's been watching the stream.
I looked for one in for Goliath.
Yes! Mystery bounty at Luton. I'll let them work it out. We'll give you all the details when we get to Luton. We'll let them sort out the prize pool and everything like that. There's a mystery bounty in Luton and at Goliath. Exclusives. You ask, and he delivers. Amazing. Say, Brie Bass, how are we doing, pal?
Right.
Thanks for that, Jim. Exclusives on. See you on the stream.
My birthday tomorrow was.
Is it really? Happy birthday for tomorrow. Jim McShane, Head of Poker, Head of Live Poker, on his way home, birthday tomorrow. Just announced Luton's last event is a mystery bounty, and there's a Goliath mystery bounty as well. Hey! Ooh.
It's Willie opening into 1.1 and Vida's shoving here for just sub 40 bigs.
The 8's fold, Span's got the kings.
Oh, and Span, what a life. Andy back. Finds this spot and just going to be calling here, I think, trying to get Willie in. Looking at Willie's stack, maybe trying to get Willie to like spew off with some queens or jacks, but it's just going to move in, and Vida's going to see the bad news that he's going to need some help here to stay alive in this tournament.
So no ace on the flop this time. 4, 7, deuce, 2 diamonds, no diamond draws. We're down to an ace. Oh, we're losing Vidas.
And it's a queen of diamonds. So Span takes a nice one, and we do lose Vidas. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to have another bullet.
Ace jack, yeah.
Unlucky Vidas, he will be having a re-entry for sure.
Oh no, sorry, you're right. God, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I didn't watch any of it, man of straw. Not a single peep. I had one of my mates had a deep run. I was watching some updates on Poker News, and that was about it. One of my really close pals was pretty deep.
Yeah.
But couldn't close it out, unfortunately, in the main. But I didn't watch any of the stream or anything.
The line is 200, 300. Big line empty 300.
Yeah, he's similar. Yeah. I think we should position some chessboard at every single one.
So we're losing Vidas, so you'll have a re-entry. I am sure of that. Is that Mark Degree dealing? Yes, it is. Mark plays, but he's also a freelance dealer on the circuit.
Yeah, played some of the sides this week, I believe. Saw Mark in the mix of it.
Good that the freelance staff can play the sides if they want to play. He won the final event at the Irish Open, the Hyper Turbo.
King uses space for Davey, just limped in, and Span going to be raising this up. Trying to isolate Davey, getting a heads-up situation with position. Chooses 1300, same size he did before when Davey limped.
Kate is on her way up as we speak, man of straw. Driving up, 2 or 3 breaks for Katie on the way up. And Ludo played the cash game yesterday, which means I'm guessing he'll be playing day 1B tomorrow. Queen-eye flop for Spand, nothing for David. So for just under 58,000 for Andy Back. Spanned as he is known. David Gallagher on 57,000.
And a bit of a purple patch as well. Spanned had a decent, come second in the Mystery Bounty in Ireland.
Yep.
Final tabled Didsbury.
Yeah.
So he's on a bit of a.
I wonder if he got Malone.
A bit of a run. Might have got Malone. Everyone's been Malone once in their life, Tower.
There's a point where it plays like Queen takes Queen, so it goes Queen on D1 takes D8. So like the arm like just jumps forward and like nearly hits the grandma, so they're just like scared to death.
Shiv says just a random shout out to the Grosvenor Card Room staff at the casino in Birmingham. Great night out and a great night of poker last night. Nice one, Shiv. A lot of people ready to jump on so when it doesn't go smoothly. So it's nice to hear that kind of stuff, Shiv. Nice one. What was it in the casino in Birmingham? Was it just a normal Wednesday night?
Couldn't tell you, Tower. Couldn't tell you.
You live in Birmingham.
Yeah.
You should be frequenting these.
Do you know what? I can get out of bed, walk down the stairs, and the casino's there.
Really?
I'm literally that close. Well,
what's a Hill Street?
Yeah, it's a Hill Street. I'm literally that close to Hill Street.
And you've never been?
No, never. I've been.
Why don't you?
I haven't been since I've been living in Birmingham.
Why don't you build a lift that takes you down into the bar?
It's not that close. It's like a couple of minutes walk, but it's basically wouldn't have to drive to get there. So lovely turn here for Jack, turning a set, and Davey has a flush draw, so Davey's not going to be going anywhere. I can assure you that.
Yep. And Jack, who's turned a set, any flush draws about, he says. Yes.
Wow.
There it is. Jack Hardcastle. Got a bit fortunate on the turn.
Jack's got to go for value here. Tower. Could be the end of Mr. Hardcastle. Depends on the sizing he chooses.
All going
and he
in.
blows all in. There's going to be a snap call from Dave, and that's going to be the end of Jack.
Oh, look at Jack.
Unfortunate river, but I'm sure Jack will flick back in. And Davey up to 73k. Mel warned us. I think she did warn us at the start of the session. Davey could have all the chips at the end of it.
Absolutely. £45 deep stack in Birmingham. Get involved, man.
And Jagger looks a bit different from what he looked like last night. I think he's just woke up, rolled out of bed after all them gin and tonics, and
looks sober.
Yeah, sits down at the table.
He looks sober, there's a man. Had a good time, did Jagger? He had a good time.
Blind's going to go up in 10 minutes, guys. Take us into the halfway mark of the day and into level 6.
How many re-entries are allowed? 2 per flight. That's right, isn't it?
Kings then aces. Is this how he does it? And once more, we're going to get a customer in Davey who limp calls the ace deuce of diamonds. 8 deuce of diamonds versus the aces.
7-7-10, no look for Davy G. Span's had the kings, he's got the aces.
Yeah, mixing in a check here. Big fan of this from Span. And a potential backdoor flush draw coming in now for David, so he's going to lead, and Span checking back flop here, trying to induce this bit of deception. David can plausibly still have a 7x in his range that limp calls under the gun. Span going to call. And the river is pretty clean as it gets. Now Span's praying Davey has a 7. He's praying. Give that man a 7. check one day and Spanish shows in the aces.
Watch out. Oh my god! What a fold! Ah, what a fold! E7! E7! I folded E7! What a fold in that position! I should have looked along. And I'm saying I'm laughing at that while I said, no, come on, don't be too tight. I've got that. Oh, I love that. That's me back there. I'm busting it up. There's the bust out. No good.
Really carnage.
Nice hand.
Nice ball.
Next hand. Next hand. All folding round in turn. Now to Willie in seat 9. Only tune, Jack Queen suited. This is amazing this time, boys.
As you should be. Very nice holding.
Well, next time I come to Broad Street, Shiv. Next time I come to Broad Street for a drink and sort Jay's swing out. We'll nip into Hill Street on a Wednesday night for the £45.
If you ever pop in for a coffee. Can't imagine you'd ever go to Birmingham.
Only for a specific.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't. No tours there.
No, obviously when we used to do Walsall would have been closest. Even that's still half an hour away. But
So Johan here, going to get out of the way, just come to the table, and action going to be on Spand. With the queen loose suited, that's going to hit the muck. King 6 of clubs for Lee in the cut-off, happy to open. Jagger's just going to peel the 4s on the button. And that's going to bring both Davey and Abdul in. Ace 5 off for Davey, Jack 9 of spades for Abdul, 4-way to this flop. And the sets everywhere. Jagger flopping bottom set here. We've got Abdul with a flush draw, and then Davey with middle pair here. So Davey's definitely not going to fold. What we've seen from Davey so far, he's calling. Abdul's going to be in the mix. Lee will get out of the way, and it's going to be three-way action to the turn. Jack of clubs on the turn. So Abdul now turning top pair to go with his flush draw here, and Jagger probably going to go around 4K here. I like 80%, meaning that we're going to have around a pot-sized jam left if we are called on the turn. He opts a bit smaller, 3.5, and Abdul cannot go anywhere here, so he's going to be calling. To the river, which is a 7 of diamonds. So 4's a Jagger, get the hold, and just going to set Abdul in for 2/3 pot. No other option here. Going to try and get some heroes from potential 2 pairs. Not many out there. A lot of 2 pairs just going to shove turn, but maybe some 10x that don't believe us. and maybe some Jack X of spades like Abdul has on this occasion. Cheers Shiva, off for some food, catch it later. And Nizzle says for the country's second city, the live poker scene is rubbish in Brum.
Broadway usually busy. So too Hill Street as well. Is there any more casinos there?
I don't know, Tao, honestly, I don't know. I'm never there. I live there now, but I'm never there.
Resorts World don't do poker anymore. Is that still open? Well, is that still open, to be fair? They used to have the one at Star City. That either shut down or poker was stopped there. So yeah, you may be right. Nizzle.
Ace Jack for span under the gun. Raises to 800. Got Lee here, 7-8 of clubs. Probably just happy to pill this versus gun open. It is spanned. Just calls. So Johan defending the 9-7. Looks like we are going to go three-way to this one.
King 5-3, two clubs.
Yeah, so nice flop here for Lee, flopping flush draw, span, king high board, three-way, potential c-bet opportunity, especially with the ace of clubs in there. Nice particular combination of ace jack to be c-betting on, one club, one spade on the 5-3 king board. And Lee never going anywhere here and just should flat. Don't think we're going to raise this spot when Span does have the strong king X in his range opening under the gun. So just happy to call and take some turns. And 10 of spades on the turn. So Span now picking up Broadway draw here and a potential double barrel candidate. Weighing up his options, and looks like he is going to choose to double barrel here. So 3.1 into 5.3. Lee just going to call, does have position, so does get to dictate the action on the river. Or we could just make the best hand with the 8.
8 of hearts on the river for Lee.
But has Span got the free barrel in him and chooses to check this one over to Lee, who's just going to check behind. And Lee announces, I have an 8. And 8 is good with a 7-8 of clubs.
I was hoping at the best flush draw. Nice hand. Yeah. No, yeah. That's something. I have a chance. It's king. Yeah. That's something. What is the close? You should be cooking today.
Twos for light. Johan who comes to the table. King 10.
King, Queen, Queen, 2 heart board. The top pair for Johan. Just going to check this over to Lee, I hope, as the aggressor. Don't Johan. Oh, he's a free bet, eh? Free bet to 1.4. Really small sizing choice. He's going to work. Flops the rest of it. And now blinds are going to be going up, guys. Level 6 of the day.
102 entries, 3 entries max per day. 76 entries, 26 re-entries in total. Just starting level 6 of the day.
Well, everything's fun. Doing it in the tournament.
I love it here. My bullets of this. Happy days.
And the cash out satellite is starting in about 6-7 minutes time, and there'll be 3 tables starting that. Ace 9-8 flop. Willie's got a piece of it. Queens for light. That's not the best flop. Jagger's got a piece of it. And an up and down and a back door for Davy. Jagger bets 2.4. Davy calls. It's on Willie. Willie calls. The line gets out of the way. Three of spades on the turn.
Not his first rodeo.
He's getting punished over there.
New table.
I was nearly going home with only 68, you know. Sitting, hitting an hour break, sleep in the car. I think I'm driving home.
New table, new player.
Yes.
No, I mean new table. New player. And staff.
So Jagger at the 10s this time. He only folds them.
Yeah, after yesterday's antics. Missed that hand, guys. It is on our Grosvenor Facebook page. Great hand from yesterday's cash game stream. If you want to go and watch that, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook. Joe hand here. Out the weight, and Willie with the aces. Facing +1 open, Davy flat.
He bets to 4K, does Willie?
I'm loving life here with 10s. Like, you expect Willie to just flat a lot of 8s, 9s type hands, so this 3-bet does look very strong once we open early position, and he does choose to 3-bet out the small blind. I can see him going either way here, Tower. He might even make the hero fold, just because I don't think he's going to think Willie's the type of guy to be messing around here. And the problem is we've got position. And we've also got Davey behind as well, who's probably likely to call the times that we call, so then maybe we can call more often. Davey does choose to fold the ace-3 off. He was in a world of hurt, 5% equity pre.
Queen, 5, 9, all spades. 10 of spades as a redraw.
Yeah, working for Jagger. So suddenly gone to host a coin flip this one. We're firing for 3.3 and getting this price as Jagger 4-1 our money. Going to recall him. Obviously a jack would also improve our hand, giving us an up and down. King giving us a gut shot. But this board's getting really dicey now for us as Willie with the aces here in a 3-bet coup. It is a really dicey board for us.
Yeah, I didn't know. I couldn't quite tell what they were.
Choosing to check behind, and it gets there on the river here. And this is just nut worse run out for our hand here, Willie, with these aces. King, Queen, Jack, 9, 5, 3 spades. And Jagger just loving the sight of that jack of clubs.
Absolutely.
Jagger betting 7.5, so opting for half. We just don't beat anything here. Willie, don't think he's going to get attached to his aces on this board. It's literally just nothing that we beat once Jagger calls flop. Like, what are we beating? Even sets can value bet this spot. He can have 9s, he can have queens, kings, jacks, all these hands, 10s. Like we specifically need him to be turning like ace queen with like the ace of spades perhaps into a bluff, or something like ace jack with the ace of spades into a bluff, but he's not going to peel ace jack to our 3-bet or ace jack off, so it's probably ace queen with the ace of spades we're hoping to see. That's probably one of the bluffs Jagger might have, but other than that I'm really clutching at straws to come up with anything here that Jagger's supposed to have, so it's probably just going to have to be.
No, he's flicked it
He's
in.
flicked it in. He has flicked it in.
The call.
He's got married to the aces on a board where, like, you can get put in some really tough spots with aces on certain boards, but this is a board where we can just fold. Like if they've bluffed us, if they turn ace queen with the ace of spades into a bluff, well played. It's as simple as that. It's just well played. You've repped the spot where you're not going to have any bluffs, only a few, and you're going to have a lot of value. And they're the great spots to bluff. So if we get bluffed in that spot, it's just nice hand, well played. And more often than not, that's going to be the result. We flick in the call, see the bad news.
This is indeed a 60-minute clock. GUKPT main events always are.
Now we're doing Valerie. Greetings from New York City.
Is it warming up yet? The weather's very windy. It was wet on Monday. It's been dry since, but wet, but windy. Like 35 miles an hour on Tuesday. 20 miles an hour on Monday. Windy, windy, windy.
104 so far today. Valerie, as you're asking. Jagger with the ace king. Under the gun, been a great start to him after coming to the table. We're just going to get some action here because has Johan slightly pipped. And chooses to 3-bet to 2.3. Now Willie going to have to get out of the way with the ace 4 of diamonds. Oh. Maybe a bit of steam coming off of Willie. Yeah, there is a bit of steam coming off of Willie. I think if we took that hat off, we'd see it. I think just a bit annoyed about the last hand here, cold calling the 3-bet with ace 4, and like tilt is a real thing in this game. It's very real, and Willie, maybe just a bit of steam from the last hand, wants to come along here after an under the gun open and a hijack 3-bet, and now Jagger just moves all in with the ace king, and another 6 bigs for Willie down the drain, because I doubt he's going to call it off. I know he's probably still a bit steam from the last hand, but Johan thinking about this one.
Yes, indeed. Thought he might have made the call already.
Well, 46 bigs to, I thought he might have made the fold already.
Yeah, he has made the fold.
There we go. And Willie's just, no, there we go. Got a big game starting.
Loving them on plate. We've done. We're up. What about now? Spurs. Arsenal for 4th place.
It's not 4th, but it's in Arsenal's hands. If they mess it up from here, it's pretty bad. But got to at least put some pressure on. That's Johan. 10 deuce raises to 800. And we got Lee here in the small with the ace queen coming along for the ride. And now Jagger in the big blind, definitely going to be defending this one. Suited 10-7 of diamonds.
King 4-3, 2 clubs. Check from Jagger. Johan airballing with a 10 deuce. The race coming up from Lee. Has he picked up on something?
Maybe Tower. Chose to flat the ace queen here in the small, and not the worst combos we are going to raise. Got the club in there for some backdoor possibilities. Backdoor straight, backdoor wheel, backdoor Broadway, backdoor wheel. 10 deuce of clubs is coming along for the ride, Tower. The 10 deuce has picked up a flush draw.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what Johan's up to this hand. Just getting involved with 10 deuce off here. Decided to open, then call the raise on the flop. Now what's the play here? Once we're faced with this 3.3 turn bet from Lee. Well, there's the call from Johan. With the 10 deuce, he's still in the mix here. Double float with 10 deuce. Can he? Do you know what? If this bricks, oh, it doesn't brick. I was going to say, if it bricks and Lee finds a check, could he potentially take it away from him? And Lee does river the third nut flush here, and Johan with just 11k behind. However, King with the king of clubs, he's definitely out there. Could potentially, if he's floating 10 deuce, he's definitely going to float all his ace of clubs hands.
Is that about 11,000? No, very small, 4.6. I mean, is it the worst possible flush?
Yeah. And once more, all starts from pre-flop. Obviously, I know most of you watching, 99% of you are not going to open the 10 deuce off from early position, from any position in fact, but it's just gets ourselves in a lot of trouble, and then I'm not sure what we're doing with the raise on the flop, peeling with position. He does fold, so floated the raise and then floated the turn bet, and now folding to the river bet from Lee. Queen Jack for Willie. Definitely open this one once folded to in the hijack.
Hi Nathan. Nathan Slater watching on YouTube. Go on, Big Dino. The big page. Dino Hutchinson comes to the table. We're all good, Bal. We're all good. Former champion here. Good to see you in Dublin, Nath. All things are good. So a flop of 5, 7, 9's checked. Interestingly, we get the 6 on the turn for Davy, who turns the straight. We had a flush draw with the nut flush draw on the flop that was checked. And now we've got the bottom end draw against Davy's top end draw. I think Lee's going to pay him off here. Only losing to an 8. And he does pay him off. Only losing to the 8. And David turns over the 8.
Yeah. 24. Those the last 2 days.
How many years?
How many years?
Oi, T-boys in the building.
2-4 now.
Oh my days.
2-4.
Just there, that'll do then. Thank you very much. That's perfect. He's got it sorted now. Extra water in. Boom. David's just took chunks off Lee. Wank in seat number 2.
I think you were wanting 5%.
Span making it 1k to go with the Jack 9 of clubs. Dave happily flat in the small. Dean going to bump it up with the ace king, squeeze into 5,000. It's going to probably lose span. Nice sizing choice there from the big blind, Dean. Pro Keto, good evening boys. I see Jagger's still going strong since last night. He survived.
Yes, he's slept since then, but
So King 9 of hearts for span. Dave feeling on the button with the ace 5, and going to be heads up between Span and Davey.
Queen, 4, 2 hearts.
And the 4 hearts exposed as well. Lovely flop here still for Span. There's one less heart to work with, but flop the gut shot and the second nut flush draw here. So happy to continue. We should just see a fold from Davey.
So half an hour to go until the end of this session. That's gone quick.
Yeah, it's been a
hasn't it?
Really quick session, yeah. I don't know why, it's just maybe it's Davey at the table a bit more.
Yeah, every hand you're talking about Davey, and I suppose it's just one of them, I suppose.
No 7-4 clubs for Lee, raising to 800. Davey going to pill in the calf with the 7-3 off. Dean on the button, out of the way with the ace-5. And Span defending here, getting a nice price, closing the action with the king-4 offsuit. Again, three-way to this one. Lee continuing, but Span not going to be going anywhere here after flopping top pair with the king-4. Just going to check call comfortably. Ten of diamonds on the turn. There's not much going on here for Lee. Major shut down now, no real equity of our hand. Bit loose to open this one in the first place from +2, but he likes to get amongst it. It looks like he is just going to go for the no equity double barrel here. And then Span, now we're going to be in a bit of a spot here because we're just not going to be ahead of anything value-wise. Just comes down to bluffs that we think Lee can have here. 6.3 into 5.4 here, so it's just shy of 1.2x from Lee. So this is a big overbet here on the turn, and Span with a king, just getting him to pass the top pair. So Lee goes for it, and Span had Lee drawing dead. Lee somehow takes that one.
Cash out satellite has started here at the Maybury. Always good numbers. The cash out satellites wherever we go. And the tournament that started at 7 o'clock. It started with 31 runs. There was 9 seats yesterday, so that'll increase. And for the main, 107. All good.
I know 8 9.
8 9 to that. My heart.
I'll never fold 8.
Eh?
I'll never fold 8.
I'm the best one in the gen, isn't it? All I need is all one's kings. So I'll fuck it up and then that one. 9 9 I'm a story. Eh?
It is a good table. Like I say, I can't believe it's. Can't believe we're only half an hour away from the next break in play on the 20-minute break, and then back for some more.
I was thinking, you know, the clock's coming out. Like, I'm not happy. But yeah.
Clock's done. I know I look for it, do the way you do
They fold it round to Johan, probably going to open the Jack 10 here for 25 bigs.
Maybe just steps on it and charges it a bit back. Did I get changed in? Just float. Yeah.
Heads up to the flop between Johan and Span. Span peeling the open from Johan on the cut-off with the King-Queen.
Ace, Queen flop, 2 clubs. Bit of action for both. 2 pair for Span. Good to ball for Johan.
Don't need to go too large here as Johan, like his decision to choose his size, and Span obviously can't go anywhere here, flopping 2 pair nut kicker. I've got Johan giving up now on this queen turn, and Span choosing to check behind. Span knows that Johan may check some ace-x here and he can happily check behind on the turn. And now once he checks river, like thinking what we're trying to get called by here is Span, like there's not really much we're ever going to get heroed by because all the pocket pairs other than kings have been counterfeited. So maybe sometimes we might get a hero from king high, something like that. Maybe make it look like we have a counterfeited pair ourselves, but opted really small for that reason.
Span collecting more stacks, 51.7. $107 in the main, 31 in the side event cash out satellite.
Talamir says, Tal, do you guys want any chocolate or anything brought in tomorrow? I seen the bar of chocolate Tal got yesterday. I'll bring a block instead of a bar.
Talamir, you're a superstar. Oh, if you can find the Oreo dairy milk, that would be amazing. Hey.
I'd love to see the Spurs win like 4 or 5-0, but I reckon we'll nick it. I reckon 2-1. I'm going to go 2-1 Spurs predictions.
Nice.
People asking me.
Did I have a look north eliminated? No man having a spade. People wake up with the goods sometimes. No man having a spade.
Can we keep Davey after the break? He has been active, hasn't he? As we always know he is. We are on a 20-minute break in just under half an hour's time.
Choosing too flat this under gun open here.
In the space. On the turn. What footy scarf is Johan wearing? I don't actually know. I don't know many footy scarves up north of the border, apart from blue and green and white.
Someone said it's Hearts, maybe.
Alright. Trying to take a closer look.
It's a Jagger. Could have definitely delayed C-bet this turn. It wouldn't have worked with Lee's hand in question. I decided to check, and now with Lee, just a little 1k bet, maybe closer to half. Jagger thinking about potential hero call here with Queen High Tower. Understanding that there's going to be a lot of checks from Lee with his ace high holdings, so there's no need to bet them. So basically repping maybe 7x, 5x, pocket pairs, King X. King X might choose to go a larger size, but doesn't get spewing, flicking the call with Queen High, but did definitely think of it. Davey 4-3 off under the gun. As loose as it gets. Loves getting involved.
There's 4 diamonds for Lee in seat number 2. Here's King for Jagger. Initial race from Willett with Jack 10 off. Here comes the 3-bet 4.8. Good sizing.
Job done before Jagger. We've got about 20 minutes, guys, just under before we do head out on another 20-minute break. New feature table when we return. Being under the gun makes it 900 with the king queen.
Star's taking 20k for Dean.
Willie getting involved with the ace-4 suited. Davey defending the 7-5 in the big blind.
It's a 7, 10, 7, 2.
He jumps out in front, and Dean will opt in to continue and check through. 8 hearts on the turn does bring in a nut flush draw here for Willie, and Davey flies for 1k, just south of third. But Willie getting this price with position on Davey, never going anywhere here with the ace-4. And throws it into the middle.
And 7, trip 7s.
Davey just loves to see that, and 2k is the bet.
Anyone you want.
And the fold just coming to the table. And the fold Ludo.
Over and Jagger.
On the side of being Hutchinson. Ludo with 20k. Part of the 107.
Keep away from one person at this table is more lucky than me, who is it?
You're going to look at me, aren't you?
Aye, it's that wee pal up there. It's almost forgiven him for fucking 12 years ago.
So, have you ever heard about the Ludo shoe swapping stories? The two culprits in question are both on the table at the moment, going back to Blackpool. A bit of story time here while Ludo joins the table and Jagger's sat in seat 3. So, Jagger's playing cash. He goes out to a smoking area. He wants to go out on a night out, but he's wearing like really leery trainers and doesn't think he'll get in anywhere. So he goes to Ludo.
Not knowing what Blackpool's like.
Yeah, it goes to Ludo. He goes, I need some shoes. And Ludo goes, oh, well, what are you doing now? He goes, I'm playing cash. He goes, well, I'll tell you what, you give me your seat in the cash bay and I'll give you my shoes. And they've done a little swap. Ludo ended up sitting on the cash. Jagger got Ludo's shoes, ended up on the Old Town in Mark Ellie's, partying the night away. And then we got stuck with Ludo's shoes for about 4 months. Just sat here in the comms box with us, just sat next to us, and he eventually come and collected them.
The worst thing was that Jagger had joggers on.
Yeah, I know.
And then he put brogues on.
I know.
He had joggers and brogues, and he thought that was a good look, and not joggers and trainers in Mark Ellie's in Blackpool. He thought he was underdressed in £100 trainers. Stupidly dressed in joggers and brogues. True story. The antics of Blackpool.
Grimly,
When was the last time anybody wore shoes to go out into town? Anywhere?
no idea. 20 poker, raiding with a party of 105.
Oi,
Thank
oi.
you very much. How are we doing, everyone? This is day 18 of Edinburgh. This is a live stream. We are just about to go on break actually in 15 minutes time, but if you want to stay with us until we head out on that break, this is the featured table. Ludo Gaelics on the table. We've got Span, Andy back, James Jagger's in the mix, Spuddy, Chris Flint, a couple of notable names in the UK circuit.
What a nice movie, Jesus style. Oh, grand.
Lots coming in. How are we doing? Poker Bras, Bow for Lex, Ego Broke, Raspberry, Mikey Plays Poker, Booth Real Man, King 1682, Bay for Lex. Thanks Twinny Poker for that. Big thank you for the raid.
Twinny Poker.
It would be great. The guys just joined us who did stay with us. Back to the action. Been an open in the low jack from Chris, been calling 2 spots. Davey peeling the 7-4 of hearts on the button. Ludo comes along in the big, and Chris just choosing to continue here with the King Jack and takes it down. Could definitely mix in some checks with this particular hand on this particular board. They're just firing out and pot going his way. It's Twin. How weird's that? The guy that's just raided us. Do you know what we hadn't spoke about it for a couple of years?
Yeah.
The guy that got us the mugs at the Goliath is the man Twin Luck Neil that's just raided us.
Oh, right.
We're literally speaking about it this morning. We're literally.
We literally spoken and I says to Jay, they're in my cupboard at home because I washed them. And we'll bring them to Luton for the next event.
Yeah, we will have the mugs back in Luton.
Twin, look, where have you been?
Yeah, where has he been? He's a streamer now. He's been streaming and obviously doing well.
We better start following.
Making his money at some online grind, I'm guessing.
We better start following. That's amazing.
So Willie, +1 raises to 1.1 and Davey going to get involved with the Queen 9 of Spades in the cut-off. That's going to bring Dean along on the button, Ace Jack suited, and Johan 9-7 off in the big, getting a bit less attractive price because Willie has opted for 2.75x open. But it could still potentially see Johan flick it in, try and catch a piece and go with it. Since we last met, I've become a streamer. I'm an elite stormer for ACR now. Unbelievable.
ACR?
America's Card Room.
Oh wow, awesome.
The one Adam works for, Adam Neil. Yeah, so
awesome.
Hope it's going well, Neil. Good luck to you, and glad to see you're working in this community.
Good stuff. How are we going to see you at Goliath? It's a live event, you should be playing.
Lovely flop here for Dean. Flopping trip jacks. Nice little fold there from Johan. Credit where it's due. Could have potentially check whipped there with his stack size, but made the discipline lay down with the 7. Just understanding that Dean can plausibly have some Jack X on the button, and betting into 3 players going to have a little bit stronger range in this spot. Deuce of Spades changes nothing, and Dean just going to want to build a pot here with such a strong hold in here, just hoping that Willie has a jack himself, or even like 8s, 9s, 10s, aces, kings, queens, that he can have +1. The check one's definitely going to be calling another street, but ace queen just not going to do the trick on this occasion for Willie. How are we doing to see, folk?
12 minutes of this session to go, and then a 20-minute break, and then more of the same with a different table for levels 7 and 8 of the day. Good evening everybody, including the Seafo who's just joined us. Twin Luck is on his way to Goliath live.
Last time we checked the Seafo, it was 108, I believe that was him.
Yep.
That wasn't too long ago, so
108 and 35 in the cash out satellite.
That's the only one I want. You get me up to 8,500.
King Queen for Chris, taking it back old school, just mucks it, early position.
Not the last one, the second last one. When the game, when you got left, the game was really good. Good, eh? Did you end up getting your money back? Did you get your money back? Yeah, I won. You won.
Making it 1.2, and Ludo with the Jack 10 suited. Not going anywhere with this one on the button. And this is just such a nice shove here for Johan. Ace 3 of hearts here. We're working with 16 big blinds. It's an open from Davey, And if Ludo's got a strong hand, because Davies' fold to 3-bet's basically like close to 0%. I think I can remember him folding like 1 this whole session. Like Ludo's just going to 3-bet all of his strong hands here, so we're not too worried about Ludo. And Davies opening so wide, and we've seen it all session that our ace 3 of hearts jam is just going to print in this spot, but decided not to take the spot, Johan. And
it comes 3-3 queen.
Yeah, I didn't even realise that. Yeah, queen 3-3, and Ludo flopping flush draw here. Just going to fire, and I'm guessing that will be that for the hand.
So C4's booked himself in for Joker's Wild at Goliath, and also the main event on Thursday. Talking of Goliath, quick check on the schedule, because right down there, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Joker's Wild.
Where is it? It's there. There it is. Joker's Wild. Joker's Wild. Where's the an additional? There's going to be an additional comp.
Mystery Bounty?
Yes.
Oh,
it's been added. It's been added.
When's it going to be?
Somewhere there. There is going to be a mystery bounty in Luton and at Goliath.
Look forward to it.
Oh yes.
It's mad how quickly something catches on when it's a good format. Like was it the Aria that started doing it, the mystery bounties, or the Win?
Yeah, the Win had a big one, didn't he?
Yeah,
Who won it? Somebody, one of the Brits won 2.
Hendrik Getchy got 2 25k bounties. There was only he pulled 2 of the 25 bags, I think, or something like that. I know he pulled 1 big one out. I remember the video, but plenty to look forward to at the Goliath, guys, and we will get that mystery bounty inputted with the date and the start time.
Alex Goulder won the 20k one at the Irish Open, and Jay is going to be playing one in Vegas when it comes down to the World Series that just has 1 ticket in it that says you have just won $1 million.
Imagine.
Chris with ace 10, the 8s are in. The 8s are in front and they're winning. Need fade an ace or 10. And we do. And we do. Yeah, there will be a mystery bounty in Luton. Obviously details to follow. We've got no details about it, the buying or anything like that, but there will be one in Luton for the GUKPT week, and then there will be a mystery bounty at Goliath. So the last 6 minutes of this session. Race green for Johan.
is good. 85,000 back up to 85 for Davey. He's been down to 40. Got his all back. Not in one fair swoop, but got it all back. His VPIP has been pretty high. Just telling the guys that the moving tables at the break. Dean Gallagher and Ludo just buying in on this level. Spuddy sat there in scene number 1, all nice and quiet. Lost for Kings. So Johan calls with the 3s, Span calls with the King 8 off. Willie's got rid of the old spanners. Jack 5-2 is the flop. Lee takes the lead with the 5 of diamonds. Davy's got none of it. We should be in the muck dealing the last hand of the sesh. Indeed we are.
I like the funny head that moves with it. You know what I'm talking? You can look. I've looked at it like that's not sure what he's calling it.
It's never a nice surprise.
So Jack, should you want a stack of 14.2 raised to 1.8? Link's band is off. Thinking that will be it for me. Queen 6-6 flop for the Jacks of Johan. Starting seat number 7. Davies got none of it. 9 of spades as it's checked. About 1.4 Nicole. When you've got 10-7 and you just absolutely ping the middle pin. It comes runner, perfect for Davy Gallagher. And now the hooks are in a little bit of a spot here for Johan. There's only one over to the board. Just spread the pot, please. There's about 13.4 in there. He gets a free card on the flop. He gets a bit of equity on the turn. And now he just bets a 6,000 on the river. Oh, brilliant. It's been so much fun watching him. And this is probably going to be the last hand of the stage. Just gone for the tees and first 5 minutes of the game. But this is the last hand of the sesh. A bit of a treat at the break. We've got Edinburgh coming up and the golf course championships with Johnny Scott. Me and Johnny played Edinburgh on Monday and had a really good time. It rained a lot, but we've got about a 13-14 minute video of the compilation of the whole 18 holes on its way right now, because Johan has just called down to 6.8, Davey's up to 91,000. We're on a break, we're back in 20 minutes. Edinburgh Golf Club, we were invited at the beginning of the year and we took him up, and here is what's happened at Edinburgh with me and Johnny. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's sun shining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Edinburgh. There's Edinburgh. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault. My fault. But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his par. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water. What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days! That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Edinburgh. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Putting for birdie.
1.5.
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2's only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. So this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Edinburgh. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. That's wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Sabadell. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better go looking. Playing the 8th, half an hour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan. Ish. Beautiful. Come on, Johnny boy. Oh, you're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Just got up 10 mile an hour.
Gust from the gods.
Hey!
Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go down the hill.
Oh, oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's pull out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right, thought you were going for it. Yeah. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3-wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3-wood apparently, so...
I have a 3-wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that... Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining and I know it's cloudy and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline, and yes, it's raining, but I don't really care to it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187? A 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shot, Aberdour 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I've lost a ball right.
It's literally street dude. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's... It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Well, that's I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Pin high.
Then high. A few prawns of trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to par on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdour, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come. And hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played alright. Loved coming to Aberdour. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's sun shining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdour. There's Aberdour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Someone over there. We're expecting water.
Hey, so.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole on Madonna. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his two now.
Tell you what.
Two's only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for three.
Good half, good half.
In for three. Quick recap on.
Not too bad. I had a nice nap.
It's a fine time to leave it there because I missed the birdie. I missed the birdie putt. Couldn't believe it. That far away from birdie my first hole at the second hole at Edinburgh. Very close. So close. What a shot though. Rolled over the hole and skimmed the flag as it went through. I'm like, oh my days. Oh, brilliant. What we got, Jay?
So, feature table for the next session of the day. In 1's John Clements, in 2 Lee Bradbury, in 4 Ewan McNicholas, 16 Lyell, 7 is Mo, 8 Afir Ali, and in 9 is Alistair Buxton.
Awesome. Mikey plays poker, says tee-shot was class by the way, the putt not so much. The putt wasn't bad. I've never played the course before, so getting used to the greens was one thing. And the next time I do play it, you need to know that the greens slope everywhere. So, but no, it was good. Really enjoyed it. I know it rained a lot of the day, but it was just one of those things. And we'll have more over the coming days.
Yeah. So back to it, guys.
Back to it. Let's do it.
How we doing, hippie chick? Yeah, Mickey plays poker. I'm not the best either when it comes to golfing, I'll tell you that. Just enjoy it.
Man enjoys it.
Mo raises the 1k with the Queen Jack under the gun. Lee finds the boots to start the session. 3 betting to 3.5. And Dean's got kings!
Oh my days, what a setup this is.
Yeah,
first hand.
literally first hand as well, Tower. This is madness.
Got Dean Lyle as well.
It is Dean Lyle.
He's got shorter than last time we saw.
Incoming 4-bet you expect from Dean here, now at the big blind. He does 4-bet to 9.5k, and stack sizes here between Dean and Lee. Both options open here. The Lee, if we think Dean's ever getting out of line, we think he can potentially fold some like jacks, queens, ace, king to our 5-bet, then may just choose the flat, but it looks like Lee is just going to set Dean in here effectively. 5 bets to 22.5k, and it's just a bit of a cooler here, and Dean's all in. He's going to get snapped, and they are no good on this occasion, the kings. Can he find one? Oh no, that is dead to running kings. That is the only way out of this. And that is dead on the turn.
Unlucky for the kings. Good to win against jacks. Here comes Jack Jack. Last one.
West. West.
Yeah, just like that. Aces against kings. Easy game in that happens.
Okay. Yeah, I was well. Seat open, table 3, seat 5, or seat 6.
So welcome back to levels 7 and 8. 4 levels of poker tonight.
And Ewan on the button, happy to open the Jack 9 off. Didn't get to see Ewan in our cash game last night. Was on the reserves list, but
it'd already gone out by then.
Yep.
He was on the town.
And running the big blind with the ace 5, not going to be going anywhere. Should be defending.
112 in so far.
Might be thinking about 3-betting this one versus a Ewan button open with no small blind in question. Our ace high is going to be the best hand more often than not versus a random range, and you're going to be opening fairly wide here, so might be thinking about a 3-bet, but in fact goes one step extra and sets Ewan in there for 35 bigs and gets the job done with the ace 5 off. Quick fold from Ewan with the Jack 9.
So good numbers to start on day 1-8, and in the satellite there's 47, which is amazing as well.
Alistair limping under the gun. Alistair's back, saw him earlier. I'm guessing this is his second bullet. Ewan gonna over limp here with the 6-4 clubs in the cut-off. That's gonna bring Moen with a complete. Queen, Queen 10, 2 spades. Fear turns gin. Cheers, Mikey Plays Poker. Thanks for tuning in, mate.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Mikey. And yeah, it's nice to have one good goal shot on a hole on a game.
Oh wow! Apocalypse says Arsenal down to 10. Unbelievably stupid elbow from Holding.
Okay. Makes it interesting for the top 4. Ewan and Nicholas. Good to see Athir up here. Athir doesn't normally travel up to these places. Lives in Manchester. There's Athir. Have you found the guy who won the €184 million millions yet? It's not me. Is it you?
Not me.
No. PK's shaking his head as well. One ticket holder. British. 184 mil. Amazing. The biggest lottery win ever in the 30 years of doing it. Kings for Ewan. King Queen suitor for Athea.
Really small free bet sizing choice here from Athea. Action back on Ewan.
Yeah, that Robbie Bull coming to the table, it is indeed. So Ewan's triangle's in the middle for 17.5.
Yeah, Athea not calling it off.
No, not at all. Not
35 bigs, we're not calling King Queen ever.
Not at all. It's my favourite hand to say, it looks so pretty. But he does call. He does call with a King Queen suit. I always say, it looks ever so pretty, but you're behind to so many hands.
Well, we've got outs.
Yeah, we've got outs.
Backdoor spades or a 10 needed. But Ewan's still well out in front here.
Needs to fade a 10. And does.
Fade the 10.
And does.
What is it?
5-5. Next hand. Cheers, Apocalypse. We like good news. 2-0 Spurs.
What? How's that happened? So Robbie Bull comes to the feature. Jack on the turn for John and moves to seat number 1.
Bet like this from John, really nice value bet from him. Really like size and choice as well, really small, try and eke out a call from some 10x, 9x, really nice bet there from John Clement. I think we might have got maximum that hand.
It's 116k at this stage of the game, is pretty decent. Lee Bradbury, C number 2. So very good table again. Standard's been awesome.
Ewan, Ace King, another decent holding for Ewan. Raises to 1.2. Apocalypse says, well, the Spurs player got the ball in the back of the Arsenal net for the second. That's how it happened.
So John 3 bets, unbeknown what his cards are.
You're not going to be going anywhere at all here. Both options available. Ewan will know better. I'll plan with John, I'm guessing, throughout the day, or at least for a bit, whether to flat or 4-bet this spot. And it looks like he's just opted for the flat option. And going to take a flop heads up out of position.
Three, 5, 2, 2 spades.
So 6.5 sizing choice here from John, so a little bit more than half. And Ewan does have backdoor spades, will draw 2 overcards. To the turn.
There's a 5.
Still unaware what John's got, but he's firing pretty quickly. 7k sizing choice on the turn. Just a quick folder from Ewan. getting out of the way.
Jacks or queens from. Nice till 5. Good to have you on board, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Edinburgh. GUKPT main events.
Ace Queen for John raises to 1.7. Raise and take. My opening king queen. John going to peel the A7 off in the hijack hit, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. John betting after check 2 takes that one.
Sorry, mate.
All in from Robbie, A6 of diamonds, blind on blind.
That'll do.
12 bigs, standard as it
He's an ace.
Joe, if Conte stays at Spurs for the next couple of seasons, think you can challenge for the league again? You never know. To be honest with you, I never thought we'd ever be able to challenge for the league in my lifetime. Then obviously Poch, when he come in, we had them couple of seasons when we were up there, but he's obviously proved manager, so hopefully if he gets the team right, we get a few players out, a few players in, you never know. Obviously money's needed to buy and spend. Need some money from the chairman. Cut open from Ewan McNicholas with the A6 off. Fear moves all in for his last 6 bigs, and Ewan never folding. And does have Fear dominated here.
He does. He's going to need to get lucky for his last little stack. Athea Ali in seat number 8.
It's not there.
That is not any help. We need running kings.
Or Jack 10. Only way to wiggle out of this one. And that's dead.
Dead on the turn. And that will do it. Athea will need a re-entry to get back in. Get back in, son. Get back in. We'll see you at the tables again.
738. Big line on the start or small line. Next up, Res 1.2. Cool.
And then hijack raises to 1.2, and Mo here on the button. Can't see his whole cards, unfortunately for you guys.
Not yet. You might wiggle him around. So you just at least call him. No, raises to 3.5.
Hijack versus button here. It's a bit different if we get free bet when we open EP with this particular hand here. And like I say, I don't know the dynamic between Ewan and Mo. Not too aware of who Mo is. It's definitely at a small frequency we can use Ace 10 as a light 4-bet hand. It might be going through Ewan's head. Cogs are turning. Definitely some of the time we can make this around like 9k. Just try and take it down here. It looks like Ewan has opted for that option. Makes it 8.7 with the Ace 10 off. Now action back on Mo. And Mo. I don't know what his hand is. So like, even if Mo's got Ace Queen here, Tara, he's in a pretty tough spot. Like, even with a holding like that, but it looks like he's just going to move all in. Yep. It's going to be a quick fold from Ewan McNicholas. Opted for the 4-bet bluff. Didn't work on this occasion, and Mo just 5-bet rips, and we don't know what he had, but I'm going to say he had it. Ace King at least, I think, there for Mo. Don't think he's going to have too many 5-bet rip bluffs there.
No.
If any. He's not Ian Roberts, is he? Only one man is capable. King Jack for Tom with sub 10 bigs. In they go under the gun +1.
Yep.
No one finds a hand good enough to call with, gets that one through. Is that Tom Laxow that's just come to the table? Final table this event last year went by the name of 22nd Tom.
Oh, yes.
Well, it looks like Tom Laxow. Ace 9. Tom under the gun once more. 12 bigs this time, just sub, and going to effectively move in. Left himself a couple of chips behind. Get that one through as well. I'm not sure if Bixie's playing today, Apocalypse. I think she's in the mix. She's been here all week, so I'm guessing she'll be playing at some point, but I'm not sure.
Was she on the cash game list?
She was on the cash game list, never got on.
Robbie Ball's in. Well, we're going to get to see Robbie's cards. Could determine which card's not been shown. Sevens. 7 of spades, 7 of
I doubt that's the case, because the 5-bet, I doubt he's ever going to have a 7 in his hand, Mo, when he 5-bet and his cards weren't showing. But we're off to the races anyway, and 7's holding at the moment. Well,
outs.
Some backdoors, spade possibilities now. Ace 9.
Oh, the ace, off to ace. Robbie Bull.
Ace from space on the end, and we do lose Robbie. And Alistair back to near starting, 17.6k.
He was active in the first session, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Alistair.
C11, 3-5. Is it done already?
John in the cut-off raises to 1.8.
Second, Tom. That was 2 seconds. 2.
Maybe he's watched the stream back tower. Ewan in the big. Cut off open, button flat. Ewan's going to defend very wide here. Can't see his cards unfortunately. Might have to get a new deck on very shortly. Maybe potentially thinking about showing some hands. I'm not sure. 35 bigs, maybe a bit too many. But just defends. Happy to see a flop.
You like constant, yeah? Get rid of you like constant.
Check.
Jack of diamonds on the turn, so Queen Jack of John goes in front of the King 10 elite after flop was checked through, and now John firing and just two quick folds from both Lee and Ewan.
Keep all your ones happening. Thank you. Get rid of them. I'm blessed. I'll let you take you out.
Jim, you do crack me up sometimes in the chat. You are probably up there with top comic on the old GUKPT live streams, I'll tell you that. Just nothing we can really do about the whole cards, guys. If they're not picking up, they're not picking up. We are putting some new decks in when we're not registering the cards all the time, but we are trying. So you can see all whole cards in any given situation.
3.7.
And Tom makes it 3.7 on the button, so effective shove once more with a 10-9 off. And gets it through now. He's up to a more healthy looking 14 bigs. A lot more to work with.
Oh, excuse me. Where did that come from?
Ace-Jack in the hijack. Makes it 1.2, and Tom with the pocket tens, and Tom's going to move all in again, and this time he is going to get called, because hijack versus cut-off here. Lee's going to be wanting to call here with the Ace-Jack, and we're going to be off to the races, assuming no one wakes up with it in the blinds. So effective all in, like before, from Tom, leaving himself a few chips behind. But Ace-Jack here, Lee's just got to put this in. Tom's going to have some suited Ace-X in here. He's going to have some King-Queen, hands that we do beat, a few hands that we dominate. But we are in a flip situation on this occasion. So Tom Laxal, the player at risk. Lee with the two overcards.
So the 10's still in front, 5 of spades on the river, the 10's double.
So Tom spun that stack up pretty quickly.
Indeed.
Went from like 3k to 15.4.
How many split the satellite? Let's have a look. 51.
Good effort.
750, around about 5 seats at the minute.
Ace King for Alistair. Makes it 1.2k to go in the small. Blind and blind here versus John. And John calling with position. Heads up to the flop. So Alistair looking to continue on the 2-3-5 board. 2 overcards, will draw, backdoor nut, flush draw, and just a quick fold from John. Thank you. So Quan comes to the table and straight into the mix. Unfortunately, once again, can't see the whole cards. Raises to 1.1, and Mo going to free bet the ace queen here. .5, and Alistair going to cold call here with the ace 10 of hearts, and that's going to bring Lee in. 2 cold calls, ace 10 and 9-8 coming along. Going to bring Quan in the hijack as well. So 4-way action to this flop. Ace King 5 rainbow. So Alistair here going to get in a bit of a bother. Problem with cold calling this hand versus a free bet. Like Cambion dominated spot, then we've got the reverse implied odds of times that we do flop our top pair and are out kicked, and Mo just happy to continue here. 4 bets from ace king, so we're pretty confident we're going to have the best hand. Maybe some ace 5 suited we're worried about, pocket 5s, but just want to bet here as Mo, get some value from some weaker ace x perhaps, and don't let hands like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10 suited realise their equity with their gut shot. Five of hearts on the turn, best card in the deck for Alistair other than a 10. Now meaning that they're going to be chopping this one up. There's the call from Mo. Both players still do have that little free roll. Alistair can scoop with a 10, Mo can scoop with a queen. And it's a chop on the river. Here he comes with the tees. Best tea boy in town.
By a mile. Oh yeah. What's happening with Spurs?
Don't know.
Right, yeah,
3-0, Apocalypse.
3-2.
yeah, perfect. Okay, so you're gonna have to move to seat 5 there, seat 6, something like that. So yeah, please. Cheers.
Here she is, Penny Smith.
Hey, here come the one-liners.
Already out.
Love it.
Everyone wants Davey G back on the feature as well. Hopefully we'll see him more throughout the tournament. Davey Gallagher.
It won't be good.
Red 4.2.
Aces, we've seen Aces so much the last couple of days. Mo
We
this
have.
time. And 3-bet and Ewan once more, and there's already that dynamic set between these two.
Yep.
As Ewan 4-bet bluff earlier and was met with a 5-bet rip. I don't think Ewan's going to be 4-bet bluffing this one though off of his stack. I think it's just going to hit the muck a lot. Obviously getting a nice price heads up. But I don't think this one's going to be going in for Ewan. He's going to take his price and play post out of position. Now a bit of trouble for Ewan. Got 9 for Ewan, and Mo with the aces can mix in some checks, especially with the ace of clubs on this board. But with stack size, might just want to try and get it in, and Ewan's going to snap it off and does have top pair, but you can see he's up against the aces. No help for Mr. McNicholas. Nice
Unlucky
turn card
you,
for
and
him,
he will be
turning
re-entering. I walked past when I was getting the water. Jack Harcastle says, am I replacing you in the comms tomorrow, Tower? Like, if you want to.
Seat open, 3-4. Check. 3 first.
King Jack opening, called in 2 spots. Go 3-weight to the 9-3-3. 2 heart board.
700.
Tom here. Going to lead out the small blind, and Kwan smashed this flop and freeze with the 4-3. Tom will be wary that Kwan is the player that will have most of the free X here. Checking his option in the big. It was actually a limp pot, guys, so that makes a bit more sense why Tom's leading here with the 9. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Looks like Tom happy to go for another street of value here. We can definitely bet call by some worse 9x that you can also have out the big blind, who'll have all combinations of those, as well as some potential heart draws. And then I think if Tom gets called here, we'll see him check almost all rivers, but Kwan's actually going to go for it now and chooses to raise the 4-3, and just a quick fold from Tom, knows exactly where he's at. Fair play to him, letting that one go.
Dealer change. 15 minutes to go until the end of this level.
Changes.
Blind is going to be going up in 10 minutes, guys. Move us to level 8 of the day.
Flop time. Ace 9. Oh, I thought it was going to be a flop. It was a fold in the end. So it looks like 5 seats and a bit of change for the satellite, which is good. Chocolate ice cream, did somebody say?
Sure, that's
oh my days, man, what's happening over here? They don't know where we are. They don't know where we are, Jay, that's what it is. Oh. Hit that ice cream.
Alistair, nice one to open, makes it 1.1 with a King Jack suited. And Johan here, ace 9 off versus gun, should be getting out of the way, and does. And looks like Mo with the 8 deuce going to do the same in the big blind.
This is where we are going to for the rest of the year. We're here in Edinburgh in the blue one in the middle. The Vic G400.
That's going to be big, I think, next week.
Next week it's going to be huge. Then Coventry, Leeds and Liverpool have all got events on. Then we're in Luton till the 5th of June. And then Birmingham, Bury New Road in Manchester, Reading South and Glasgow all have events on in June. The week after it's Coventry, Luton, Edinburgh and Blackpool. And then we're back as a streaming team for the Vic. He's not, because he's going to be winning the Millball.
I hope so.
With one ticket in the bounty. Imagine just taking one person out.
Right, boom. There you go.
Busting out.
Yep.
Aces
Going to
against
the thing,
kings.
like,
Go to the
oh,
thing.
right,
face
oh,
on. Ah, there's the mill.
It would be lovely.
Reading, and then obviously the big one, which is the huge Goliath.
Looking forward to that. And we're going to jump straight back into the action because Under the Gun open here from John, but opens to 2.6k. So 5x here from John, and that's why Tom's in the tank here with 9s. Like this would usually just be an easy shove with the pocket 9s. He's still going to take it and effectively move all in, but maybe a bit scared about this particular open size that we're faced with.
King Jack for John.
This is probably
another hand that looks nice.
He looks like he wants to call tab, but he should fold, but he does look like he wants to call.
He definitely should be folding King Jack.
So there we go. John is going to put it in with the King Jack of diamonds.
A little bit surprised, but
yeah, can I? Yeah. Starting slightly by slightly.
Off to the races we go. Who flips best?
Wow, we need to dodge a lot of outs here with the 9s.
The post flop coin flip. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
So just fade in Kings, Jacks and Diamonds. And it's a 10.
Hearts is good.
It's on. Back up to over starting after coming to the table around 3k. He's span it right up.
They have 9. Because he already lost 9. I will fold.
Folds to Mo on the button. Mo with 8-7 suited. Lovely little one to open and look down at. Makes it 1k, and both Alistair and John come along. Unfortunately, can't see Alistair's holding at the moment. Hopefully, that will change very shortly.
Oh, any royal draws around? Jack, Queen, King of Spades.
Yeah, well, Mo, beautiful flop for us. Just flopping the flush here, and going to get a donk out of John. John donking here for 2.5k after flopping top pair. He's going to get the bad news pretty shortly. I think when Mo might start raising this one straight away. Very susceptible to spades rolling off on the turn, potentially losing to a bare spade bigger than an 8. So he's going to raise it up straight away. Alistair's going to shove, and now we've got an easy fold here as John. Should be a pretty quick fold and a quick call from Mo.
We must have a royal draw.
Yeah, it's going to be.
We have to have a royal draw.
Ace of spades, maybe like 10-9 suited with no spade.
Ace 4. He's got the nut flush draw, the royal draw. Any 10 of spades about?
The scenes if it comes.
Come.
Oh. 5 of diamonds and Mo busting Alistair.
Unlucky Alistair. The ace of spades could well be the card that wasn't showing.
It open 3-9.
Blinds, I think, are going to go up after this hand, guys. Well, a couple of minutes I got on the clock until they go up. I'm going to the 300, 600 level 8 of the day.
We need a couple of players.
We do, so. King 5 deuce, 2 heart board. A bit of action because John's up and down here, but Lee with bottom set. Lee just calling here with the deuces. Like it. Keep some bluffs in of our opponent, but the 6 of clubs rolling off on the turn. And this pot could be big, depending how it's played. John here now, turning the stones, and Lee sitting there with bottom set, so this pot could definitely get large. 4k now, and then Lee now may start raising his hand, trying to get it in by the river. And I like this from Lee, choosing to raise now, want to try and get stacks in, potential stacking some 2 pair and King X by rivers. Unfortunately, and unbeknown to us, we're actually miles behind here and going to need a board pair on the river. John acting like he's thinking a little bit here as Jagger comes back to the table.
Different C for Jagger.
Just an all in and a snap call, and John shows the 4-3. And going to see though that still got some fading to do.
We have indeed. Lee at risk, he needs the board to pair. Sharpish. As in next card. So
it's not. It's 8 of spades. So lovely big double up there for John. That's a huge pot this stage of the day. Veering towards 200 big blinds.
that was a big one. So Jaggy comes to the table.
That's what I'm scared of.
The blinds are now up. So playing 300, 600. Son been going for the golden boot and he's been brought off. One behind Salah, not a single penalty needed. Jagger under the gun raises to 1.5 with the Queen Jack. Folded round to John on the button after just winning that nice juicy pot. Pocket fours this time. Tom defending 6 3 of hearts in the big King 5-5 rainbow. So expect this to check to jag up and jag up, continue this board fairly high frequency, especially with Queen Jack as well. When you've got the nice removal to some decent King X, but is going to choose to check on this occasion and leaves room for John to fire. Probably just going to be 2 folds now. I'm guessing if Jagger's checking this one. That check folding. Goes the way of John in a very nice 10 minutes for him.
More getting ready. Snowman again for John in seat number 1.
You're going to peel the ace-4 off on the button. If we're going to continue this one, much prefer to see a 3-bet here tower with the ace blocker, but maybe just happy to go post versus John with position.
King Jack Jack, 2 spades. Evening Josh.
How we doing, Josh?
Josh will be tuned in on YouTube. Hope you're good.
John over the 100k mark now. Very nice stack to have at this stage of the day. 5x starting. And Tom on the button here, just going to have an easy open with the King Jack. That's at 1.5. Choosing to open 3x here, Tom. Not going to get any action from the 5-3.
129,000 for Mo, 100k for John. 2 big stacks. Mine's 3-6.
5-4 going to be hitting the muck. John should be opening Ace Jack under the gun +1 here. Tom in the cut-off. This hand, as I say, both options going to be available to us here, sitting 35 big blinds deep, flat going to be in there, and 3-bet going to be in there, just all about having a mixture. This occasion decided to call. I don't think no one won much, to be honest with you, Card Smith. I think
no.
Like a couple of small winners, a couple of small losers. I think that was it. Well, no, like huge winner. There's the Queen 4-5 flop, 2 spades rolls off. So top pair for Tom here. And John checking it over to him.
We got a ballot. 4,400.
So option on Tom as John checks. Here's Jack. Probably get out of the way. John Clements.
Facing the second barrel. Be very optimistic to pill here.
And he does get out of the way.
Yeah. You've got like 6 years. But you can play around 6 years. Something. Do you beat 4-5? Do you beat 4-5? I can beat 4-5. On Queen 4-5? No, I can't. Okay.
Numbers in the main, pretty decent today, over 100. Last time we saw there was 107, there's 116 now, 116. 47 players remaining. And in the cash out satellite, he finished with 57, they're down to 29, £4,275 collected, so that's nearly 6 seats. Very close to 6 seats in the satellite. Well done to everybody.
Rob Adams, when you're back at Luton, we will show you now why dealer is riffling. There we go.
26th of May, start of the festival. If you look on the app, the Poker Live app, all the schedule is on there for Luton.
Yep.
So just check it out and you go onto there. But Luton is the next live streaming event for us, and then it disappears from here.
Hopefully social all good for the bits of Vegas this year.
And going to be added to Luton's event, or changed. The bounty event on the 5th of June, the last day, is going to be a mystery bounty.
With the Kings in the small blind, going to be bumping this up versus Jaggers Open. Around 5.5, 6k. What I'd like to see. .8, really like the size and choice from Mo. It doesn't matter because Jagger not going to be continuing with Jack 10 off, just a quick fold from him. See you there, hopefully final table the Omaha instead of bubbling when Jay knocks me out. Yeah, I played the Omaha last year in Luton. I didn't get a chance, I was busy for the few days before, so I didn't get a chance to play the mini like I usually would, so I ended up flicking in the PLO instead, and had a lot of fun playing that tournament.
Ace King for Tom. After Lee in seat 2 raises to 1.5.
It's 2.5x here.
22nd Tom, here he comes. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Boom.
There is the free bet to 5.2.
So 22nd Tom, bang on.
Yeah.
With the 3-bet.
Suited wheel ace for Quan. Happy to open this under the gun +2. Raises to 1.5.
Good for now. They're going to start quick with the water.
John looks like wants to get involved in the small. They're going to get out of the way.
He's in trouble now, this is my wee brother that's dealing. We're in trouble.
Hi guys, we're getting on the ice cream. We have chocolate, strawberry and vanilla.
Strawberry, please.
Alright, let's wait for the next one coming round. I'm just the chocolate one.
The chocolate vanilla, yeah?
Yeah. Anyone else?
600 is the bit. Huh?
Jack 9 for Quan, gets out of the way. Back down to Yon. Pocket 4s. We've got 30 bigs.
They're just going to be opening off this stack tower. Obviously can also fold. Folding never going to be a problem with your hand off this stack size from early position, but looks like Johan happy to open. Lee with loosish pill in the small blind, 9-8 off. And Tom in the big blind here. Tom going to be squeezing it up, looking down at ace king. Should just be fold now from both opponents.
The beer ice cream free, man. You pay £80 rent, you get ice cream. Charge you for it. I don't think you did.
Ace 10 for Quan, nice one to open under the gun. Takes it 1.5. And then Tom in the small blind, ace 2 suited. Probably not going to free bet this one versus gun open, so just happy to pill out the small. And Jagger going to get out of the way in the big blind with the 10-6.
king, flop, check from Tom, and that will do it. Some more big stack, 132, 220 bigs at this stage, heading towards halfway through level number 8 of the day. Giorgio watching on YouTube. Why not put individual flags of players? I thought that when we got the Union Jack. I think we'll do that for the rest of the weekend. I know we're in Scotland, and it would make a lot of sense for the Scottish flag to be up for the table. I totally agree. We will do that. Giorgio will get that done for tomorrow, if not level 8, level 9 and 10, and the last session of the day. That's what we'll try and do. I think obviously up in Edinburgh, that's what will make a lot of sense. A9-10 flop, 2 clubs, Johan, king, 3 of clubs, aces for John, who bets 16,000. Johan is all in, the 11.6, the triangle's in the middle, and a set of 9s for Lee.
I've literally just popped out, guys, and yeah, I've literally just sat back down. I've seen a 10-8-9 flop, middle set, aces, flush draw. I'm guessing it just went open from. Hang on a minute, how's Johan in this hand from under the gun tower? Did he limp? Did he limp call?
Yes.
So he limp called under the gun. Leash obviously just flatted 9s. And what was the action on the flop? I'm guessing it went bet from John.
Jam.
Just jam. And John has made the call. He's going to see that he's going to need to find a couple of aces.
And the set 9 is going to have to dodge some clubs.
So Lee could be getting all his chips back, plus more that he lost with a set of deuces versus John.
So all the cards in the middle, perfect from the dealer. 6 fades.
Offsuit 7.
Any of
the dealer's just put all the chips. Imagine, queen of diamonds on the ends of the 9s. Do
scoop.
Yep. And gonna put John back down to 45k.
Yeah. Johan, unlucky sir.
Seat open, feature 6. I'm terrible with that. I've lived everywhere. I thought you were good. Yeah, I lived in Australia last 3 years. You just got back.
Got half hour to go, guys, before we head out on the final break of the day.
So John drops down to 45. Tom, Queen 7. We're raising it up to 1.5. So 3-bet with the ladies.
There we are. All the flags. No blind and blind action here. And GK comes to the table, completes in the small. And John going to check his option.
That's not GDPR either.
No, that's not. That's just GK.
It's just GK.
Yeah.
Everybody knows him in Scotland
as GK.
As GK. 6, 7, 9. 4 downs on the turn. Do you know what I fancy?
What do you fancy?
An hot chocolate. Don't know why. So guess what? I'm going hunting.
What, for hot chocolate?
Aye. Well, you've got your shortbread.
Yeah, that's true.
And then go well with hot chocolate.
We'll go quite natural.
Yeah.
I'll have a hot chocolate.
While it's a little quiet at the minute, let's go and see if we can hunt down a hot chocolate.
Well, I'd say get out there now because players are on break in about now, live.
Oh no.
Be quick. King 9 of Hearts and Tom raises to 1.3. All in 2 spots, and GK's going to come along as well on the button. And John's in the small with a Queen 8 off, and that brings Lee in. So we've got 6-way action this stage of the day. Approaching the back end session. 5 players going to the flop here of King 2, 3, Rainbow. So original opener Tom, flopping top pair here in a 6-way coup. And I like this from Tom, 6-way coup. We've still got 3 players behind us. Just checking his option here, seeing what happens, seeing if anyone bets. Maybe start ranging opponents that do bet. And now this is where I'd like to see Tom bet. Like the check on the flop, but now once it's checked through, I'm going to feel fairly confident that our king is going to be the best hand. However, Quan obviously sitting there with a set. So we will get the bad news, but like the way Tom's played this one. So now Quan with the deuces. choosing to raise now. After flop did check through. Incredibly guess can have some bluffs from this position. Queen 10 suited maybe, but just a quick fold there from Tom with the King 9. Just understanding a multi-way dynamic and how hand strength is going to decrease significantly, especially once we go 6-way, and loss minimum there probably against the set. Understanding why we check flop in the 6-way queue and then betting small on the turn and just getting raised on the board, where only bluff Kwan can really have from that position is Queen 10 suited, I'd say. So just letting it go. I realised on the turn, Rob, believe it or not. Thought I got away with that one, but obviously not. I did realise on the turn. 6 hands to look at. Kwan making it 1.5 with the 8-9 of hearts. And Lee in the small blind, pocket 9s versus gun +1 this deep. Just happy to flat this one, I expect. I think that's a call that he's flicked in. He's called for 1.2. Tom out the way and heads up to the flop. And it's action. 7-8, 3 rainbow, top pair for Kwan. And Lee here with the overpair to the board. So potential to see some chips go in the middle here. Lee just playing in flow as he should be, checking to the aggressor, and Kwan going to happily fire here with his 8-9 of hearts, and should just see Lee call in this spot. Kwan still has the 10s through aces in his range, but he's actually going to choose to raise here with the pocket 9s. And action back on Kwan now, who with these backdoors to go with his top pair can never go anywhere this deep with position. So got to be thinking about what hands are ever going to raise here. Like 3s, 7s and 8s probably are going to flat, so maybe at some small frequency sets might start raising, but other than that, like what else is going to raise here? Like some trapped over pairs perhaps. 7-8 suited, only 2 combos of that, only 1 combo from our perspective, so it's a pretty interesting spot, especially with the 8 in here as well as Kwan. We block some 2 pair, we block the top set. So if I'm Kwan, I'm calling again here. I know we block a bluff as well, 10-9 suited, but then there could be Jack-9 suited, Jack-10 suited in there as well with backdoor flush draw. But the way Lee's played this in a pretty tricky manner. If I'm Kwan, not loving life here, but like value wise, what's he supposed to have? Are you really going to raise a set on 8-7-3 rainbow? Probably not. So what else are you supposed to have here? But Kwan makes a very good lay down there, and just letting the top pair go, knowing he was behind, drawing to 2 outs in fact. Oh, you noticed that one too, Rob. I think I made that one a bit more blatant. It's always the multi-way pots, because you're looking at one hand and you sometimes miss another. But yeah, the set of 3s for Gary when he turned the boat on ace 5-5. I remember that one as well. Thanks for that.
We found hot chocolate.
I can see, I've got it in front of me.
We found hot chocolate, ladies and gentlemen.
John Scott's shortbread's going to be coming out. Hold on a minute.
Not me.
Who's been dipping into my shortbread?
100% not me.
Well.
No, it was you.
Yeah, I had 1 too.
Yeah.
So who's had this little one? Is that PK?
Probably.
I have to start hiding me.
100% I've not had any. No, all right. 1, 2. No, there's only 3 pieces gone from there. 1, 2.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I schooled you now.
Yeah.
No, you get 6 in there, you won't get 7.
Yeah, exactly. So someone's had a piece.
Yeah, so that's half.
Yeah, but that means I've
so
only...
3 and 3, 6.
Yeah, but I've only had 2. I'm saying, where's the other one? I've had 2 pieces, guys, of this.
Oh,
That's
right,
what I'm letting you know.
Fair enough.
Right. Yeah.
You're trying to work out the dimensions of shortbread.
Someone's nicked me shortbread. Was it this, man? Have a bit of this. Yeah.
There you go. I got the blame straight away. The eyes, the fingers and everything. We're being requested Scottish flags for the Scottish players.
Is there not? Well, weird. Yeah, there's a Montenegro and all them, but there's no. What was that one that was the most obscure one ever?
Mauritius.
Mauritius. Well, we need to update the flag system. Because obviously GK is local to Edinburgh. We're still no, we're actually on hot chocolate now, believe it or not. We've found the hot chocolate button.
Half open from Lee makes it 1.5. And Tom with the pocket tens. Happily free bet this one. And just a quick fold from Lee in 2. Lee plays well, Tower. No, but he seems to play pretty well. What I've seen, just not even thinking about the king 10 there, just knows that it's going to be a snap fold. Facing that side's free bet. Lee Bradbury in seat 2.
Now I'm guessing the players get asked what nationality they are, and we stick the flag at the side of. That's the way it is. That's the way it works.
Jagger with ace queen on the button, making it 1.5, and Mo defending with the jack 3 suited.
Ten Jack 5.
A bit of action. 2 overs, Broadway draw for Jagger. We've got top pair for Mo defending out the big blind. Cheers PKR Park, getting us both a point on Sunday. Well, best turn in the deck for Jagger. Turning Broadway. Just going to want to build a pot now. And Queen of Hearts. Bit of an action killer for Jagger potentially. Going to be very difficult for Mo to ever call this spot now here. Jagger going for 7.5. So third pot. A little bit more than third choice sizing from Jagger. And Mo potentially thinking about hero in here. Just a jack. Not sure what he's thinking about Tower. Maybe he just thinks that Jagger's going to open so wide on the button that once he goes bet, basically needs like exactly like ace X of hearts or ace queen. and probably doesn't think he's ever going to go this thin. That's a set or two pairs, so basically repping a straight or better, and doesn't necessarily just have to have an ace. We can't just give someone credit for an ace because they open. Jack is open on the button here. He's going to open like 4-5 suited, 6-7 suited, 8-6 suited, all these hands that could potentially just completely whiff this board. Now once he's betting, repping an ace or better or a bluff, and Mo lets that one go. Bad river really for Jagger. Potentially killed his action. At 15 minutes time, guys, we are going to head out on the break for 20. Is it a 20-minute break again?
It is. The live stream is going to be finishing after 12:30 tonight.
Get closer to 1 in the morning.
Jack 3 deuce, 2 diamonds.
It's 1.5 the sizing and a cool queen of diamonds on the turn. Come on now. Deciding to check this one back. Yeah, hearts on the river. Like this decision from Kwan to go for value here. I'm going to say a hearts river. Trying to get called by some worse Jack X and potential 3 or deuces that do not believe us. And GK non-believer on the occasion, getting forced on the call, flipped it in, see the bad news.
I went to a very emotional wedding. Even the cake was in tears.
Is that Penny?
That's Penny Smith. Hey dear.
That's on with 5s. Makes it 1.3. And then Kwan in the cut-off here. Ace Jack of clubs. Just happened to pill. And Mo on the button. And then the King 5. A6 for GK in the small. On the loose side from GK, just going to be in a dominated spot too often here with this hand. Not great playability, out of position, splitting equity 4 ways a lot of the time when the big one comes along, but happy to get involved.
On a Jack I flop, Jack 9-7.
So Kwan flopping top pair, top kick up. And when checked to him, I'd like to see him bet here in a 4-way coup. Just thin the field down. Give ourselves more equity within the pot. Try and get heads up to the turn. One opponent. It's just going to be 3 quick folds. Ace-9 for Mo in the cut-off race is 1.5. John Peel in the 6-4 off in the small. And Lee coming along with a 5-3. Ace, 7, 8. All hearts. So top pair for Mo. Mixing in the check with this one. Perfectly fine. 8 of spades on the turn. Looks like Lee's going to take the initiative here with just 5 high and the bare 5 of hearts. But Mo's checking this one back on the flop to call turns. Not going to be folding just yet as Mo, even faced with this near pot sizing, definitely can be up against flop flushes and 8x being against the big blind. But we check back for this reason, to be able to call some turn leads.
To call, which he does. 9-7 with 113,000 and a decent stack coming towards the end of level 8.
Right then, Jim. Off to bed, lads. I'll be tuned in tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thanks, Jim. So we will see a river when they clicks the button. Come on, where are we? The suspense is killing me. Ace of diamonds on the end, and Lee just has to shut it down now on this particular river. Complete shut down central. Not ever going to bluff this spot.
A card bigger than a 7, you would win.
Right, evening call. Yeah, this is on for another 2 hours. Well, 2.5 hours actually with a break. We finish at 12:30 after midnight. So 2.5 hours to go on the live stream.
I check back in days. I felt like
that's why it's a horrible river. If the river isn't an ace, I go like 15, 14k.
How are we doing, Carl? Yep, this is still going, and still the same commentators as earlier. We're here till midnight. Well, 1 in the morning tonight with the extended breaks today, so we got one more session after this. We're going on break in 10 minutes time, and then we have one more remaining session for the day. Now, Tara and I...
So right just after 10:30 local time
but we're
for 2 hours.
We're here all weekend, Carl. You can tune in Sunday, we'll still be here. Tune in Saturday, we'll still be here. We do not move from these seats. Unless someone wants a cuppa.
Only for chocolates. Hot chocolates and cup of teas, that's about it.
Tom looks like got a decision here in the big. He's usually pretty quick to defend out the big blind, so I'm guessing he might be thinking about squeezing here, Tower. And 41 bigs here, all this dead money in there. Might have some jams with like 9s, 8s. There we go. Might have like potentially somehow like 9s here. Ace, king could be in there as well. We're never going to find out. Tom just didn't let them through versus the gun open and 3 flats. Guys, what would be the one event in the world you would like to attend? I thought yours would be the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it probably will be actually.
I don't know what mine would be.
Yeah, it will be the Super Bowl with the Miami Dolphins in the final. Which is about as much chance as Spurs winning the league.
World Cup final says Apocalypse. I'd love for England to get to a World Cup final. It'd be great to watch. Like just a
Well, you took your dad, didn't you, to the final
yeah,
of the Euros?
Yeah. Treated the old man. Went to the Euros
Class.
final. Yeah, good day out. Was really enjoyed it. Obviously, the result at the end. To be honest with you, I was too gone at the end of the game. I've been drinking all day. Been drinking in the stadium at half time. Like by the time penalties were on, I didn't even know what was going on. But it was.
If you saw people jumping up, you jump with them, and if they didn't, you just stayed quiet. C4 has just ordered dessert. Everybody in the table's asking if it's mousse like Jagger. Penny Smith, you're the best. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's brilliant. Everybody's asking if they can have mousse like Jagger. How do you do it? Oh, that's brilliant.
2 hours in the limelight, 60 times that way.
Folds. Now to Tom on the button. So I know John has opened. Queen Jack of Spades makes it 2k. Big three. It's another 3.5x. No action.
I think I was losing like 6 at Queen. I must have lost like 5 grand or 5. So I lost every single play.
Ashley Williams says the full Ashes tour down south, down under in Australia. Surely that'd just be to stand with the Barmy Army singing and drinking all day long because the cricket wouldn't entertain you. El Clasico will be up there, says Apocalypse. And the Aussie Millions for C4. Yeah, but you've been there. You've been to. Well, it's not asking where you've been. What's best? It's like what would you go to that you've not been to? You asked the question and you've answered it by putting in stuff you've been to. Where have you never been that you want to go to? Like mine would be the Super Bowl, as Jay quickly said.
So well I know you now, Taylor.
Right.
6s for Jaggers, opening on the button, raises to 1.5. Kwan, Peeling 7-6 off. He's played pretty well, Kwan, the last hour or so. From what I've seen from him, he seems to be doing most things right, but Peeling 7-6 off here, never going to be good. Just wanting to get involved, perhaps? I'm not sure what the thought process could be. But anyway, Jagger continues here with the 6s for 1.2. Giving Mo 5-1 on a call here and just 2 quick folds. Kwan and Mo both get out of the way. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. So it means we're going to be back just before 25-2. So between 1:30 and 25-2, we are going to be returning for the final session of the day. We will have a new feature table for you guys as well.
You will indeed.
I'll give you a little teaser of a name or two that is coming to the featured.
Go on then.
The last GUKPT champion in Manchester. It was only a month ago.
Big TR.
Big TR. The last Edinburgh Mini Main champion.
Paul Green.
Yes.
Boom.
And we'll leave it at that for now.
Okay.
We'll leave it for that for now, but a couple of other notable names on there as well, but we will be returning at just gone 1:30, between 1:30 and 25-2 for the final session, as it's John here with the Ace King. Makes it 3k, 5x under the gun. Do we not want action?
The guy with his jacket, 10k. And then, I mean, how does he get
Yeah, folding the turn I thought was absolutely ridiculous. And he's like, he's going to that, I think he's probably going to be Ludo because of the cold calling. When I say like, I think he's going to have like 10 plus.
put him already on king?
Where's MCG Tower?
Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Oh, okay. Says it's the best stadium in the world, this C5.
Yeah, it's about 150,000 maybe. They're absolutely nuts for cricket there.
Well, the thing is, they got the new stadiums that just recently finished in Qatar for the World Cup, haven't they? Which look like palaces, like pristine. So I reckon, like the architecture on them, they're probably going to be some of the best in the world for the World Cup. Brand new stadiums. And ace king for Tom this time. Ace king out in force makes it 1.3.
First part in that night, I was so smashed around the ball. Spoke about what I do in my sport, like, he reckon I should go on
7-4, flop, GK flopping. Best, F2 pet.
When I call calling, he was probably going to run out of flat. So what I call calling,
Ten of hearts on the turn. And Tom now picking up nut flush draw. Go with his 2 overs. Decides to check once more. And River's the best of it with top pair, nut kick up. So has to go for value. Well, John's actually going to lead here out the big blind for 2.5. And like, if I'm Tom here, Tower, like, just raise, make it 8k. It looks like John's just got like a raggy ace here. And the thing is, he's going to start leading his 4x on the turn when it's double flush draw the way John's been playing. So if we're Tom here, I'm just going to make this like 7.5, 8k. Try and just get John to hero us off with another ace. He's just never got a 4 here. Like, he can have a boat, maybe like 4-7 suited, 10-4 suited, but he's just never got a bare 4 in this spot. And if we're Tom, this is what we've got to do. We want to raise for value, get some action from some worst ace X. And now action back on John. Yeah, it's just really good from Tom. A lot of players would just flat this spot because like big blind going to have a lot more 4s, but the way the hand's played, a 4's going to start leading turn almost always, and we just get
the next to call.
Yeah, and going to see the
ace
king.
King is going to be the biggest hand.
Yeah, of course it is, and Tom just knows that as well. And ace, there's the ace, exactly what we said.
I think that was a 9. I think that was ace 9.
There we go. So nice little bit of added value for Tom legs out, and we are back in 20 minutes, guys. We will see you then
for the final session. See you in 20. But this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. But this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdour. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdour. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Hammered Hour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, you're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker.
Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we documented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go downhill.
Oh, oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's it's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's come out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right, thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently,
I don't
so
have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not.
No. No.
It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining and I know it's cloudy and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline, and yes, it's raining, but I'm not really cared for it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187?
Yep.
A 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shot, Edinburgh 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I lost the ball right.
It's literally street doom. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's... It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Well, that's, I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Thin high.
Thin high. A few problems with trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to far on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdeen, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come, and hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played all right. Loved coming to Aberdeen. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, so it's sun shining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdeen. There's Aberdeen. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay, not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done 1 million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Wait for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my God, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water. What's yours? What's yours, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days! That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Aberdella. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
Here we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, gotta get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2 is only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdella. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdella. Walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better go looking. Playing the 8th, Aberdella. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole too though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, we're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go down the hill.
Oh, oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Cut! update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's it's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, come out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right. Thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining. Well, players coming back in. Thanks, Harvey. Fabulous practice swing. Actual swing, you're throwing the club from the top, way outside the line on the way down. Slide those hips from top of the backswing and you'll get an out to win swing line. Shot on the par 3, second hole, perfect. No casting from the top was the image of your practice swing. Thanks, Harvey. I'll be practicing that when I get back.
Coaches in the car park?
Coaches everywhere. I love it. Oh, cheers, Harvey. Thank you very much indeed. We're back for the final session. Back in the mix. So my practice swing was better than my actual swing. And it should be the same.
So we're set and ready to go.
What have we got?
So I will run you through. In 1 is Ed Swales.
Eddie's back.
In 2, Ryan Harper. In 3, Paul McCauley. 4 is Big TR, Trevor Reardon. 5, Neil Feenan. 6, James Parker. 7, Robbie Ball. 8, Paul Green. And in 9 is Maz Bako.
Final session.
Yeah, 2 hours to go.
2 hours plus however many hands they play, and then it's normally 6. and then it's normally the last table to finish. So around about 1, I reckon 12:40 will be the time we finish today. The waters are out.
Yeah, got double.
The waters are out.
Water.
The waters are out. Let's go. So that was Aberdour, by the way. Aberdour Golf Club. Great, brilliant from PK. Brilliant work from PK because I did it all on the little camcorder, and I got some footage. We had a bit more footage, but it was we trimmed it down a little. And it did rain a bit, but there's more to come over the weekend. More to come. Oh yes.
We're off. First hand follows round to the blinds. Neil raising it to 2k with the King 5 of hearts. Talk about this a lot in these blind on blind situations. Need to choose a bigger size here out the small blind, unless we're going for like some sort of exploit sizing, but just gives our opponent such a nice price to peel with position. But we can just flop the work. So on ace queen 10, 2 hearts, combo draw, rise for 2k. And worst looking board for us here is James. It's going to call once. That looks painty.
Got a jack. Looks a king.
Neil now firing 5k. James surprised he called flop, but I would be shocked if he called here now. And there's the fold.
So the final two two levels are with us. Full chip count at the end of the night, with how many players are still left in at the start of this session. We had 47 left. 118 have played the main. Good numbers. 118. 47 still in. And the satellite collected £4,950. 63 playing. And we're down to final 24. Don't know if anybody's walked away with a ticket yet. But 6 tickets and a bit of money.
No pocket ace from Maz makes it 1.6 under the gun +1. And Robbie with an ace in the big should be defending. Get 4.5 to 1 on his money. That's flicking the defend. Heads up.
355.
A fairly nice flop here for Maz. Obviously, we'll be wary that Robbie can sometimes have some 5x here out the big blind. Opts for a really small continuous size. Jack of clubs on the turn. Check, check. And 6 of spades on the river here. And we'd still beat some like King Queen, King 10, Queen 10 suited hands as Robbie, so happy to check here. And Maz will feel like his ace is the best hand. Does he think we can ever eke some value out of some 3x or rivered 6x? Like hands like 6-7, 6-4, going to be calling the flop. Maz, the size too difficult to get called by worse. We can get put in a gross spot if we do better get raised.
So Neil, nearly 100,000. Paul Macaulay and Paul Green.
Robbie completing in the small. Mini main champion Paul Green is back.
Yes.
Checking his option in the big.
2017 champion of the main. King, Queen 2.
Robbie just leading for a blind. Gets it through.
The little.
Miss 1600. Fold. 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 Fold.
Matt's defending the Jack 9 after Ed.
Flop time, flops it as well. Roll reversals on the flop, 986.
Yeah, board that Ed's going to check fairly high frequency though, not going to have too many bets on this 986 rainbow. And there is the check from Ed. 5 of spades on the turn, and Mass may start leading here now with his top pair, denying some equity to overs, not letting a hand like Ed has in this situation realise equity for free with their 6 outs.
Went to showdown 1,400%. So the last 2 levels of the day on day 1A in Edinburgh. Watch it back at your leisure if you're on the feature table. Watch it back if you want to re-watch. Which one was it? It was Johnny. Johnny Scott. He says I was that bored during lockdown. I says, oh thanks. He says I watched the whole of The Last Goliath from start to finish. Really? He says, yeah. He says, I just wanted to watch poker. That's a good shout, that Penny. Richard Stilgo. He was one of the funniest songwriters. You know, quirky songs that he used to write, Richard Stilgo.
Tens for Robbie in the hijack, raises to 1.8. I know Ryan in the big blind going to defend with the A6 of hearts. Queen boost rainbow. So nice little flop here for Robbie. Can go really small on this particular board, could go as small as 25%. It goes even smaller, just south of 25, 1k into 4.8.
Have you seen the run in there? That was good for Leeds tonight. Spurs beating Arsenal.
So Neil deciding to open ace-9 off under the gun +1, makes it 1.8. And Paul finds the Cowboys here in the big blind. Makes it 4.6. Seen it so many times today, these tiny sizes out of the blinds facing the open. Really small size there from Paul. Maybe he's trying to induce something or wanting his opponent to peel with such a strong hand. Only thing is, if you're going to start doing that, just waiting your small free bets out of position towards your nutted hands, and then sizing up with your all your other hands. Then it's easy for good opponents to just overfold in spots when you free bet small, and then continue wide up when you do opt for that bigger sizing. But just seen it a lot today. These small free bets facing opens out of the blinds. Oi, oi, 20 poker, just won a Goliath seat in the £30 sat.
You're on 20. Twin luck, Neil. Well done, you. How many played it? Was it value? They're on every night, aren't they? Every night they're on. Finders Keepers from Richard Stilgore. Now that was a programme.
Ace 5 for Paul makes it 1.8 to go, and Ed shoves here for 11 big blinds.
So Robbie raised to 1.8 with ace-6 suited. Trev Reardon with 45,000 coming up to the last two levels with ace-queen. He might raise this up.
5,200.
Nice result. Neil, 26 runners, 4 tickets, 5th paid £128.
Not bad at all.
Ace 10 for Trevor. Should be opening this on the button. Makes it 1.9. Neil going to kill the Queen 10 in the small. And James King 6 off here in the big blind. Just under 5 to 1. Not going to be coming along with this one. Heads up between Trevor and Neil.
King, Jack 5, all spades.
It's up and down here for Neil. Gut shot for Trevor. Neither player holding a spade in their hand. King high though, so Trevor may elect to c-bet this more often than not.
Calls to 1.7. Eighty clubs on the turn.
Changes nothing. Ace 10 and Trevor still best. I'm going to decide to check behind now on this turn. diamonds on the river. So Neil now going to elect to bluff at it here with just queen high. Drove out the way with the ace 10, so nice little pick up for Neil on the river with the worst of it. And Joe Smith says, well done, 20, see you at Coventry. That makes it 1.6 with the sixes, and Neil Pills on the button. Neil's hand not shown again, really strange. And Tenner's not picking up the cards. Unfortunately, you're not going to see Neil's whole cards this hand. You do see the 9-8-7-2 spade board though. So up and down for Maz after opening. Board that we are going to have lots of checks on here, three-way. We can happily check call a bet from Neil, especially once he opts for 2k, a little bit less than third pot sizing. James has to fold the deuces, but Maz just got a clear call here with his up and down straight draw. Wow, Maz just lets the sixes go.
Oi, oi.
4-1 the money.
Well, just Maz.
Didn't fancy it.
So with the sixes, gets rid of them in early position.
No Paul. Could just shove here potentially, Tower. I'm probably going to shove ace jack suited here, depending on the player Ryan is as well. If we think Ryan is good and competent, this effective stack, I'm probably just going to set him in rather than here and here out of the big blind. Paul happy to defend, which can't be bad. Eve up, and now we're going to lose at least a street here on the Queen Jack 8 2 club board, flopping middle pair top kicker. Ryan with the best of it, top pair decent kicker. And Ryan goes pot size here. Wow. I think a little bit of a mistake there from Ryan. If we go a legitimate sizing, we're going to get at least one street there from Paul Green, but went for that big flop sizing. Don't see pot sizing on flop very often, but went for it and potentially lost our customer. Could have at least got one street there from Paul for sure.
Morris says, trying to persuade his mate to go and play the seniors on Sunday. He says, if Tower and Jay stand us a beer when we get there, we'll go. What's the verdict? We'll get you a beer if we take 10% of your winnings.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yep. We're in.
What's 10% of nothing, Tower?
Well, Well,
I don't know Morris, so I'm sure you're a very good player, Morris. But
I'm not sure, but I'll get them a bottle of water each.
It's 4-0, making it 1.9. Let's see a 10-3-4 rainbow board. Seven of hearts spinning off on the turn. So Maz still out in front with the eights. Check all in the bet on the flop now. Neil deciding to slow down. And this turn on a river, really good for us here as Maz, and I'd love to see a lead here now from Maz once it goes check on the turn, but Maz actually going to check it over, and eights are the best. Could have definitely tried to eke out a little bit of value there. Thought better of it. Will there be flips at the Goliath? And if so, where will they be? How often?
Etc, etc. That I don't actually know. We just added it in the last time we did it. Next to 2.5 hours on midday. They were that popular that by the time we got downstairs at 9 o'clock there was a queue waiting to play the flips. Don't actually know if they're going to be on. They might be on maybe one or two of the days. We'll see how we go on, but we'll see. You never know. We could get the flips going. They were a lot of fun. They were busy. So it did make the day longer. That is for sure.
Queen 6 deuce rainbow board, blind on blind here between Maz and Ed. Maz just leading with the Jack 5 for 1k. That's going to get the job done.
And needing a bit of help down the bottom, 13 bigs. So the final session of the evening upon us, about 12 to 20 to 1 we finish in the morning. 20 minutes breaks all the way through today and a 60-minute dinner break. And there's a finishing time just past 12:30. 118 the last time we saw in the main.
Blind on blind here, pair versus pair, Ed shoving for 13 bigs with the 5s standard, and Ryan Calling with the 7s. So this was just always going to get in. Now Ed's going to need some help to stay alive here. Oh, and there is the help on the flop. 8-5 deuce. So now just fading 7s. A couple of runners, but there is one of the runners. So 3, 4, 9 or 7 to fade now for Ed after flopping a set. 4, 9, 7. And it's the king of hearts. So Ed Swales, 4th in the mini main yesterday, going to get a double back up over starting.
That's how you do it.
And that's going to leave Ryan down to 10k after the 5 on the flop. And Jagger is on the move, not Jagger. Paul McCauley. I thought it was Jagger. I've glanced up, look like Jagger without glasses. Paul McCauley.
He was in the cash game, wasn't he, Paul?
Yes, he was.
Down to 15 in the cash out satellite. Don't know how many seats have been given away so far, but there were 6 seats and a bit of cash. 119 have played the main event today, with only 1 entry in the last 2 hours.
James here, under the gun +1. Unfortunately, his card's not picking up. That makes it 1.9. What time is the first? What time is the 1 hour dinner break for the GUKPT at usually, and will it be the same at Coventry? Goliath will be totally different, but for a normal GUKPT it's the end of level 4, which is 4 hours in plus the first break, which is normally 15 minutes, but today was 20, so 4:15 to 4:20 live in the club is the dinner break, the 60-minute break. No idea regarding Goliath at all. For the 1K, yes, it will be the same time. For the GUKPT before we go
4 hours 15 minutes in.
Go on dinner break at 4:15 live. So it'll be about 4:15 live. Return at 5:15 live if you're playing.
If it does start at 12, then yes, 4:15 it will be.
That's making it 1.6 with Queen 10, and James defending the Jack 8 in the big blind. It's up to the flop.
Lord Brown 1970. If that's your age, you can play. If that's the date of birth, 1970, then you can play. It's over 50s for the seniors.
One coming over, and he looks like he has got the lot tower.
Awesome. 2 stacks.
Yeah, when you need 2
2
racks.
trays. Oi, oi.
So 100k yellows, 20k, 30k, about 40, 140, 150 for Lee Wang.
21 ounce at the CBS. Do we register the parking in the same way? Yes, you do. Exactly the same way. Use the car registration detection in the front of the casino. I'm guessing when we get to the CBS arena, it will be busy, so we'll have to instruct you on where you'd be parking. Regarding Goliath, we don't know if Coventry City will be at home. We don't know what else will be happening there, so there'll be plenty of notice regarding car park. So you can register, leave and come in the same 24-hour period. Yes, that is true.
Ladies for Maz this time, makes it 1.6. And Trevor with the Queen 10 suited. And a free bet to 5.2. I like this from Trev. I like seeing it. Saw a lot more of it in Manchester, and it's obviously working because he shipped one of the biggest GUKPTs of the year. And good to mix some free bets in with hands like this. Not always going to flatten, make it difficult to play against you. Keep your opponents guessing. I love the sizing choice, love the hand selection. Only thing is, we've run into it on this occasion. That will happen from time to time, but as long as you're doing it at a good frequency, it's going to be good for us in the long run. Unfortunately, Maz with the goods on this occasion. And just calls.
What a flop.
Wow.
What a flop, and he redraws to the straight flush.
Yeah, you could just smash the flop as well, and this is just going to be slam dunk C-bet for us here. There's Trevor just sitting here with Queen High. Happy to take it down now, but at times we are cool. We have got heaps and heaps of equity here in this spot. And
better 3.8.
Other thing as well on this board, we expect Maz to set us in with like Ace King a lot of the time, so it's potentially on brick run outs a bet jam spot here with the Queen 10 of spades in this free bet coup. Wouldn't mind seeing it all from Trev if he could unload the clip, but he's not going to have to now. Not going to have to run it, just gets the check mark on the turn, and the Queens of Maz in a lot of bother now. And Trev going to probably size down now maybe, because even if we go small here like 7-8k, we're still going to have a nice... Okay, even smaller. So gets Maz another street from Maz's Queens. Maz drawing dead, and that could be a saver. I thought it was an ace. It's a deuce of clubs. And now Trev, from his perspective, we got to think what hands Maz got here. What can Maz have in this spot? Call flop, call turn. Could most certainly have a King X holding in this hand. So like a hand like King Queen suited, King Jack suited, these type of hands. We've got no removal to that because we hold the Queen 10 of spades and the King of spades is on the board, so all combinations available of those. So maybe opt for like a half pot here, put like the King Jack, King 10, King Queen suited, all in a really rough spot. And then some of the times Maz could rock up with pocket nines, pocket threes, hands that we're just going to get paid from anyway. But I'd really like to see the size to try and target a King from Trev potentially. Looks like he's got exactly what I said, half pot. Really nice from Trevor. Just thinking about, not just thinking about our hand in question, thinking about the hand and the range of our opponent and what it looks like our opponent's got in this spot. And Maz heroes it off with Queens and sees the bad news He's up against the Queen 10 of spades of Trevor.
Well played, Trevor.
Yeah, lovely sizing on the river, really. Because a lot of players might just see that I've got a flush, I've got a pot size bet behind, I'm going to jam. But thinking about Maz's range and what Maz is supposed to have in that spot, like a lot of the time, especially with the King of Spades being on the board, we've got no removal to the suited King, Queen, King, Jack, King 10. Really try and eke out the value from those hands, and in this case, actually called by Queen. So even lower down the range of Maz, getting called by that pot. Nicely done, Trevor. Queen 7 deuce, next flop in question, and Paul probably going to lose at least a straight here, especially versus Lee. I think they were on the table earlier together before Lee moved over, and Lee can be more than capable in spots. Price for 1.5k, like the size and choice, nice and small on this Queen 7 deuce. Paul not going anywhere, especially with the backdoor heart possibilities.
2 clubs on the turn.
And could potentially mix in a check here now as Lee, or happily go for another straight. Obviously Paul can definitely have a lot of flushes defending out the big blind, and the thing is, you've got to think about range of hands Paul's going to call with on the flop, like the 7x and the deuce x. They're going to fold to a second barrel anyway once this club completes a lot of the time, and then the Queen x, yes, we're going to get another straight from that, but can also have flushes in this spot, and maybe a deceptive check. We can then sometimes get some heroes from the 7x, the deuce x, some pocket pairs. But we can put ourselves in a really gross spot here as Lee. Some of the time is Paul opts to raise this and then shove river when he has got all the flushes in this particular spot. Just a call on this occasion. Looks painted. If it's the case king, that would be ill.
That certainly would. Nice. Queen of clubs. We've got 4 clubs on the board. We've already got the best hand, but cements the deal with the flush. Lee in C3.
What's Paul thinking about here? Like Lee opening low jack can definitely barrel a hand like ace king with the ace of clubs, ace jack with the ace of clubs, like King Jack with a King of Clubs, all can be double barrel candidates as bluffs on the turn, and they now complete. Paul still leading. Going for it, Paul Green. 20k is the bet. And this is tough for Lee, because this is a bluff catcher here with kings. Paul never goes for this size with like a bare Jack of Clubs. So this is just a pure bluff catch now, us for Lee. And what bluff is Paul supposed to have here? We literally need him to specifically be turning like a 7x into a bluff that's called twice tower. And I might fold this spot here as Lee. Just the way this hand's played. And this is what I talk about a lot. When you're bluffing, try and find the spots where it's very difficult for you to have a bluff, where you can have a lot of value here. Like Paul could have ace 7, ace deuce with the ace of clubs. He could also just have a random float like with the ace of clubs, like with backdoor wheel draw, ace 5, ace 4, ace 3. And then he can also have boats here. He can have some 2 pairs, he can have some queen 7, he can have some queen deuce, pocket deuces, pocket 7s, pocket 3s. Can have all these value hands, and then we've got to think what hands are actually going to bluff in this particular spot, and there's not many. Like, what are the bluffs here? Once he calls flop, calls turn, then leads river. And if I'm Lee, I'm probably going to fold this spot here. And I know we can see he's got the best hand, but like Paul has just picked such a lovely little spot now, I think about it, to run this here. And really put Lee in the blender. Because what we just don't beat anything. Like we specifically need him to, because he's not going to turn a queen into a bluff because we're too high up showdown now with trips. So he specifically needs like a 7x hand, because deuce X without a club isn't going to call turn. And if he's got like a 8-7 with the 8 of clubs, that's going to check river. So it's a really gross spot here for Lee. And if I'm Lee, I pass Tower. I really do.
I think he is doing.
I think it's the right thing to do, because we need Paul to literally have the hand he has. We need him to have a 7 that's called turn still, even after we've double barreled on the 3 club board. And more specifically, we need to we need Paul to specifically have a 7 without a club in it, because he's not going to bluff a 7 with a club in it. They're going to be checks. So found a really, really nice little inventive bluff spot there, Paul Green, and maybe understood it's so hard for him to ever come up with a bluff in that spot, and just went for it, and just hopefully had a kind of hand that he did and got the fold from him. So fair play to Mr. Green there. Nice little poker hand for you.
That's how he's won a mini in a main.
Yeah, it's Valerie, it's really wide defend range, but once he calls flop and calls turn, like what's he supposed to have? He can have like some queen X, like even 7x. Like a lot of the time 7x is going to fold turn as well. So that's when the queen pairs, like from Lee's perspective, if we think that 7x is going to fold turn most of the time, unless it's 7x with a club, then surely we've got to fold. Surely we've got to fold that spot, because 7x with a club is going to check, and we assume that 7x without a club is just going to pass turn. Not going to turn a queen into a bluff, because now we beat some like 10s, jacks, aces, kings without a club once the queen pairs, and we make trips with that. And then basically all his club bare club hands are going to check unless it's the ace of clubs itself. So it's really, really gross spot for Lee, and I can't fault the fault for Lee. He's made the incorrect decision on this occasion, but I would have done the exact same thing, and I could see Paul's hole cards. It was really inventive bluff there from Paul, to be fair.
Flop a 10, jack 8. Middle pair for Trev.
That's how you win mini mains.
Absolutely. Or just get the 6% again.
And the thing is, we saw Lee ship the high roller a couple of weeks ago, and we obviously know Lee's more than capable. He's a very good player to win that high roller, that 3k high roller in the field that was in it. You gotta be a good player. You gotta be competent, and he's obviously a very deep thinking player, Lee, just from making that fold. Because a lot of players may just hero that off and be a bit stubborn, but the best will really delve into a hand and think about all the different possibilities there, and it just comes down to weighing up bluffs and value. And I was reaching for bluffs with Paul, and the key factor is he's called turn. Like, he's called turn. You don't expect that, like a 7 to call turn without a club, and Paul has on this occasion. So like the bluffs on the river, there's not many there. 7x that turns into a bluff, but then I say that's probably going to fold turn. We make that assumption, I think, a lot of the time. We'll see the result in about 25 minutes time, but interesting hand for you guys. Nice one.
Trev reading flops nice, turns better, and rivers even better. Can't see him getting a penny out of James, though, in seat number 6.
So I think Jack's busted. He's busted, but I'm sure he'll be back for another bullet tomorrow, William. Or he might have flicked back in, but he busted on the feature table a couple of sessions ago. Paul on the button, raising the 7-5, going to be oozing with confidence after getting that bluff through. And flops the best of it here on 10-9-5 rainbow, catching bottom pair. Ryan here should be check calling unless Paul chooses a really large size like this. King high can be good versus button opening range, and not only that, we've got an overcard and a whole host of backdoors with the hearts working and the 8 in this spot. If Paul chooses a legitimate sizing like 1.6 here. Ryan stack, I actually miss Ryan stack, so probably not going to float. 9.2k, yeah, just preserving them chips. Think deeper, we are most certainly going to float with that particular candidate, but with his stack size there, Ryan just gets out of the way and did have the second best hand on this occasion.
Cup of tea?
Oh,
do you know what?
We've been going from all day. I'll go.
Good lad.
I'll go get us one.
Go on then, son. Thank you very much. Have them. Go on then, cup of tea. Oh, chocolate, don't mind. Bit of a surprise. Last two levels of the day. Finish round about 12:30 to 12:35. Been a good day, 119 in the last time we saw. Here's 10 for Neil, starting C number 5 with just shy of 100,000. Folded all the way around to Big TR with the 4s. TR at it again, sticks another little bet, moves his stack up to 100 bigs and 85,000. So Ryan in seat 2, not done too much. But jams on the min race from Ed. And he gets it through with the worst of it. It's all about the timing, you know? All about the timing. Taking bets on Jay returning half a cup. I think the Valley is, obviously it's a machine. Obviously it's a machine. And the valets do it, but some of the valets put extra hot water in to make them full cups, and some of the valets don't. They'll get the message soon. They'll get the message. Here's King for Lee. 2000 is the race from Paul Green.
Yeah, we will.
Here we go. Well, he's balancing as if it's a full cup. Penny, you lose. We were taking bets on half a cup. Well, I think the valleys have realised what they're doing here. They fill it up with water. Big TR having a big stretch. So Paul calls the 3-bet. Ace 3, 7, 8. Unfortunately, we can't see the holdings of Paul.
Check and flop. Definitely going to be continuing here. Where's Lee? Can definitely have the best hand as well, but we've got a big draw, 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Tyres for 8.6. Paul not going anywhere, making the call. Could easily have spades himself. Actually, probably not, unless it's Queen Jack of Spades, Queen 10 of Spades, Jack 10 of Spades, opening +1, pilling the 3-bet. Queen of Clubs on the river. Is it payback time for Lee? Paul running the bluff versus Lee not long ago. Is Lee going to go for it himself? I just can't see how we're ever going to be good here as Lee, once Paul check calls turn. I just think he'll have some maybe 5, 6s in there, hands like that. So Lee is going to go for it here, and I like this. I just feel like once Paul calls turn, we're never going to have the best hand here. We really can put some pressure on some one-pair holdings. Don't think he's ever going to have a queen in this spot unless it's particularly Queen Jack or Queen 10 of Spades. Doubt he's going to check 9s or 10s twice. Could be like an A7 suited.
Could he check call with 7s?
What, just a pair of 7s?
Yeah, obviously just waiting for the flush draw to miss.
Potentially, Tower. Potentially, what's got to be going through his head is Lee's check back flop here, obviously. And Paul's got to ask himself the question, how often is Lee going to check back this flop with over pairs? Is he really going to be incorporating some checks in with like aces and kings on this board and then going bet? Or is it more weighted towards a hand like he has ace king, ace jack with spades perhaps? But the thing is, ace queen gets there as well. Ace queen can definitely be in there for Lee in this spot. Potential to have been rivered. And Paul moves all in. Wow. No, that's not right. Dealer's still looking at Paul. Dave slipped, he sneezed or something and hit the all-in button. Yeah. And Paul does make the call.
He just made the call. He's not all in. Is it a set of threes?
No, it's never a set tower. It's got to be one pair. It'll be a 7 and 8, 5 6s. Oh, he did have 9s. He did check the 9s twice. Sneaky, Mr. Green. And I think with 9s there, we're checking 9s twice. We're going to have to call. I really thought Paul wasn't going to be that high up, but if we're checking 9s in that spot, I can't see how we're ever going to fold. If he's got ace queen, nice hand. The line's going up in 5 minutes time, guys. 2 minutes time, sorry, 2 minutes time. And then that will take us into the last level of the day.
Razor Kev's put Ukraine to win the Eurovision in his treble. That's just, this should be 1 to 20, shouldn't it? Everybody knows how political the voting is at the Eurovision Song Contest. It's not even a contest. It's just whoever country they like in that particular year. That's it. We'll never win it ever again.
Have we ever won it?
Yeah, that's 8 times.
8 times?
Yeah. But last time was like 1997 or something stupid like that. Yeah, we had years of winning it. We were the best. And then nobody likes us. And now pulled out the EU and Brexit's failed. Nobody's going to vote for us ever again. Because it's all political in turn. Like Greece used to vote for Cyprus and Cyprus used to vote for Greece and all that.
D4, should I punt a buy-in for this tournament?
Yes.
Tomorrow? I wouldn't call it a punt, to be honest, Chev. You're a capable player. I don't think it would be a punt. It's a fun field. A lot of locals playing, a lot of satellite winners. It's a very tasty field, in my opinion. Get yourself in the mix.
Come and have a go if you think you're good enough. If you've been watching the stream, you've seen some of the play, and you might think, you know what, I fancy a bit of this.
Can't you expect Trev to check a lot of the time once James calls flop? But we are just sitting here with Jack high, and we have picked up a smidge of equity. That 9 of spades is actually working for us on this occasion. Today we're down to the line of last 4 tables, I think. I think the 5th one in the other room just broke, so I think we're down to 4 tables. Tomorrow will be a busy day though, D-Form. We'll have tables in the bar area for sure. It's going to be a lot busier. Tomorrow, Friday, always the busiest day here on tour. Nice pick up there from Trev, double barrel working for him. I never knew James Parker was South African.
Yep.
Doesn't sound it.
He is indeed. That's where his roots are. That's where he's from.
Blinds are now up, guys. Final level of the day. We got about an hour and 15 minutes left. We've got Queen 9 making it 2k for James and Robbie in the small. With the King Queen here, moving all in for what cannot be 63.5k, that is for sure, that needs to be corrected. 14.5, that's better, that makes more sense. Shoving for 14 bigs over a button open, going to be absolute printing with the King Queen, and gets it through. Oh, pocket jacks for Lee under the gun +1. Not been the best appearance on the featured table for Lee. And Paul Green goes home tonight. He'll put his car keys on the side, and Lee might pop out of his pocket as well. It's literally been just 2 battles between the two of them in 2 hefty pots, and Paul Green's got the better both times of the man in seat 2. Still plenty for Lee though, working with just sub 50 bigs. Plenty of chips on this structure. And raising into the big blind of Ed Swales here with the jacks, and Ed with the King 6 off, facing an EP open. Pretty close, may go either way. Gonna fold and let it go. We are. Oh, then Gary Miller. He does sound it if you ask him to. He does sound it if you ask him to. I'm confused now. Have I missed something in the chat?
Maybe it's the wrong chat. Maybe Gary's just in the wrong chat.
I think with these main events on the 1 hour clock, the structure, it's always best to get them from level 1, I think. I know they're long days, long grinds. Okay, talking about James Parker. Okay, I've just seen it now, Gary. Makes sense. He sounds like you're asking to. Makes sense. Yeah, people reg at different times, default, but I always say in these tournaments, I think it's best to get them from level 1, because you get certain players that may not be in by the dinner break, or that may have donated a stack here or there. As well as that, you also get more information throughout the day. You see more hands, you see more showdowns of the opponents on your table, so you can start putting players into certain categories. I just think the most beneficial is getting in from the start. I know a lot of the pros like coming in a bit later, don't like playing without an ante for the first hour, but I think it can be slightly more beneficial. I will ask him next time, Gary. I'm going to say to him, wait, I've heard you're South African. I don't believe it.
Say something South African.
Yeah, 21 hours, only for the first half hour to an hour. And then players filter in through the first session. We're not just like 4 or 5 handed for the whole first 2 hours. And that's another beneficial thing as well. If you're competent in playing 5-6 handed, like that half hour to start playing 6 max, for example, could potentially make your edge a little bit bigger. If you're playing with opponents that aren't used to playing 5-6 handed and unaware of like how they should be opening wider, playing a bit wider. But we've got Ed here with the Queen Jack pin on the button, and Ryan got an easy fold in the small blind with the 4-5.
There's 7 for Lee, second pair. Ball G, third pair. To anyone else, if you register online and your chips in play from when you arrive and sit down, yes. Only when you start and when you're in the building, not from 12 o'clock. Sheffield to London, 6-hour trip. Sheffield to London to Edinburgh, 6 hours. Well, Shenfield. I thought it said Sheffield. I'm thinking, why are you going to London from Sheffield? Come and have a game, Gaza. Good call from Lee again. And stays in front. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes check, check. Paul might just give up on this one. Bit of showdown value. Indeed he does. So Lee takes it. Around about 50 minutes to go today. We had Richard Still go earlier for the no C8 lookalike.
Yeah, well, thinks he looks a bit like Jeremy Corbyn. Paul Green, mini main champion, former GUKPT Edinburgh champion of the main event as well. Paul Green had 6% equity when he was all in yesterday on the heads up in the mini main and won it. 6%. And then went on to win it.
So Ed Shad been cut off here for 17 bigs after an open from Neil, and a call from Paul Green. Neil has to fold here. No, Neil, what are we doing? We got pocket fours. Just sub 18 bigs. Ah, okay. It's just a graphic error. Still though, I'm still probably not going to call this off, as Neil with the fours, still with Paul behind us as well. Just 15 bigs. It's the same scenario. I talk about it so much. We're either crushed against a bigger pair or we're flipping. So it's 18% equity or 50% equity. It's not really a good spot to be in. We're either hoping for a flip or crushed.
992.
Yeah, it does get a beautiful flop for the fours here though, and this is just going to go check. Can't see Paul ever firing here. Chance of busting a player.
Jack of diamonds on the turn. And draw then needs a 10. A queen or a king.
I think you're right, Tower.
He's done it once. Can I do it again? I'm thinking a queen. Oh, 10.
10, good enough.
There we go.
So Ed swells.
Ed's going to treble.
Yeah, going to treble up. Going to love to see that river red.
Ed's going to triple up and he's just riveted it. Perfect.
Bit of info for the table as well. That Neil's opening fours under the gun, then calling a 15 big shove. Maybe he might tighten up the rejams against Neil in particular. Yes, he's got the chips to call. That might have been his full process. I've got plenty. I've got 90 odd K. Might as well flick in a few of a pair, see if we can either win a flip or get lucky.
Got 45 minutes to go until the end of the day. Back tomorrow from 12:30. Do it all again. Let's do it again. So 1,500 to go. Looks like a minute 6,000. No, it just calls. All the chips are on colour. 4-way to the flop. 9, 10, 4.
Flopping best. Talking about firing 3.5 into 9. So 40% size and choice from James Parker. Both Trevor and Neil are out of there.
Indeed it is, bit of Groundhog Day tomorrow. Should be a lot more runners as well. Normally is on the last buying date. We've also got the turbo as well, so a couple of chances to get yourself in. Ryan's stack is in again. This time it's King Queen off. Jack's going to get called.
Yes.
From Neil.
Yeah, listen up for your names, everybody. Carl, seat 4, please. Ben, seat 3, please. Jamie, seat 8, please. Nelson, seat 5, please. Catherine, seat 9, please. Paul, seat 1, please. Anthony, seat 7, please.
Over there. Oh, we're upset already.
So that's a call by Neil and quick file from James. And flip time, King Queen for Ryan, 2 live cards. Good to see that we're up against Jacks here.
Absolutely, we've got the overs. Do we survive? Do we survive? Running 10 Jack, or a Queen, or a King. We're down to his cards, a Queen or a King. No, it is not. The hooks hold up, and we lose Ryan. Latter stages of the day. Unlucky Ryan?
Yeah, unfortunately there for Ryan. Was short for a long time. Gets it in a flip situation. Couldn't win the flip. We'll have the option to re-enter or come back tomorrow, which probably sounds best.
Hiya Morris, not a lot we can do about the YouTube chat, it's unregulated by everybody, and you've just got trolls and people typing stuff in there to make it 4 pence a day, something like that, so we have to delete it when we can. Just don't click anything.
Alright guys, there are Alright guys, so there are 3 tickets remaining.
So the cards are out, around about 40 minutes to go until the end of the day. Thanks for sticking with us guys all day long. Hope you've had a great day. We have loved it. Back again with more of the same tomorrow. So Paul Green and Lee battling yet again. Again, Paul Green. Are we going to raise it up? We're just going to call. Is it worth raising with a jack? Should be a snap call from Paul to chop it up. I've got a jack yet, me too. I got a jack. Me too. So just over half an hour to go until the end of the day. Valerie the Viking, glad you sat with us till the very end. Only got to watch a bit, but I always leave this on. Support the stream. We'll re-watch later. Good on you. Been a steady day today. Been a few good ones, but
yeah, it's been
interesting.
Calm before the storm.
We've had Lee against Paul Green. Nearly all these last 2 hours been amazing. So good.
Well, Lee's just ripped his out for 60. Oh no, he hasn't. He hasn't. It's a 4-bet for 21. It's a 21k. And Ed's going to be getting this in for 35 bigs effective here. Not going to be folding. Lee has to call. Has to call any two here.
Any two.
Has to.
23,000.
He's asked for a count.
Yeah.
Just clarifying, I'm guessing, making sure it's not more than he thinks.
We don't want to have ace queen. Ace king would have been a snap. Ace queen or jacks. Well, he has made the call. Tens.
It looks like it's out. Nines. So Lee, you come to the table with 140k.
And that's about it. Running 10 jack. Running clubs. Oh, there's the jack. We're drawing to a 10.
Can he find it?
Oh no!
Set on the river, no good.
Set on the river, rubs from the dealer. Will Jay be wearing a patch at the World Series? No. No, I won't wear a patch. He'll be just in his normal series.
To be honest, I'll put a card room direct patch on the lot.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll put one of the old Andy's patches on while I'm out.
The old card room direct team. But no, it'll be a card room direct patch for the team. We'll pay him later.
He's paying me by letting me have the leg off. That's the payment in itself.
Jay's first time at the World Series, playing the main in July, going for about 3 weeks. Paul Green again on 119,000. No.
Paul, after opening King Deuce of clubs, looks like going to continue on this board. And versus calf open. Trevor could potentially pull this one once, backdoor straight, backdoor heart possibilities. about half hour.
We have indeed.
Or so left of the day, guys.
Blinds 500, 1,000, 1,000 Blake, big blind ante. All greens out of the way. Round 2, Ed Swales will trebled up.
Yeah, lovely little treble for Ed, and now right back amongst it, up to 90k. What a half hour it's been for him.
It shows you what can happen in the game we all love. Late deuce.
Not much room to play here. It's going to go the way of Ed a lot of the time, just with a C-bet. Good luck, Jan. The main. Would you be doing a helm infantry? Remember that time when he walked in all dressed up?
You were there. Walked into the wrong entrance once. The funniest thing we've ever videoed. Was at the Empire. Meant to walk into the casino with 20 lady gargoyles. Walked into the cinema entrance. The cinema entrance was closed. They had to turn around, do a U-turn, come back again. Start again. That was fun.
Let's do treble on the button. Queen 8 off here. Happy to open. Very wide. On the button. No 21 outs. Haven't got any action for sale, unfortunately.
Round about 20-25 minutes to go of the day.
Yeah, clock should be paused in about 15, we reckon.
I'm sure he'll give us updates. Manny will have a word with him when we're on air in London to what he's been doing and what he's been up to. I'm sure we can have a WhatsApp live or a FaceTime or whatever it's called these days and a chat. I'm sure that can be done. Jay will know more than me. So no, I'm just saying we could when we're live in London we could be having a chat with you.
Yeah, no, I think if I could FaceTime you maybe if I'm on a break or something one day. But I'm sat next to Helmuth on the table while.
Remember that hour with the tower? Yeah, he has his bad attributes at the table. He does shout and scream sometimes, but he's good when he's winning. We had a chat last year during lockdown. We did have a chat with him, and he was very accommodating.
And opening up to 2.2. And Lloyd here. Just going to pill the ace jack. James going to pill the suited king. Pull 4-3 off, getting this price. Perfectly fine to defend.
Absolutely. The second no low. Oh yeah. 4 deuces was. Not doing much on a queen 10-10 flop with 4-3, that is for sure.
Yeah, pulls done with a hand, but Lloyd does have a Broadway draw, backdoor spades. James with just a flush draw. James firing for 3.5. And getting this price head with the ace jack. Not fancying it. Might be a different story for Lloyd. With the backdoor spades to the nuts as well.
There's the queen on the turn.
I'm not going to like that either player.
Check. Don't forget the showdown. Lloyd will take the hand. We want to try and nick it at this stage of the game. James might come in for that. I don't think he will.
Well, he could potentially rep a queen here, Tao, because Queen X would probably check back, so not going to go for it.
Yeah, so the king, Lloyd takes the pots. Small pot.
71.60.
So Ed up 83,000 this session. James down 30. Lee and Andy about the same.
What are we talking about? Real life or here? Real life is very good. Same old? Same old or continue? Same old. I'll just say more for you.
Put it on yours.
Trevor out the way. 3-7-6 offs in a row.
No.
Fine on blind. And he flops best. Bet just a quick fold from Cool Green.
Around about 10 minutes ago until the clock is paused.
Out of the way on the button. And the ace deuce of diamonds here. Going to be continuing. Chooses 2 in the form of complete, and Ed with 8-6 here in the big blind. Just going to check his option and just heads up.
Jack 10-10, 2 spades.
And checking his option over to Ed. We're not going to take a stab with the 8-6. Might take a stab with the 8-6 now though. Might try and just take this away from Andy, but Andy would be calling with the ace high. It does catch a 6 on the end, but it's meaningless because it's counterfeited by the jacks and 10s. So ace deuce of Andy. With the check mark, had Ed draw into a chop on the turn. Now we're going to value bet here for 1.3k, which just see Ed out of the way with the 8-6.
So Gary McGaffney's giving us a bit of a tip. If you fancy it, seductive power each way, Newbury tomorrow.
King Queen under the gun for Lee. Should be opening. Oh, how did Lee get chips back, Tower? Did I miss a hand when I quickly popped out for 5? Thought he was down to like 20, 30k at one point after losing a couple of big pots to Paul and then versus Ed. Must have missed one. That makes it 2.3 here with King Queen, and then Trevor just going to free bet on his direct left, gun versus +1, strong ranges here.
Absolutely.
So that should be the end of the hand, assuming no one wakes up with a monster behind. Is Nathan Slater defending his title? Nathan's not the previous winner now. We had a winner last year, didn't we? It was anonymous. Anon won it. Heads up to Ludo. But
Nathan won it in 2019.
Yep. He's 10 for Trevor.
Raising again. Just shy 100,000. Neil's holding his cards above the ring, so I'm guessing they're good.
Yeah, going to be the end of the hand anyway here. As I say, like these positions, Trevor shouldn't be peeling ace 10 off here. Like ace 10 suited this deep, potentially get involved, but ace 10 off. Gun versus +1 just has to hit the mark as it does, and that pop around the way of Neil.
The last few hands of the day will be shouted out very soon.
Make sure you stay tuned as well, guys. As always, end of day chip count, so you can see how players on the outer tables have been getting on, see what everyone's bagged, how many have made it through. Lloyd on the button, King 9 of diamonds, opens to 2.3. Clock has been paused in the background. Dealers are told to stop dealing after this hand. And then we'll draw for the number of hands left to play. Trevor checks it over.